You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Wednesday, March 9th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. My name is Jesse Reichler. It looks like we've got our detectives reporting in to the YouTube chat. Let me know if the audio and video is okay. We're talking about Jonathan said that he's watched High and Low, which I keep pushing over and over again. And that he saw Batman, which I haven't seen yet, but I'm looking forward to. Hope everyone is well. Zachary, we're playing a case today called Murder Memo to the Commissioner, sort of subtitled the Carl Houston case. I have it here in front of me. Let's see if we can get a bigger view of it. And this is sort of an odd one. We've now played 5 of these crime dossiers that were started by Dennis Wheatley in 1936-37. And we played 5 of them. We played 4 of the original British ones, which were released 1936, 37, 38, and 39, all written by Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links. Then we took a little diversion last week, and we played the American-inspired case from the Americans licensed Dennis Wheatley's first book, and then they hired 3 other books. And the one we played last week, was written by Helen Riley, and it was called, what was it called now? I can't remember. File on Rufus Ray. And that took us 2 sessions, about 16 hours, and went into it with very low expectations, and it far exceeded all of those. In fact, I would recommend that book file on Rufus Ray above all of them. It was an amazing experience. That case was set in New York City in 1937 or so. And after this series, after Dennis Wheatley's and this American series from 1936 to 39, this genre sort of dies off, it seems. At least the pure form of this genre of including physical evidence and different kinds of documents and paper inside the crime dossier. And this one here came out in 1950. And you might be inclined to call this like the second wave, except we don't know of any other of these types that came out around this time. I do want to show you a couple other things. There are a couple of other books that are mostly novels, but do try to introduce some documents, either excerpts from a trial or whatever, but they're not physical evidence and they're not sort of highly produced as having evidence. This one is sort of in between. So if we just take a look at this briefly, we can see it's all printed on the same stock, but it has lots of documents that look like they've been photocopied onto this same stock. So it's very much in keeping in line with the Dennis Wheatley crime dossiers, except that you might imagine they took a crime file and they photographed every page and then produced this. It looks a little thinner, but the page stock is not nearly as thick as the other crime dossiers from the 30s, so I don't know how much shorter it will really be. Here's a list of the documents in this. So what should we say before we get into this? This is written by Will Oursler, and it's always interesting when you watch these YouTube videos of someone talking about something historical as if they know it well. It can be hard to know whether, does this person like really have a deep, thorough understanding of all this history, or have they just been reading Wikipedia 15 minutes before they jump on camera and then they're speaking as if they know it? So I'm going to confide in you right up front that this is not history that I know well or have any background in. I've just done some very surface level looking up. But the author of this, Will Oursler, A-O-U-R-S-L-E-R, Oursler, was another prolific writer, wrote a whole bunch of stuff, including 10 or 12 mystery novels, and then a whole bunch of religious works. His father was a writer, but a bunch of sort of morality books, like how to live well without drugs, stuff like that. This is published under a series of books called Inner Sanctum, if you can see this. Let's see, Inner Sanctum. Inner Sanctum was a series of mystery books from the 40s that actually spun off to a radio show. And you can watch, they did like 400 radio dramas. And you can watch some of those on YouTube. Jonathan actually sent me a link to one of them and I listened to it. It was a little, what's the right word? When something is sort of not all that serious. Anyway, it was okay, but not amazing. Now, staying with Will Oursler for a second, he wrote a couple of other mystery novels that were flirting with this idea of a crime dossier, and I have two of them in front of me. He did two that are set up as trials. You can take a look at this, by War Bonds. This one, The Trial of Vincent Dune, originally 25 cents. I think this is like early 40s, 1941. And the quote that they have on here is unusual. So it's a novel, but written as a trial with some little diagrams that came from the trial. So it's a mystery story told as if you're reading the transcript, a long transcript of a trial with some courtroom sketches and documents included. So we did 2 of those. Melodramatic was not the word, or light. The chat is trying to help me think of the word. It's kind of like cheesy. It's another word for cheesy. Like it looks a little fakey, like the acting is a little amateurish and stuff like that. So cheesy, but it's a little bit like that. Okay, so he did this one in another trial book. Camp, yeah, I think maybe I was thinking of campy, yeah. Okay, and then I just discovered this one that he made called Folio on Florence White. It's another Inner Sanctum mystery. You can see, though, in a traditional novel book, and it's set up as if it's a crime dossier book. It says this is the first memorandum that went into the file, and you saw the American ones we played were called File on Rufus Ray, whatever. So this one kind of looks like a crime dossier book, except it's mostly written like a novel and transcripts. There are very few actual documents. There's no real documents that look like police reports, etc. And anything that is just sort of typeset by a typesetter to look a little bit different, but none of it looks authentic. But it still has that same flavor. So it does seem like Will Oursler was very hot on this genre. And this is the serious case he made, as close to the Dennis Wheatley books as you can get. Originally $1. So this is what we're going to play. We have no idea what to expect. We don't really know the length of it or the seriousness of it. I can't imagine it's going to compete with File on Rufus Ray by Helen Riley that we played last week, which was amazing. But it is set in New York City. And I have with me again my maps of New York City, Manhattan, which we used last time. And I'll just point out something. Zachary Brown, who's in the chat, grew up right near me. So just to show you, Zachary Brown, we both live off Spring Street, which is right running there. So I lived on Wooster and Spring. That's where I grew up. And Zachary Brown grew up on 6th Avenue and Spring Street. Both our parents were professors of sociology. Zachary's parents, Mike and Marie, are still living and doing well in Boston. All right, so we have the map. I don't know if Zachary does not want all that information revealed, but it's too late. Hopefully it's okay. All right, so I'm excited to get into this. I'm excited to see what 1950s New York City, if it's noticeably different from 1940s. And I think this is another book that Jonathan found, or a couple people have referred us to, but this one does not get the attention that the Dennis Wheatley books do, right? Like everyone mentions Dennis Wheatley books as being this groundbreaking thing. Obviously, this one wasn't groundbreaking, but no one talks about this book. I haven't seen any reviews of how it is. So we really don't know what to expect. All right, is the chat ready to begin? Anything else we should talk about? Jonathan says the radio show, this Inner Sanctum, seems like it's more like Tales from the Crypt than mystery. Yes, it did have a horror vibe, like it was Tales from the Crypt. I agree with that. Anything else to catch up on in the chat before we begin? I will say this. We were talking last week about the Bureau of Investigation print and play demo case that was put up. This is a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective inspired game using the same basic system but with some changes. And it's not yet available in America, but the French version is available. It's a French design. They put up a demo case. We were talking about playing it. Probably would take half hour or an hour. Gaming Rules YouTube channel did just put up a 1 hour playthrough of it. And I don't know if they reviewed it, but it's less important for us to play it now since there is a good YouTube video of it up. But if we finish early today, we could play this if you guys wanted to. I guess an hour is probably an expected length, or we can play it another day or not. And if you're interested in that, you can go watch the playthrough by the Gaming Rules channel. Jonathan Warner says, the Crime Files series is often mentioned with Dennis Wheatley. This is not even mentioned with those. So yeah, this one's quite obscure. Although you can get a hold of this on eBay. It's not quite as rare as the rarest of the Dennis. No, the Dennis Wheatleys aren't that rare, but the American series, some of them are quite rare. All right, anything else to talk about before we jump into this case? If you haven't watched, well, it's hard to recommend that anyone sit through the 15 hours of Rufus Ray from last week. But I will say this. You can play the file on Rufus Ray yourself because the PDF file is available. And it was quite an extraordinary case. And I would, if you're interested in these kinds of historical books, that would be a great one to play. And you can play it for free just by grabbing the PDF, and then you can watch the 15-hour live stream, 2-part, and see how you did, where you thought we went off track, where you went off track, etc. All right. Last chance for anyone in the chat to say anything they want to say before we get started. Jonathan Warner is asking Zach if he had a favorite radio show. I'm trying to think. Normally we have a longer introduction where I talk about history. It's just I've done this for so many of these now that we're going quicker. And then we take a little break. I wonder if we should get into the habit of taking a short break regardless. Get rid of these annotations. I do hope we have use for this map again. Zachary Brown says the shadow. Yeah, the shadow, that was a good one. I remember that one too. The shadow knows. All right. I think I'm just going to go into this. You guys feel free to talk in the chat. And I'm going to stay on this side view for a while. Let's see how... Oh, these are double-sided. That's that's something we didn't consider. Can I just point out, while we were saying how much shorter this is, can I just note that all of the crime file books are only written on this side. These pages are double-sided. So this is actually twice as big as it looks compared to the other cases. So we may have a longer case on our hands than we realized. All right, let's get started. I see this book's going to take some damage. All right, well, there's Will Oursler. Plays the part of Reggio. What does that mean? 1950, Rockefeller Center, New York's finest. Those are the cops. That's the name for New York's cops. All right, here we go. From Michael LaRue, East 15th Street, to the Commissioner at Police Headquarters. Sir, attached herewith is my personal dossier on NYPD case 78404A, the so-called Houston case. As you must recall, the issue between you and me in this matter resolved itself to the question of whether Carl Houston took his own life, murdered himself, as one news reporter put it, or was the victim of a fantastic tour de force in homicide. We both know that my resignation from the department was no resignation at all, that it was literally forced upon me as a result of my insistence on following certain lines of investigation in accordance with my sworn duty. You must be aware of how much this meant to me. I wasn't prepared to write off as finished a career in law enforcement I'd dreamed of since I was a kid playing cops and robbers. Uppermost in my mind from the moment of resignation has been the need to wipe this thing from my record, to gain reinstatement on the detective squad at my previous rank, detective first grade. For the past few months, I have been employed as a night guard at the Conover Iron Works, Paul Street, Long Island City. But virtually every spare moment of my time I have given to one task, one self-imposed assignment, the job of collecting indisputable evidence on the manner in which Houston met his death. The attached documents have been obtained from my own files, from public records, and from other confidential sources. Many of these papers are originals, some are photostats, others true copies. Originals can be obtained, of course, if required. Fortunately, as this case progressed, I have kept the dossier up to date. To complete the folder, I had only to add final exhibits regarding events of the past 24 hours, the outcome of which you already know. Entirely for my own cause, Mr. Commissioner, and because I think you will agree you owe it to me, I urge you to give this your earliest possible attention. Respectfully, Michael LaRue. Okay, interesting framing of this case. This time it's a little personal. This guy was forced to resign because he disagreed with the brass about what happened here. And now he's asking the commissioner as a favor to reopen it for him. And it looks like something recently happened the past 24 hours, which brought this all to a head. All right, and Duke of Zill has joined us. All right, so here we go. Here's a photostat. 18th Precinct, Wednesday, October 5th, 1949. So when does this letter comes August 10th, 1950. Okay, so here's a photostat from quite a while ago. 12:02 from outside wire, Sergeant McCarthy, Mr. Peter Carney. Building at 64 Central Park South reports body at this address, apartment 9A, occupied by Carl Houston and family, apparent suicide. 12:04, Radio Motor Patrol 151, directed to above address. Notified, 12:10, notified 18th Detective Squad, Detective LaRue. Something above item. 12:40 from outside wire. Miss Margaret Murphy reports something fighting off purse snatchers while walking alone. And he's made a note here. Is this suicide? Who said so, Mr. Commissioner? Carney? How would he know? So apparent suicide is this report, and he said this guy, our guy, Michael LaRue, is saying, who says so? Who says it's a suicide? All right. So do we want to go to the map for some of this and take a look? So this is 64 Central Park South. Well, we know Central Park South is right there, but we don't know where 64 Central Park South. See if I closed everything up here. So the way we've been doing it is 64 Central Park South. Looks like it's a third of the way from the east. Okay. So right off of 6th Avenue. Okay. So there's the body found there. Okay. Carl Houston. All right. Mr. Commissioner, from the very first, Captain Sean of the 18th Precinct was openly hostile to my probe of the facts behind Carl Houston's death. Witness his caustic remarks on DD4 form that follows, my first official report on the case. The 18th Detective Squad, of which I was a member, is part of the department's detective division, as you know. Although attached to the 18th Precinct, it functions under a separate chain of command. Captain Shaw, as precinct commander, has no direct control over the squad. Of course, I'm aware that an official of his long service and experience has unwritten prerogatives. He may move in on cases actually beyond his jurisdiction. His opinions are listened to. Young detectives anxious for speedy promotion heed his wisdom. But regardless of his opposition or the influence of the people involved, it was my case, Mr. Commissioner. The homicide squad was keeping a hands-off policy. As the detective first on the scene, I was carrying the case alone. I had filled out the attached preliminary report properly. It was duly signed by Lieutenant Muldoon, my immediate superior on the squad. In my opinion, Captain Sean's uninvited editorial comment on the attached report, his attempts even then to alter my classification of the crime, were unwarranted and without authority. All right, so our guy is not happy that someone's butting in, making comments on his report. So let's take a look. Here's the body as found. What are we looking at? It looks like he was sitting in his chair. Looks like cigarettes in a little jar. And he passed out, dropped his cup or something, which shattered on the ground. Looks like he's in his sort of smoking robe. All right, let's take a look at this report. So look at this. Our guy files a report, homicide. This guy crossed it off and wrote suicide. All right, so let's see. 10-5-49, Central Park South. Detective LaRue is filing this at 12:02 a.m. Approximate time of death looks like he's estimating at 11:45, or I don't know if that's approximate time of death, but of the report. Okay, so he marks it as a homicide. Telephone message by one Peter Carney, super at the building at 64 Central Park South, reporting body in apartment 9A, occupies entire 9th floor. Radio Motor Patrol 151 on scene upon arrival. Body identified by Superintendent of Building as Mr. Carl Houston, who occupied apartment for the last 5 years with his wife and daughter. Pronounced dead on arrival by Dr. Withers, the ambulance doctor from Roosevelt Hospital. Assistant Medical Examiner Edward Court on scene. Death due to bullet wound in the right temple. Second wound in stomach. 2 wounds, okay. 32 caliber H&R on the floor, several feet from corpse. Assistant Medical Examiner Court states Houston had been dead about an hour or less. 2 cartridges discharged from the gun, no powder marks found on fingers of hands. Fingerprints on the gun too badly smudged for identification. Weapon in good working order. On the gun butt are several unexplained scratches which appear fresh. Carney stated he was summoned on the house phone to apartment by the maid Mary Bjornston, 19, white, domestic, and employee of Houston's, after the wife, Miss Pamela Houston, and daughter Annette had been aroused in respective bedrooms by pistol shots in the front of the apartment. Super states he found mother and daughter in a state of hysterics in a darkened hall of the apartment. Unable to get a response from the locked bedroom of Carl Houston, separate bedroom, Carney smashed in the door, found the lifeless form of Houston in a chair facing the window, close to imitation fireplace. Seeing bullet hole in victim's temple and blood on the face, Carney states he told the women he's dead, he's been shot, don't touch anything. He notified police on telephone extension in Mrs. Houston's bedroom in rear of apartment. Body sagging in chair, victim apparently had been reading, book lying in man's lap, facial features contorted, no signs of struggle in the room, near gun on the floor, number of broken pieces of cloudy white glass or china, possibly some sort of perfume bottle. French windows at the left and right in the room overlooking Central Park were open, according to Carney, at the time he broke in. Party had been going on earlier in the evening. Miss Houston states all guests had gone home previous to the shooting. She knows no reason why anyone would want to kill her husband, states she doesn't know why he had lock on the bedroom door. The revolver, an H&R .32 caliber, number 124Z639, listed in the name of deceased. Pistol permit on file in his name in the Bureau of Information. Issued by 18th PET Bureau, lost property, has no record this gun had been stolen. 18th Precinct Bureau, so no one reported it stolen. Gun forwarded to Ballistic Bureau for testing. See over. Okay, and this is a DD4 form for whatever that's worth. Okay, maybe we'll make a little note here since there's got information on this thing that we might need to refer to. Okay, shot in the temple, shot in the stomach, scratches on the gun, a white glass or china, possibly some perfume bottle dropped. There was a party, okay. Okay, so now here's the backside of the report where the guy has left comments. He's continuing. Fire exit stairway in back of house, snap lock on doors on street and roof levels, keep intruders out. Loft safe, square, checked locks but no sign of forcing. No evidence any intruder used said stairway. Case still active pending receipt of reports and further investigation. Here's the comment by the superior. Murder nuts. What's LaRue trying anyway? Captain J.A. Sean. Status of this case active, doubtful. So this guy's like, what is this? Detective thinks this is murder, but it's clearly a suicide. Then we've got other interesting things. If we wanted to look at what a New York City police report looked like, descriptions of persons wanted, aliases. Okay, copy original jotted down by me on the day after Houston's death, now in my files. Checklist. Okay. So he's got a list of people to worry about. Pamela Houston, the widow of Carl, lapdog type. What's a lapdog type? Hated him or scared. Annette Houston, daughter, cafe society parasite. Oh my God, he's a little rough on these people. Top grade, redhead, explosive. Check column notes in tabloids. Julia Lawrence is frozen custard, close friend of Annette. CK was GH sweet on this. What's that about? Was she like sleeping over? Frozen custard? Is that a slang for a kind of a dame? She's a frozen custard dame? I think that's what he's saying. Like he's like nicknaming all these types. The wife is a lapdog type. The daughter is a cafe society parasite type. Julia Lawrence is a frozen custard type of girl. All right, Arlene Lawrence, Julia's sister, she's a dream girl type. She's jealous. Is she jealous of her older sister? He's really, he's a bit suspicious. Everyone's like being pegged as a specific type of film noir role. Guy Lawrence, the Lawrence girl's father, at Houston party before the murder. No data. CK. What does CK mean? Check on him. Okay. Stanley Bobo DeWoot, perpetual adolescent, loves Annette or Houston Doe. Check. Quarrel with Houston the night of the death. Millard Breggs, Houston's partner. Envy. No data. Check. Miss Millard Breggs, wife, oversized society dame, circa 50-ish. Check. Samuel Nyson, treasurer, Houston and Breggs. No data. Check. Miss Eric Silverman, lives 4 below Houston's at 64 Central Park South. She's a talky female, but is she reliable? Helen Gruden, former Met soprano, sings Idlewild Hour, long-haired music, lives apartment above Houston's, must avoid publicity. She knows Houston? ? Check. Mary Bjornston, maid, white, 18 years, lives at the Houston's, virtually tongue-tied. Antonio Reggio, check address, mechanic, at H apartment, day before Houston's death. Peter Carney, building super, 64 Central Park South, knows habits of the Houstons. Check. Irene Cooney, Carl Houston's secretary, in love with the boss? ? Check. So this is an interesting little change from the way these games have been so far. Normally in these cases, we are introduced to everyone slowly, and then the detective is sort of summing up. Here we've sort of gotten this jump and this big list of people that we've not met before this. This is sort of our detective is like, jump a day ahead, here's the information he's gathered, and this is how we're being introduced to this whole list of people. So maybe we'll just put a note here. He's very suspicious, this detective. Maybe that's why his superior thinks he's jumping the gun, thinking it's a suicide. Jonathan says, frozen custard seems like a dirty, insulting slang for a frigid woman. Okay, that makes sense. Frozen custard. Okay, interesting. All right, let's continue. Statement of Peter Carney, the superintendent. You understand me, they're just tenants like anybody else, and I don't even know that they're there unless somebody complains or something, or they wake me up at 3 a.m. because they lost the key and want me to let them in. Don't recall that ever happened with 9A. Happens with 4C and 8B pretty often. Never any trouble with 9A. We get used to all kinds of things in a big place like this, even kicking doors, or say 6B is having a baby and it comes quicker than they think. First thing you know, they're yelling for me to get an ambulance. Or the icebox in 4C goes out at midnight, so I gotta store all the food in my personal icebox downstairs. I remember when one icebox broke, I offered to keep the lady's steaks in my icebox, and she nearly threw a fit, telling me to be sure not to eat them myself. Now you be sure you don't eat them yourself, she kept saying over and over. About the roof? Well, we can open that door from the inside. That's on account of fire laws, but don't see how nobody could get up there without one of our elevator boys spotting them. Anyway, those detectives tell me they didn't find no fingerprints in the gravel up there, so I don't see how anybody could have gotten into 9A that way. I mean, lowering themselves or anything like that. Okay. Here's an item for the files on Houston. Talked with the maid at Houston's, Mary Bjornston, Swedish, 19 years old. Only worked there 3 weeks. Knows nothing about Houston's death. Says from what she saw, he lives like a machine, like clock on the wall. Okay, very predictable. His time. All right, he's just writing a memo to his files. That's what this is. Okay, here's a memo. Here's Annette Houston's statement, and here's a memo attached to it. I guess we'll read it in the order it's here. On the morning after Carl Houston was shot, or shot himself to death, Mr. Commissioner, I had my first full interview with Annette, only child of the victim and Mrs. Houston. In the summer, there's a big debate about Houston. Where Zach and I lived, Houston Street was absolutely Houston, but different places pronounce different spellings of this Houston, but it was Houston for us. First interview with Annette in the somber drawing room of their apartment. Detective Macaulay, who was with me, took down her statement, amplifying earlier statements given in the house immediately after the shooting. The dark red hairdo, so well known to nightclub society, had lost a little of its luster that morning. She seemed tired and frightened, but she gave no outward sign of grief. Her attitude was not cooperative. She did not like policemen or detectives. She considered our investigation an intrusion. She did not wish to answer questions. She did consent, finally, to giving us the attached statement as the quickest way, she said, of getting through with this. Later, after reading the typed copy, the lady gave us a sample of her unpredictability by refusing to sign it. Apparently, seeing the words written out, fear that she might say too much took hold. The excuse she gave was that she was far too unnerved and that her statements were obviously confused. Frankly, the only hint of irrationality I could find in the statement transcribed by Macaulay was her sharp antagonism to me, even at that early stage of the investigation. Apparently, I was to her a symbol of forces attempting to pull her down from a glittering pedestal. It's worth pointing out that we've been talking as we play these games about the idea of the narrator, the protagonist, our proxy, the detective who's doing this case, having more human flaws or playing bigger part. And it does seem like in this case, this detective is putting himself front and center in a very subjective way into this case. He thinks this woman is mad at him. It's interesting. It adds a different dimension here. Okay, so let's read her statement here. From notes taken by Detective Macaulay. Statement of Annette Houston. You'll have to forgive me. I'm afraid I won't do this particularly well. I'm not used to being involved with the police. I'm not quite sure how one talks. I can only give you the truth as I know it. Perhaps I mean as I see it. As for my father's death, what does one say? He's dead. No one could have possibly been in the room at the time of his death, so he must have killed himself. I have accepted that as fact. So have the police, Captain Shaw tells me. I'm giving this statement really because it is easier than answering all these questions which only make me more confused. Please understand I'm doing this as the lesser of evils. I would prefer to make no statement at all. I wonder if you have the decency to understand that. Of course, everyone is a criminal in your mind. LaRue says, that's us. Now wait a minute, Miss Houston. Look, Mr. Detective, I'll talk the way I want. I'm not asking permission, and I shan't allow you to threaten. Threaten? No one's threatening. You're giving a voluntary statement. Oh, let's not bicker. My father had many enemies, but he wasn't murdered. I can swear my father wasn't murdered. He killed himself, took his own life. I can't be punished for that. Who would want to punish you, Miss Houston? But I was to blame, Mr. Detective. I'm not going to deny that. Can you understand? I was the cause. He killed himself because he loved me too much to let me go from him. Something happened during the party? Something you told him? Yes. You'll find out, so I'm going to tell it anyway. Bobo and Dad and I had a scene. Daddy and I, we got along, but he was strict. Very strict about some things. Just 1 minute. This Bobo you've mentioned. Stan DeWoot. Everybody calls him Bobo. He and I, well, we're going to be married. And your father opposed the marriage? Yes. Bobo knew Daddy didn't like him, but we never dreamed. You see, we decided last night to tell him of our plan to get married. I've never understood about Bobo and Daddy. Of course, I knew he could never really like someone like Bobo. Daddy would think he was weak, what people call a playboy. Daddy thought men like that were effeminate, but it was much more, much deeper. Bobo always acted oddly about it, as if there were some reason Daddy would hate him, as if he should hate my father too. But then he'd say, Anne, we have to live our own lives. All I care about is us, you and me. It reached a finale last night. He'd been drinking a little. I could tell he was upset. He told me he wouldn't let things go on the way they were. He said, Anne, I'm not going on. Not like this. I'm not going to let things hang fire. I refuse to let things hang fire. Who knows what hang fire is? It's an expression. It's a very famous Rolling Stones song. I believe it's a military gun. It's a military gun term for when you pull the trigger and it doesn't fire. I believe that's a hang fire. Can someone look up in the chat and tell us what the etymology of hang fire is? It's a great Rolling Stones song. But I believe that's what it is. I believe you pull the trigger and it doesn't set off the cartridge, or it may be a more general term for trying to fire an explosive and it not going off in time. So delayed fire, something like that. So he's not going to let it sit there without triggering, in holding, in waiting. Okay, she's continuing here while we wait for the comment to come in. I suppose it sounds mid-Victorian, the way I'd kept it a secret from Daddy. I hate to admit I've been acting like a little girl, a frightened little girl. I said I'd go to him. I'd go to Daddy with Bobo. The two of us together. The minute we were in the study, I knew it would be terrible. Daddy had that icy way of looking at you as if he didn't see you. He had a way of seeming bigger and stronger. But it was Bobo's big moment, his big moment standing up against the great Carl Houston. That sounds disrespectful. I don't mean it to. Daddy stood there with that far-off look. I knew what he was thinking. What a fool my daughter is. What a little fool to want this man. Daddy turned away as if Bobo didn't really exist, saying all these terrible things again. I was aching inside. It was almost as if he were physically whipping me with the words he kept lashing out. Pam, Moms, came in. Pam tried to quiet him down. She said, Carl, don't get so excited. Remember what the doctor warned you about your insomnia. You'll be sitting up all night in this chair again. Please, Carl. Then he was angry with her and began accusing her of siding with me and against him. She kept saying she wasn't sure what was right, but it was my life, and if I wanted Bobo, it was my business. Dad said, I'm running this house, Pam. I'm running it, and I've made up my mind. Then he stalked out. I heard him walk up to the hall to his room. I heard the door slam and the lock click on it as he turned it inside. Oh, I never saw him alive again. Jonathan says, regarding hang fire, it looks like it dates all the way back to the flintlock pistols that did not fire their charge. So it's when you pull the trigger and it goes click and it doesn't trigger the charge. Maybe a delay triggers it, or it just means it's a hang fire, you got to trigger it again. It's really nice to have chat come in with when we play these historical games so we can get little background information on things. All right, continuing. So he goes into his room. He's upset. He doesn't like the mom taking the daughter's side. She says, I never saw him alive again. And we ask, how much later did you hear the shots? About midnight. First I thought it was backfiring of some car, but then I knew it was too close and it might be pistol shots. I was in my bedroom getting ready for bed and I ran right out into the hall. I saw Pam ahead of me knocking on the door of Daddy's room and saying, It's locked. The door's locked tight. He'd only had that lock put on about a week before. None of us really knew why. But he never had it before. LaRue says, He put that lock on the door himself? Himself? Of course not. It was Tony, I guess. Tony Reggio. He's sort of a handyman, does odd jobs around the house. All right, what happened then? Our maid Mary Bjorneston, I believe it is, came along a few seconds later. We all stood there knocking on the door. Pam kept on calling, but there wasn't any answer. She refers to her mom as Pam. I don't know if it's her stepmom or her actual mom. Biological mom. Pam kept on calling, but there wasn't any answer. It was I who finally told Mary to go out to the kitchen and call Mr. Carney on the house phone. He came up in about 5 minutes. He was the one who broke in the door. He told you all the rest of it. Daddy was sitting slumped over that chair. There was blood all over his face and all over the leather of the chair, the green leather chair. I couldn't look. I turned away. I really felt sick. I grabbed the door and tried to get control of myself. I knew I was to blame. Don't blame yourself too much, Miss Houston. Certainly you aren't saying he took his own life simply because he disapproved of a prospective son-in-law or didn't like the crowd at a party. I can only tell you what happened the way I saw it. I can't tell you anything else, can I? LaRue says, well, we're trying to get the facts in a man's death. It isn't simple. It could be suicide. It might be murder. That's why statements witnesses make must be examined. To trap them in lies? Now, Miss Houston, you heard the shots and ran right out of your room. Yet your mother was already at the door of your father's bedroom. Isn't that so? Oh, I must have stopped to put on a dressing gown. I didn't say I ran right out. But you did. Macaulay, check back, will you? Didn't Miss Houston say, oh, I must have made a mistake. Why are you challenging me like this? You seem a little worried, Miss Houston. Sounds like a slip you're trying to cover up. You wouldn't suddenly be worried your own mother might be more involved than you dare. That's a lie. You'd like this to be murder, but it isn't. None of us is guilty of any crime. None of us. You can't persecute us. You can't. I don't intend to say anything more. Will you get out now, both of you? Will you? Statement unfinished. Already he's accusing her of trying to cover something up because of that last slip. All right, now he's talking about, this looks like an interview with now Pam Houston. Miss Pamela Houston was self-centered, seemingly bewildered little woman whose well-ordered world had come apart in her hands. She was questioned, you'll recall, Mr. Commissioner. Oh, he's continuing his letter to the Commissioner. She was questioned, you'll recall, Mr. Commissioner, by various department officials on several occasions, the most searching interrogation taking place on the morning of October 20th, 1948, in Captain Sean's office. Her testimony in its outlines appears to corroborate that of her daughter. Everyone pities poor Miss Houston, the bereaved widow, alone with her sorrow, and she played out the role in best Billy Burke fashion. We don't know who that is, Billy Burke, some historical actress, maybe. But there was, beneath her fluttering manner, an unexpected harshness. Consider the following from her interrogation. And he's got a little asterisk. Footnote says the full interrogation is, of course, in police files. Okay. Sean, this is the Captain Sean, is interviewing her, I guess. And sorry to have to bother you at a time like this, Miss Houston. Please, let's not spar, Captain. I'm here to tell you anything I can in this dreadful, dreadful thing. I suppose you want several details, but mainly the $64 answer. I'm not very clever. I don't follow that. Why did you kill your husband? Oh, no, sorry. Why did your husband kill himself? Oh, I didn't know it was agreed What? I mean, all settled that it was suicide. I'm glad. If he's dead, he's dead. But if they call it murder, I'll keep on for years. The scandal, the gossiping, the nasty rumors. Yeah, we understand that. You don't have to explain. Your concern is only for your future. For your daughter and yourself? Only for the living, yes. Thank you, Captain. Throughout this interrogation, Mr. Commissioner, you find this same strange detachment, seemed as purely formal as the stylish black veil across her face. You looked up to him, accepted his orders? Carl always knew what he wanted to do, and he did it. Nothing was allowed to stand in his way. But you loved him. In spite of his faults and virtues, he had many of both. And you weren't very much alike, you and he, in temperament. Oh, very different. Carl's whole life was like a blueprint, complicated and difficult, but always according to plan, every detail worked out. And he never varied from the blueprint. Carl? He lived every day on a schedule book, every minute of every hour, up at 8 in the morning, to work at 9:30, home at 6. It was more than just a habit, it was almost a sacred pattern. Every minute, every hour had its special niche. Just like every piece of furniture in his room, he was the perfectionist in everything. Whereas some of my best friends call me a scatterbrain. Yet you say you love this man so different from yourself? He was my husband. Wouldn't I love him? Was he in bad health, anything like that? He suffered from insomnia, nerves, tension. The least upset would keep him awake. But he'd never take any pills. He'd sit in that chair, sit there like a statue, reading some book, sometimes all night long. The chair where his body, that one, of course, by the fireplace with those foolish imitation coals. It reminded him of his childhood in Vermont. And your daughter Annette, Mrs. Houston, is she like you or like him? Annette, a blending, I think. Self-willed, eager to win, always determined to win. But disorganized, helter-skelter, always running off on something new. Papers say she's pretty wild, gets into scrapes, Miss Houston. Wasn't there some party on a yacht up in Newport last year when she jumped overboard and tried to swim 5 miles to shore and the Coast Guard had to pick her up? Captain, what has any of this to do with my husband's death? We can explain why Please, can't you leave us alone now? She has fluttery hands and fluttery words. Captain Sean did manage to pin her down on 1 or 2 precise answers in the matter of the lock. It's a little framing device that this guy is saying, like, here, I'm giving you the most important excerpts. You can find the full transcript in file. So he's giving us these little excerpts. Captain Sean's continuing. And you don't believe he had this idea in mind, this suicidal idea, when he had that lock put on the door? Was he afraid of something? It's hard to say. From the little I actually got out of him, he was being his usual methodical self when he put on that lock. Something had happened that worried him. I don't know what. Could it have anything to do with Bobo DeWoot? Because DeWoot was trying to push his way into your family? I don't know. He did say something about changing the combination on the large safe in the office. I don't think he actually got around to it, and he did buy a gun, didn't he? And he did have Tony put on that lock. Tony? Tony Reggio. Antonio Reggio, I believe it is. He's a nightman over in some garage on the east side. Carl used to have him do odd jobs around the office and up here. I think Miss Cooney or Millie Briggs brought him in. It's been a couple years now. Tony's very clever with his hands. He can make anything, fix a table leg or mend a broken doll. Did you know your husband was locking that door each night? Of course. Once or twice I stood at my own bedroom door as he went up the hall. I'd stand and listen as he opened his door, went in and closed it behind him and clicked that lock into place. He had his own room because, he had such a passion for fresh air. Winter and summer, he'd sleep with those windows wide open. And you know where he kept the gun in there? Quite the reverse, Captain. He used to keep it in the table by his bed, but he told me, it must have been 2 months ago, he had it in his desk down at the office. You knew he kept his gun in there, and she says quite the reverse. He used to keep it in the table by his bed, but he told me 2 months ago that he had it in his desk down at the office. Okay. Miss Houston had an innocent way of handling questions, but the most revealing portion of this interrogation came at the very end, when it seemed to me the heart of the thing was dragged out, at least for a moment, into the open. You deny that you and he had any real quarrel that night? Of course. Miss Houston, did you suspect he was having any kind of affair, any other woman in his life? There was nothing like that. Nothing, never anything like that, Captain. And did you ever talk with him about Annette's attachment to DeWoot? Yes, I like Bobo. Good family, breeding. Perhaps a little weak, but then these days... Well, when you and he and your daughter talked, after the guests were gone, you were on her side. I told Carl he was acting like a spoiled little boy. I think he was most angry with Annette because she had, told him he hadn't any say in it, and that she'd do what she pleased. With his death, Miss Houston, does she stand to inherit a large sum? Not too great. Most of his estate goes to me. Annette already has quite a large inheritance from her Aunt Sarah. Your sister. His. Sarah was, a sort of a recluse. She lived on her estate up in Putnam County near the Hudson. She left Annette all her personal property. It came to quite a sum. Only it didn't what? Well, it's silly. Sarah didn't believe in banks. She had securities all stuffed into the drawers of those antique desks up there in that enormous house. And actual cash, too. In one desk drawer, Captain, we found several $1,000s in bills. Very interesting. There are people who get funny quirks about banks. And this money? Oh, it's all Annette's, of course. She gets it all when she's 21 next year. Carl was executor of Sarah's estate. You'll handle Annette's inheritance until she reaches her majority. Mr. Neeson and I are co-executors of my husband's estate. I'm told it's mere formality for the surrogate to designate me to handle Sarah's estate for Annette. Only for the next year, of course. Yes, until she's old enough to manage her own affairs. And here's our guy Michael LaRue commenting. It seems significant that several of Houston's business associates were among those at the apartment on the fatal night, including his partner Millard Briggs, Houston's close friend since college days at Harvard. The following guests stayed after 10 p.m. at Houston party. Miss Millard Briggs, apparently tipsy and highly talkative last night, gushing at party about her new mink jacket, projected winter in Florida, anger at her husband for being late from office, etc., etc. Refused to go home when Millard Briggs, the husband, urged her to leave. About 10, Briggs left anyway by himself. Miss Briggs left about 11, according to guests. Hazy on the time she arrived home, believes she went right to bed. Samuel Nissen, treasurer in Houston and Briggs, states he stayed late as a favor to Briggs and escorted Miss Briggs to taxi when she left the party at 11. Nissen states he went directly to his apartment on 58th Street between 5th and 6th Avenue. Okay. Julia Lawrence heard quarrel earlier. This is just 58th Street would be just below Central Park. If you look, you can see 59th Street runs along Central Park. So he lives right nearby on 58th. I'm not going to mark it because we have no reason to. All right, I'll mark it. He's between 5th and 6th. So he's actually right. Well, he's right next door. All right, I'll just write Nissen. And then up here is our guy, Houston. So he just walks home, does Nissen. Julia Lawrence heard the quarrel early in the evening between Houston, his daughter Annette, and Stanley DeWoot. Annette, Houston's sweetheart, Julia, states she stayed late because she thought Annette would be in a highly nervous state. She left apartment around 11:10, last guest to depart. Then we have Irene Cooney, also may have had one or two too many. Private secretary of Houston for years, this sort of party not usual with her came only because Houston had insisted that afternoon at the office. I couldn't refuse Mr. Houston, of course. Drank too much, she states, but does not have a clear recollection of what happened after 9:30 p.m. She thinks she left by 10:30, at the latest, took bus downtown to her apartment in Greenwich Village. Greenwich Village is going to be down here somewhere below 14th, somewhere in this area there. All right, I'm going to undo that since we don't need to know that. I just thought you might want to see. All right. So we're an hour in. Let's take our first little 5-minute break. After we catch up on the chat, Jonathan Warner is the actress. When he remarks that some woman is acting just like Billy Burke fashion. Jonathan says that's the actress who played Glinda the Good Witch. Duke of Zil says, a $64 question, a question that is very important and difficult or complex to answer, taken from the title of the 1940s radio program, Take It or Leave It, in which the big prize was 64 silver dollars. That was when he was asking her the most important question. All right, so, and I think he was asking her, like, if she's going to get money or something. Okay, so the daughter has an inheritance some other way. The wife is going to get this inheritance, but she claims she loves him. She doesn't know of any affair. So far, it's pretty dense. It has a different feel than the other crime dossiers, which were broken up by lots of smaller little notes and things. This is much more dense information. Like we're getting this whole descriptions of people. And okay, but it's been an hour. Let's take our first little break. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we will resume playing. I wish these had page numbers so we could tell how far in we are, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Caught for Two. We are playing Murder Memo to the Commissioner. We've got, to sum up, a dead body of Carl Houston found in his apartment 9A, Central Park South, in his locked private bedroom. Windows open. He's sitting in chair. He's got 2 bullet holes, one in his stomach, one to the temple, it sounds like. There's a gun on the ground with 2 fired rounds. It's got some scratches on it that we noticed but don't know how to make sense of. It looks like he dropped this china perfume container or cup. It's not clear. There are a number of things that are a little fishy about his death. Why he would commit suicide. The only evidence we know of suggesting that was from a fight with the daughter the previous night. Daughter wants to go elope with some guy that Carl Houston thinks is below her, but that hardly seems like reason to commit suicide. But if it wasn't suicide, how did someone get into his room and get out? The open windows, which we know he always had open windows, makes us think, is it possible he was shot through the open window somehow? You could imagine someone could, but it'd be hard to shoot him with a pistol through an open window. It's not clear also whether their apartment is facing the park, in which case it would be very hard for someone to shoot him in because there's nothing facing that apartment close enough. If his apartment is facing away from the park, then someone could be in across the street. But then how would the gun get in there if it didn't shoot him? If someone did shoot him in that room, where were they hiding? Or maybe he was in there talking with them. We don't know. No one saw him go into his room. And then we're just talking to the different people who were at the party the night before. And we know that he put the lock on his door recently in the last month or so because something scared him, but we don't know why. Jonathan points out another weird thing is that he tells the wife that a few months ago he's been keeping the gun at his office, so it's odd that it was even in the room with him. We know that the daughter has a large inheritance from an aunt, so she has no financial motivation to kill the father, neither does her boyfriend. The wife is going to inherit the money, probably. She seems like she loves him, although they were different kinds of people, but she has no motive to kill him yet. We haven't heard about any affair. We know our detective, at this point, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this point, I'm more sympathetic to the boss of the detective who's like, this is clearly a suicide. Why would you think it's a murder? The only thing that even makes us think it's a murder is that he was shot twice, once in the belly, once in the head. Like, why would you do that if you wanted to commit suicide? You just shoot yourself in the head or in the mouth. Certainly not in the belly. And then the other thing is no good motive for suicide. No reason why you should commit suicide. All right, let's continue reading. On October 7, 1949, Detective Daniel Jennings of the 18th Detective Squad, a usually methodical and reliable investigator, delved into this aspect of the case, the whole setup of Houston and Briggs. Special report on Houston and Briggs, 150 Wall Street. Okay, so Wall Street is going to be way down at the southern end of Manhattan, where their offices were, I guess. Okay, so confidential. At 10:45 a.m. on October 7th, 1949, on instructions of Detective Michael LaRue, I entered the building at number 150 Wall Street. All right, let's do our thing. Let's map out where it is. Just to get a flavor. 150 Wall Street. Okay. So right by the river, down at the corner. Wall Street and down by the river. All right, so let's go back to our map. Let's see if we can find it here. There's Wall Street. So what we're looking at is somewhere here. I'm not sure why they're way down by the river, but this is his office, I guess. Lower two floors occupied by firm of Houston and Braggs brokers. Oh, they're brokers. They're traders. They're stock market people. These offices are furnished in old-fashioned style, expensive and sedate. I was taken at once by the gray-haired lady receptionist to office of Mr. Samuel Nissen, treasurer of Houston and Braggs. He is small, thin, nervous man. Mr. Nissen has been highly cooperative with us from the beginning. He had on his desk ledgers and pamphlets containing information on the firm itself. Mr. Nissen stated, "I had my secretary get these out for you as soon as I heard you were coming here." I examined these ledgers and other papers, extracting following pertinent information. The firm was founded by Mr. Houston and Mr. Braggs, who were roommates at Harvard College in 1919, and started business shortly after their graduation. Most of the money put up by Braggs, whose father also purchased him a seat on the exchange, the stock exchange. The company has always been highly successful. Over the past 10 years has netted nearly $2 million profits in stock transactions over and above costs, taxes, etc. Apparently by the skillful handling of Carl Houston. Started out in 1920 with only 6 employees. Today have 63, mainly clerks and typists. Somehow they survived the Great Wall Street crash in 1929, and they're doing well. So it'll be good to know their secret. What did they invest in that they survived? Directly next to Nissen's office is a large pine-paneled office, belonged to Carl Houston. Nissen informed me that the door between the two offices had been locked since Houston's death, except for a brief examination by Captain Sean. This office revealed little of value to the investigator, in my opinion. Papers on the desk concerned only routine affairs, sales and purchases, dividends and the like. The paneled walls were covered with photographs, some autographed, of business leaders, professionals, boxers, actors, etc. One picture stood out, photo of an attractive woman in some sort of stage wig. The picture is inscribed, "To Carl, I will never forget," signed H. Nissen introduced Miss Irene Cooney, tall and rather heavily built. Let's just make a card here. Like, who is H? That's a woman. All right, I'll just put that aside. Nissen introduced Miss Irene Cooney, tall and rather heavily built, dressed entirely in black. He said she had been Mr. Houston's secretary for more than 15 years, knew everything there was to know about Houston. Miss Cooney insisted she knew only matters referring to business. Although she had been at the party, she had kept to herself most of the time she was there. "After all, I was quite out of place in a group like that," she stated, "all those society people." Miss Cooney's eyes were red. I believe she had been weeping just before she came into the office of her late employer. Most of my questions about his private life she avoided answering, telling me to ask Mrs. Houston or Annette. "I did not share things outside of this office with C.H., she stated. "I do not know he intended to do his autobiography. It would have been a tremendous value, but he hadn't really begun it. There was never time." She spoke of him repeatedly by his initials, C.H. I asked about aforementioned pictures on the wall. I do know he intended to do his autobiography. So he was working on an autobiography, but he never had time. I asked about the aforementioned pictures on the wall. Were these photographs of intimate friends, as seemed likely from the autographs? Miss Cooney seemed uncertain for the first time. She stated, "Friends and people he helped. C.H. helped all kinds of people, but he never got any credit. He was too good." What about the girl in the wig? One of those he helped? I next brought in, she says, Oh, just one of those he helped. I next brought in the matter of Briggs, partner of the late Mr. Houston. Briggs was not in the office at the time. Mr. Nissen said he had been in only once since Houston's death. Mr. Nissen stated, Briggs isn't the aggressive type. He's the exact opposite of everything Houston was. But they got on. Mr. Nissen did not answer me right off. He made funny noises in his throat as he looked at me. Then he finally said, well, there weren't any open quarrels, if you mean it that way. Miss Cooney nodded her head as though she entirely agreed with him. Nissen said, Briggs, Millie as we call him, Briggs is a do-gooder. I mean, he's all tied up in causes, you know. I asked what kind. He laughed. Helping the poor, helping the sick, helping the bums. He ran off a list of some of the groups Briggs was tied up with. Boy Scouts, Boys Outing Group of New York, Model Railroading Club, and the Model Aeronautic League. There was also the Youth Enterprise Associates, Youth Hobbies Incorporated, and about 15 others. Always been interested in that crazy stuff, Nissen said. Starting up amateur boxing shows and wrestling matches, acrobatics, amateur radio. Miss Cooney was standing with her eyes closed. She stated, Millie hated every bone in C.H.'s body. I told her, that puts things in a new light. Nissen laughed. He made that sound again in his throat. You have to understand that Miss Cooney is highly nervous, he said. You can appreciate how much the death of an employer would mean to a woman after she's worked for him all these years. Miss Cooney then went out. With Nissen, I went over financial statements of the concern. These will be checked by CPAs, but in my own observation, there appeared to be no shortages in the figures. The treasurer also opened up for me the large safe in Houston's office. Said safe is almost like a private vault. Many of the firm's holdings, as well as Houston's, kept there. Both Nissen and Briggs hold lists of firms' securities, bonds, mortgages, etc., Nissen told me. Said lists were in addition to the master list, which Carl Houston kept himself. My list is always up to date, Nissen stated. We have new lists drawn up once a week in the normal routine, sometimes oftener. You can send in CPAs to examine the records till hell freezes. Nothing will be found wrong with our accounts. As I was leaving, Nissen stated, Don't get the idea we all hate Millie around here. It wouldn't be true. He seemed nervous. He stated after a little pause, Carl liked him, or pitied him, hard to know which. I asked, doesn't Houston's death make him the new boss around here? Nissen smiled faintly. He said, and he hasn't even bothered to show up, has he? When you come down to it, I'm the one who's actually taken over. All right. We got a little follow-up report here. Our men had gone over Houston and Briggs' offices, of course previous to Jennings' arrival. Sole vital exhibit they turned up was this unfinished document still in the carriage of an Underwood typewriter Houston kept in a desk in one corner of his private office. All right, so he's writing on the letterhead of their office, of their brokerage office. To whom it may concern, for many months I have debated my course of action. I have at least reached a decision which cannot be escaped. I have done much I know to be wrong. I have destroyed many decent people who put themselves in my way, who dared to set themselves up against me. I have injured my wife and daughter, my partner and my associates in the office. I now know that the goal cannot be mere power or wealth. I have run after false gods. I cannot blame those who are closest to me for turning something and condemn them for having learned to hate me. I am only something and sorry. What use is there in a world where one has everything one wants and nothing? I have, therefore, being of sound mind, still determined. Then he didn't finish it. So It's a typewritten letter in his typewriter. It's not finished. If it's really from him, then it looks like a suicide note. But did he really type it? There was a little bit of a typo here. I have at least reached a decision. Is there anything else you notice in here that gives us a clue that he didn't write it? I've run after false gods. I cannot blame those who are closest to me for turning away, or condemn them for having learned to hate me. I am only something and sorry. I'll only notice if we were going to compare this to some other writings. John says his copy is a little clearer. It says alone and sorry. Okay, good. So it's not supposed to be. I would note, if you were trying to compare this to someone, that it looks to me like they are double spacing after periods, which is a stylistic thing, although that's not so clear. But what I do notice is they don't have any spaces between, well, that's not true. Here's a comma without any spaces on either side of it. And here again, a comma without any spaces on either side of it. I do notice, though, that we do have one comma here with a space after it, which would be which is what I would expect. But we might want to pay attention if we come across someone writing in this same style with commas and no spaces. That might be a clue. Otherwise, I don't see anything else. Doesn't jump out at me. All right, moving along. Jonathan is just adding some other summary things about how there was also the fact that there were no clear prints on the gun. Yeah, that's a good point. I forget what it exactly said. We didn't see a police report. He just summarized the youth, the true bums. What's the youth, the true bums? What's that a reference to, Jonathan? I don't remember. Is that somewhere we were reading? Oh, here when he was talking about helping the poor. Is that what we're talking about? All right, let's continue here. Here's another letter from the letterhead of Houston and Braggs. Comparison clearly indicates Houston's suicide note was typed on this machine. I see. So they were smart enough to do a test to find, is this partially written letter here, was that really written on the machine? So let's look at this. Typing comparison test on typewriter in Carl Houston's office. The typing is done on Carl Houston's own typewriter in his private office to compare it with typing on letter found on Houston's desk. This typing is done on Carl Houston's own typewriter to compare it with. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their now is the time to whom it may concern. For many months I've debated my course of action, and I am only alone and sorry. What use is there in a world? I am only alone and sorry. What use is there in a world? There being of sound mind, still determined partner, and my associates in the office partner. He's just typing stuff to compare it to see if it matches. This is a common phrase you type when you're sort of testing typing. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country, etc. So he's just typing and he just summarized, yep, checks out. It is, this letter is from that machine in his office. Okay, it's good. It's good, thorough police work. All right, here's the report from the commanding officer, James Shawn, to Chief Medical Officer about the death of Carl Houston. Please furnish information on items checked below in connection with the death of the above name. Body was found on October 4th at 64 Central Park South. Autopsy, yes, by Thomas O'Hare, Assistant Medical Examiner. I like how we're seeing, like, this is what you would write in if you didn't have enough room. Like, it's a real written document. Okay, cause of death, a 32 bullet in the brain, second bullet entered the abdomen. No poisonous substances found. Body identified by Pamela Houston, the wife. Claimed by Pamela. Burial permit. Emil Joseph. Okay, nothing interesting there. Oh, and here's extract from the autopsy report. All right, so this is a little interesting to us. In the left temporal region, at a point 3.5 centimeters posterior to the lateral angle of the left eye, is a round perforation of the skin measuring 7 centimeters in its greatest diameter. The edges of the skin are slightly inverted. No powder burns are identified. Several fragments of hair are adherent to the margin of the wound. A probe introduced into the wound may be passed into the cranial cavity. No point of exit is found. Okay, left eye. So if we look at his photo, here he is sitting, looking out the window. So bullet came from the left, whatever that tells us. Not out the window though, but maybe towards the fireplace. Could someone have been hiding in the fireplace? Okay, no point of exit. He put a probe in, it went right into the brain. Jonathan says lack of powder burns on the hand indicate he wasn't holding the gun. I think that's no, lack of powder burn on his temple suggests he wasn't holding it to his head. I agree, but let's keep reading. Maybe they're going to talk about that. Upon stripping the scalp, the subcutaneous tissues and muscles in the region of the wound show slight hemorrhagic discoloration. The squama of the temporal bone presents a circular perforation averaging 1 centimeter in diameter, from which fracture lines radiate into the frontal bone and into the petrous portion of the left temporal bone. Considerable subdural hemorrhage is present on the left. The frontal lobe of the left cerebral hemisphere is disorganized by a bullet tract which extends into the right cerebral hemisphere. In the region of the anterior tip of the right temporal bone, almost free within the medial cranial fossa, is a .32 caliber bullet. So basically, it came in and went right and is lodged inside his brain, inside his head, on the right anterior temporal bone. .32 caliber bullet. Second wound. Okay, second wound at level 3 centimeters to the left of the umbilicis is a perforation of the skin, which presumably represents the point of entrance of a bullet. The wound is round, having a diameter of 0.8 centimeters. The edges are slightly inverted. I think that means they're going into the body. Two fine white threads, interpreted as fragments of pajamas, are adherent to the upper margin of the wound. No gunpowder is identified. Again, gun was not touching his stomach. Okay, we got a little bullet note here for the file. .32 caliber. A twist. This would be for identifying the rifling from the gun to match it up. Again, here, this width of groove marks, these would be ways you would identify match the bullet up with the gun without a photo. It's 50-foot lead, whatever that means, brass metal case, soft point bullet. It's an S&W Smith & Wesson bullet taken from the brain. Tests show bullet fired from an H&R hammerless revolver found on the floor near the body of the victim. So it feels to us like someone was standing in there with him, shot him, and dropped the gun. Okay, let's look at this. Oh, look, here's his license for the gun. Okay, here we go. I hereby apply for a license to carry a revolver or pistol concealed. So he's applying for a concealed carry license. This is kind of cool. Okay, so he's listed his address, The reasons are personal protection. In New York City, it is not easy to get a license to carry a gun, especially a concealed gun. So you have to have good reason for it. So let's see. He's saying he needs it for personal protection. He's listed his address. He's listed, when has he filed this application? He's got endorsements, like recommendations. Okay, July 9th, 1949. So the death happens in October 1949. So June, July, August, September, October. So 4 months ago, he's applied for a license. Okay, he's listed himself as 58 years old, 182 pounds, 6 foot exactly, white, gray hair, blue-gray eyes. He's listed his employment in 150 Wall Street. His nature of business is securities. He's an investment broker. Have you ever had a pistol license? Yes. Year of issuance 1935. Has the application ever been disapproved? No. Has pistol license ever been revoked or canceled? No. Do you possess a pistol or a revolver? Yes. If so, give the make. He's got a H&R. He's got a Harrington and Richardson 32 caliber, and he's listed the serial number, and it's his own property. So he's already got this gun, and he had a previous license since 1935. He's just applying for a concealed carry, maybe. Have you ever been arrested? Never. Reference as to characters. So he's got, let's see who he's listed as his references. Dr. Horatio Carmichael, in the same building as him. A Mrs. Amy Lawrence, or someone, 85 West 73rd Street. Okay, across town. And a Samuel something on 91 West 58th Street. That's the guy. Oh, Nissen. I think that's the guy who runs this office, who lives right across the street from him. Okay, he swears to it. And then endorsement. I guess these are the court officers who are agreeing to give him this license. Look, there's detective and inspector. That's what you need to get a concealed carry. Lieutenant, inspector, deputy, and this Captain Sean. So you have this, like the full police, the upper echelons of the police department have to okay having a concealed carry weapon. Okay, and look what he's got to provide. Fingerprints. Interesting. All right, so he's fingerprinted all 5 fingers of both hands, and they looks like they do some preliminary fingerprint classification, but I don't know what these means. RO2 and RO3. There they are. They're pretty messy, but if we had some fingerprints, we could try to match it to them. So they checked. That's what. Look at what it says. They've checked that his signature and fingerprints are valid. These are his actual fingerprints, and they issued him a license. Okay. Okay, a little bit of interesting. Zachary Brown says it was 0.7 centimeters, not 7 centimeters. 7 centimeters would be like the whole side of the head. Is that true? 7 centimeters is like a yeah. Okay. Okay, Lieutenant M. Gustafson. This is a report on the snap lock. This is the thing that keeps the door locked. Lieutenant M. Gustafson, lock expert, headquarters, loft, and safe squad. Nothing is more perilous than hasty judgment based on surface appearances, especially in treating of locks and keys. One recalls how Alfred Hobbs upset the authorities by publicly picking the supposedly impregnable lever locks, demonstrating how his tickling method could pick locks of Chubb, Barron, Brahma, and others. Yet we may reach certain unassailable conclusions. The lock with which Mr. Houston tried to barricade himself from danger is a costly type. A Winston Model 703A, one-sided lock attached to the inside of the door, so it can't be opened from the outside. This lock cannot be picked. There is no key involved, but a small knob on the lock itself, turning of which springs the 3 bolts into place. Note that there is no way in which it may be set into place from the outside, nor could the door be closed after the lock is turned on. The jutting bolts would make this impossible. The situation then is simply that a lock is attached to the inside of Mr. Houston's bedroom door. Once it is turned, the bedroom door is securely fastened, cannot be opened from the outside. This much is established. I state definitely, following my examination, that no one could have entered or left the room through that door once the lock was set in place without breaking the lock forcibly. That seems pretty conclusive. So they got a lock expert to write up a little report about this, and now we've got a little report from Richard Gieb Incorporated, consultant for ceramics at 602 4th Avenue. Okay, ceramics, reconstructions, handmade originals. Okay, here's the report on those china fragments. Report on china fragments on the floor of Carl Houston, 64 Park Avenue. Always I am pleased to accept from police department assignment in matter of reconstructing ceramic materials. My work for police and for private customers also has been entirely with finest objects of art, porcelains and china of leading craftsmen over many periods. But these fragments on a dead man's floor are nothing of value. It's a very common grade of chinaware, white, semi-translucent, with soft glaze, a poor grade porcelain, basic composition, kaolin, and pétante. This type of chinaware is cheap, Trapolian variety made at Sorkia Works, not far from Prague, in my homeland of Czechoslovakia. Used for a variety of purposes like inkstands, ashtrays, cosmetic bottles, comic figurines. In this case, it is only the most paltry knickknack, believe me, nothing but a toy cup and saucer, the kind you maybe find in a very little girl's dollhouse. I do not usually work with such material. I take valuable time from my other work, important work for a private client, to do this for the New York Police Department. And there he is. He's showing that it's just a cup and saucer, but not a cup and saucer that a man would drink out of, a sort of child's cup and saucer. And that were the fragments we found on the ground here, broken. Interesting. Curious. All right, what have we got here? Fingerprint check. Okay. Supplementary complaint report. Homicide. Let's see what we got here. Fingerprint people from BCI stated full checkup of prints in Carl Houston's bedroom, also on windows and low protective grill and rail, disclosed no suspicious prints. Remember, he's in apartment 9A. Presumably that's on 9th floor. It told us he occupies the whole floor. So you can't just climb in off the ground. But he did have a fire escape or something, I think we read. We'll have to check on that. Okay, full checkup of prints in Carl Houston's bedroom, also on windows and low protective grill rail, disclosed no suspicious prints. Nearby windows also checked, results negative. No evidence anyone forcing entrance. No evidence of prints on the rail of the roof. Lieutenant, he had people above him though, don't forget. But there was a way down into the apartment. We'll have to check on that again. There was a way to the roof. You can get out from the inside, but you couldn't easily get in. But it wasn't clear to me where his apartment is in relation to that. Lieutenant Gutro of Ballistics reported this morning his opinion death gun might have been fired from anywhere from 2 to 5 feet or even 6. Not inconsistent, he states with probability that it was fired at close range, held by Houston himself at arm's length, explaining the divergent angles of the bullets. Detective Jennings, my request, checked Antonio Reggio angle, questioned Reggio at East 63rd Street garage where he works. Reggio, most of the time giving unintelligible answers, admits he put the lock on Houston's bedroom, but states, I had no idea what it was all about. Won't elaborate, keeps nodding his head with silly grin. He says he had plenty of people in hobby class last year. They don't have the class anymore. Reggio, already questioned by Macaulay last week, claimed he was at garage all night. Jennings says man knows more than he says, but he's too scared to open up and probably not important anyway. Case active pending further investigation. Signed by Michael LaRue. And then he has a little comment here. This DD5 report, cleaning up loose ends, included here because of Reggio angle. It was my own stupidity not to catch the significance earlier. This report was the tip-off. We should have moved in on Mr. Reggio right then. Why is that? Reggio is the guy who does handiwork who installed the lock. But why is he saying this report was the tip-off? We should have moved in right then. Because he's what? Giving inconsistent answers? All right, what have we got here? Jennings jotted down these names from Reggio's list of people in his hobby and model building class. So he's in some hobby and model building class. Let's see. M. Briggs, partner at Houston and Briggs. Okay, so in his model building class is the partner of Houston and Briggs. Sam Nissen, the treasurer. Stan DeWoot, heard about classes through Annette Houston. These people are all in his model building class? What? Victor Moran, clerk in the audit department at Houston and Briggs. Came at Houston's suggestion, good relaxation. Annette Houston attended several times with DeWoot. Julia Lawrence dropped in once or twice with Annette Houston. Erwin Hamilton in the mailing department at Houston and Briggs at the suggestion of Carl Houston. Had other pupils above are the only ones connected with Carl Houston. This is the hobby class. That's a weird class. I had no idea. He says plenty of people in the hobby class last year. They don't have that class anymore. I don't know. That's weird. Here's from the last will and testament of Carl Houston. Continuing, all the rest of my estate, real and personal, which I now own or may hereafter acquire, I give, devise, and bequeath to my dearly beloved wife Pamela to be hers absolutely, knowing that my daughter Annette, in addition to the stipulated bequest of $50,000 made herein in paragraph 8, has been adequately cared for by earlier inheritances, and especially by the bequest of my dear sister Sarah. I nominate and appoint my wife, Pamela, and Mr. Samuel Nissen, treasurer of the firm of Houston and Briggs, as co-executors of this, my last will and testament, and direct that neither of the co-executors shall be required to give bond or other security in the performance of their duties as required under the law, and further direct that my executors are to sell, transfer, or otherwise dispose of any items of real or personal property at their absolute discretion. This is and that's where it ends there. Originally, Annette's handwriting is in my files, turned over to me by Julia Lawrence, Annette's friend who later figured prominently in our investigation. Okay. So the original was in Annette's handwriting, and Julia Lawrence, her friend, gave this to him. So this is Annette writing to Julia on October 12th, which is a week after the after the death. Dear Julia, dear, I've been talking to the police. The man's name is LaRue, Detective Michael LaRue. He has been questioning us, questioning everyone. He isn't human, isn't anyone you can talk to or explain because he wouldn't understand. He's like a machine. Julia, I'm shocked and frightened. I may need your help. I cannot go to Mother and talk to her, or to anyone else but you. Please stand by me, whatever may happen. Please, Julia. At college, you were always the steady one, down to earth, reliable. Now I have to rely on you. I'm not imagining things. This detective is determined to find a goat, to make this out as a murder case and to arrest somebody for it, don't you see? It will build up his name and importance if he solves a murder case, and what does he care who gets hurt? Innocent or guilty? What happens to people, Julia? I used to think life a beautiful gift, a field in the sun, where you prove how much swifter you are than the others, if you are. Suddenly, it is so different. Sometimes I'm frightened of myself. I can't be sure what I'm really like. They say I'm the party girl, but you know the other side, Julia. The world of shining dolls, as you say it, still lives in us both. Julia, call me. Let's have lunch at some gay place and talk and talk. We must straighten things out between us, mustn't we? Affectionately, Anne. It's weird. Jonathan says, is the toy cup related to the model building class? That seems like a far-fetched, but childhood toy of the daughter, yes, it could be. Carl reflecting after the fight, that seems possible. It seems like if he's holding it, maybe he was shot and the bullet hit that, or he dropped it. But it does make it seem like it would be hard for him to shoot himself. Weird for him to shoot himself while he was carrying that. I don't think it was made by the model place because the guy who looks at it says, right? He says, this type of Chinaware is a cheap Trapoline variety made at Sorkia Works not far from Prague in my homeland. So he's identifying it as being made at this factory, not at the hobby shop. All right. Here's the chief medical examiner. Okay, good. Maybe we'll get some more information. This is Emil Joseph. This letter gave Sean all the ammunition he needed to support his position. For me, it was the kiss of death, ML. This is going to be the thing showing that it was a suicide. And ML is saying this is what put the nail in my theory. Captain, he's writing to the captain. Dear Jim, oh, it's his friend. I've been thinking over our phone conversation. Sorry to hear you're so upset. That's no good for the old blood pressure. These youngsters are going to keep coming up, Jim, whether we like it or not, and all of them certain they know more than you or I. Actually, you've been on the force a quarter of a century, and you know as much about homicide and suspicious deaths as any man in the business. You ask for my candid personal opinion. Well, Jim, I deal in reporting findings and interpreting them solely from the medical standpoint. My private ideas aren't important. However, here they are in this matter, Jim, unofficial and off the record. No one else could have been in the room. Lieutenant Seeley and others tell me that no one could have scaled into the room from any other window or from the roof. The door was locked from the inside. Miss Houston, her daughter, the maid, Mary Bjornenston, the building superintendent all agree on this. Either they are all lying, which is hardly conceivable, or we must accept the simple fact that no one else could have been in that room at the moment the shots were fired. LaRue's sole basis for argument is the absence of powder marks after the discharge of the two shots. The fact that the gun was found several feet from the body, plus the added circumstance that paraffin tests did not reveal powder dots on either palm of the victim. Okay, nice. So they're summing up why we're suspicious that it was suicide. But he says none of this is decisive. It is well known in medical history that the body often enters a spasmic state even after death, that nerves and muscles continue to function briefly, that even the brain can function for a short period of time. Do I mean that a man killed himself and then sat down in that chair and opened his book? Of course not. But the fact is that powder marks are absent in many suicide shootings where there's no doubt of what happened at all, and that paraffin tests are notoriously unreliable. They must be you like put some wax on the hand and see if you can pull off powder. It's interesting to know how they might have done powder mark tests with paraffin. It says further, spasmic nerve action might easily have flung the gun out of his hand so that it landed several feet away on the carpet. Okay. None of this is inconsistent with the suicide hypothesis. It is not, in fact, a question of whether it could have happened in this way. It must have happened, since suicide is the sole explanation consistent with the facts developed by investigating agencies. As I see it, Carl Houston, tired, upset, beaten by the insolence of his own child, went to his room knowing he would take his own life. Domineering and vengeful, he wished to commit his act in a way which would fashion suspicion on others. I see that's this doctor's, this medical examiner's theory for why he's like committing suicide, but doing it in a way that won't look like suicide. So he says he knows he's going to take his own life. He wished to commit his act in a way which would fashion suspicion on others, possibly even on his daughter. Thus he set a peculiar stage with props, a book in his lap, locked doors and open windows, quite a melodramatic setting in which to take your own life. He pulls the trigger once, firing into his stomach, then into the brain the second time. The body jerks in spasm, the gun slithers on the floor. By his special arrangement for suicide, he has made certain that no one could ever be convicted of murder for this act, least of all his wife and daughter. Yet at the same time, a thin veil of suspicion will always stand between them and the world. I believe this was his way of achieving final triumph over those close to him who he believed had betrayed his private ideals. I entirely agree that further badgering of the wife and daughter would be persecution, and if this letter in any way assists you in the further handling of this matter, I will be highly gratified. With sincere personal good wishes, yours very truly, Emile Joseph, the Chief Examiner. Okay. So our guy, Michael LaRue, says that letter is what put the nail into my coffin. All right, now in his file, he's written this other thing. The following appeared in Winchell's column slightly after the Houston case broke. He's got a little clipping of newspaper. And starring Signe Hefner, The Dream on Skates. What copper is breaking his heart trying to convince his betters about Gotham's latest murder? Or is it? Doesn't he know you just can't keep that much money in jail for homicides? Elena Ray, the beauteous canary, rates 4 stars for that benefit. What copper is breaking his heart trying to convince his betters about Gotham's latest murder? Doesn't he know you just can't keep that much money in jail for homicide? Okay, so it's like a little cryptic message. Someone is saying, what cop is trying to stir this up as a murder? Doesn't he know you can't keep rich people in jail for homicide? At that time, I thought maybe I was wrong to keep on. Maybe I was trying for a free ride to glory. Sean was a smart and rugged cop, but he was wearing kid gloves for this one. I wasn't. Okay. Here's a statement originally taken by Macaulay, October 17th. DeWoot insisted on a notary. Note by date, I had not given up, despite the medical examiner, Sean, and the whole damn homicide squad. Okay, affidavit of Stanley DeWoot, who insists that there's a notary marking it as authentic. I'm by no means afraid to make a frank and full statement of the facts as I know them. Obviously, I know nothing, absolutely nothing, about the actual shooting. I had already left the apartment 2 hours earlier at least. I am in a position, believe me, to give my version of our encounter that evening with Mr. Houston, but I assure you it had nothing whatsoever to do with his death. Get this straight. I've been a close friend of Annette Houston's for some time. Met her while I was still an undergraduate back at Princeton several years ago. At Southampton last summer, she and I sailed the Tally-Ho forth and brought her in first in the races against rather stiff competition. Well, a couple of months ago, Annette and I came to the conclusion that we wanted to marry. We fell in love. It was as simple as that. It was complicated by the fact that Houston didn't like me. It could have been because long ago he and my father, well, they were business rivals, until my father withdrew from that sort of competition. Now look, it didn't matter to me. It didn't matter she was his daughter. Why should it? What they did or felt wasn't any part of us. Passed it to Zachary Brown, if you're still here, you can tell us what this means, this French expression that he's now used. In the past or something? What's past is past? He pretended he thought I was some sort of ne'er-do-well, a fortune hunter, I suppose, but nothing he said mattered. He might have spared his breath. Annette Houston has an unusual personality. It isn't surprising. After all, Houston was her father. People along the street spoke of him as fantastically self-willed and determined and ruthless. Sometimes Annette seems like a carbon copy. I'm trying to be perfectly fair, as I say. Anyone can understand that I have no reason to be anything else. Actually, since I left the party far too early to be in any way concerned with latter events, that is, actually involved or connected. I give this affidavit in the interests of getting at the truth. I admit Houston's attitude was getting under my skin. Frankly, he had me tagged as a rotter for no reason except that I don't have and wasn't earning the kind of money he deemed appropriate. So I was automatically persona non grata. I decided I'd taken enough. I told Annette that if she wanted to marry me, we would have to go together to Mr. Houston, inform him of the situation, and ask him just what he thought he could do to stop us. Anne said I should go by myself. To me, that would have been a throwback to days when the young swain pleaded with Papa for the girl's hand. I told her we would go together and tell him. Quite frankly, we weren't asking him for anything. It was just about 9 o'clock, I remember, when she and I went into his study. He blew right up when we told him and began to pound his desk with his fist and say ridiculous things. Anne was angry, white hot, angry, and she told him off. As a matter of fact, I made a few scathing comments myself. Both of us, in fact, let him know exactly where we stood and where he stood too. He knew he was beaten. I was sorry for him. You couldn't help being sorry for him, quite frankly. Once or twice, Anne tried to cool him down and to bring him to accepting things in better grace, but it wasn't any use. Finally, he lashed out at me, and I remember the words exactly because he said something rather odd. He was really shouting by this time, and he said, "Don't think you stand a chance against a man like me. You're just what Julia said you..." Then he stopped. Damned odd, wasn't it? What did Julia have to do with me? The only Julia I know is Julia Lawrence. Julie, one of Anne's best friends. Interesting. As I say, I'm being completely frank. I'd heard some stories about Julia Lawrence and Houston. Nasty stories. Nothing but filthy rumors. But I remembered those rumors then, and I could tell he was upset at having made that slip. You could see it in his face, all right. I told him finally I felt this travesty of ours was in poor taste and I was leaving. Anne put her arm through mine and we both faced him. Oh, it was pure melodrama, all right. And he said something like, "You're going to regret this. You're going to regret doing this to me." As a matter of fact, all I wanted was to get away. I was damned upset, and I didn't want to talk, didn't want to stay around. I was at the door putting on my coat and hat when Julia Lawrence came into the foyer. Without any preliminary, she said, "I suppose you and Anne told him you were planning to be married." Well, it was very obvious that everyone must have heard him shouting, so I told her she was right and that we'd exchanged a few unpleasantries, so to speak. For once, I told her, someone had told off the great Carl Houston. Well, she just about hit the ceiling. Went on about what a great man he was and that I wasn't fit to blacken his boots. Pure melodrama all over again, and such cliches. Well, obviously, there was no point in continuing such a scene, so I put on my hat and started for the door. As I went out, Julia ran down the hall, and not to the drawing room. She was running down the hall to Carl Houston's study. I'm not making any accusations. I went right home from there, and that's all I know. I'm trying to present the truth as I know it and nothing else. So he signed it, and then the notary signed it, Samuel Meyerson. There's the notary seal and the notary stamp. Look at that. Notary Republic, State of New York. He's got a notary number, qualified in Westchester County. Expires March 30th, 1952. Nice little touch. All right, and now we've got a statement from Millard Briggs. This is the partner at the law firm with Carl Houston, at its home on 890 Fifth Avenue. All right, let's map that. Fifth Avenue. Okay, Central Park. 70th and on 70th off 5th Avenue. Okay, so we're up down here. On 70th off 5th Avenue. So he's right next to the Frick Collection Museum. Okay, and this is Briggs. All right, so lives pretty near him, in fact. That'll be a long rifle shot, though, through the window. All right. I'm not too sure how I feel about this case so far. It's hard to be... it's not quite grabbing me the way the others are. And it's just... It feels a little... I don't know if dense is the right word, but let's keep going. Okay, so we're interviewing him at his home. 10/17, so a little less than 2 weeks. If Carl had been murdered, quite frankly, I'd be one of the leading suspects. Carl and I did not get along well, particularly in later years. Nothing serious, merely a clash of temperaments. Carl took himself pretty seriously, know what I mean? You get that way when you make a tremendous amount of money the way he did. Never sharp, never over the line, not him, but he always wound up with all the chips. Oh, there was plenty Carl didn't understand about life, about people, but he understood money. Nothing more, I'm afraid. Certainly not that poor girl Annette, his own daughter, but he didn't understand her. The night of the party, there was the quarrel between them, Annette and what's-his-name's son, Carl. Oh, what's-his-name's son and Carl. I didn't hear much of the quarrel, but I remember thinking those two kids are crossing the mighty Carl, and he can't stand that. He can't take that. Strange, isn't it? We oldsters are forever trying to tell our kids what to do, how to live, whom to marry, and what a confounded mess we've made of it ourselves. Where the devil do we get off telling these young people what to do? Carl was always like that, though, always sure of himself, even in college. I never cared about the honors. I mean, it didn't matter to me personally. I didn't have to have the most important job, the prettiest girl, the highest mark. You might say I was satisfied with less. All I wanted was to think I'd done my job. Glory? Carl could have that if it mattered. That's why I like working with youngsters. That's the biggest thing in my life, working with kids. Last week I had a bunch of them down at my summer place on Fire Island, teaching them how to send Morse code. Annette was down there with me. She's quite interested in that sort of thing herself. Kids love it, you know, and they look up to you and admire you, and you're something important in their lives. Guess we all need to have our egos built up, don't we? This comports with what we know. He's always working with youth groups and contributing to charities. But why does everyone hate this guy then? Like when we talked to the people at his office, they didn't like him. That's right, isn't it? They didn't like Briggs, his secretary, and Nissen, right? They liked our guy, didn't like Briggs, but we don't know why. Tell me if I'm wrong about that. I don't know much about what happened there that night. I didn't stay around late. Heard the quarrel, snatches of it, and I left. Just a little after that boy, what's his name, DeWoot, flung himself out of there. Don't think I'd seen Carl to say 10 words to all evening. Mostly I was with his wife, Pam, and my own wife, Miriam, in fact, didn't want to go home, so I told her to come along when she was ready in a cab. She and Pam were gabbing about clothes, you know women. I sat around my house, my own apartment, that is, smoking, reading, waiting for Miriam. She came in somewhat around 11 or a little later. She'd had a few drinks. She was sort of hysterical, laughing and crying at once. Rather unpleasant. Well, anyway, I went downstairs a little later and drove my car to the garage, only a few blocks away on the other side of the park. That was about 11:45, maybe a little earlier. Then I took a cab directly home. You can check it with the doorman. And of course, my wife can tell you I was gone about half hour. That's a little suspicious. I want to be completely frank. Neither my wife nor I really liked Carl as much as we wanted to like him. I was his partner, yes, but he made most of the money and took most of the credit. I'm going to make a little note here about this weird timeline thing. This is Briggs timeline. That's a little odd that he goes out to park his garage across the park, then takes a cab home. Gone for half an hour. Okay. We don't like him as much as we wanted to. I was his partner, yes, but he made most of the money and took most of the credit. That's why I say I suppose if anybody did, I had the perfect motive for destroying him. Sometimes I thought he wanted to destroy me. But I'm sorry about this. Of course I am. Nominally, I suppose, I'll take over the office now. The directors will doubtless name me president until permanent action is taken. I'm staying away from there. Let Sam run the show. He always dreamed of it anyway. Sam, the money man. That's Nissen, the guy who's working at the office. I don't mean to tell you, gentlemen, how to run your business, the police business, but I believe Carl killed himself. Why? What was the real cause? That's another matter. I'd like to know these answers as much as you. I believe it was a woman. I mean to say, in the confidence of this statement, that I believe there was some other woman in Carl's life, someone outside of his home, that he was driven to his final act by fear of exposure. No, I haven't any one woman in mind. Might be anybody. He knew many women, of course. Irene? I doubt it. She's worked for him all these years. I'm certain she secretly loved him as a dog loves a master. Terrible thing, a powerful man like Carl in the grip of fear. It would be his position which was threatened, his good name. That would be more than Carl could bear. When the mighty fall, they say, it makes a mighty crash. Jonathan says, I think Carl's secretary said Carl did not get enough credit, but now Briggs said Carl took all the credit. I think Nissen also implied Carl pitied Greg. Yeah, he said something like he didn't like him, or he pitied him at least. But this idea that it was a woman he was having an affair with could be Julia, the daughter's friend. That's a classic film noir trope here. Oh, look at this. So Michael LaRue has an interview with Julia Lawrence, and he's writing a little note to his file saying, I'm afraid I was a little rough on the lady in this quiz session, but the stakes were high. All right, let's read him talking to Julia Lawrence, I almost said, Julia Lawrence, 85 West 73rd Street. Let's write that. Let's mark that first. Oops. Okay. So she's at 85 West 73rd Street. 85 West 73rd Street. Okay. Where is this? 73rd and Columbus on the west side. She's on the other side of the park. All right, 73rd and Columbus. Okay, so 73rd and Columbus is here. This is Julia's apartment. Okay, they're all right around Central Park. They're all rich. They're all super rich. All right, let's read this interrogation. Excerpts from interrogation of Julia Lawrence at the Lawrence apartment. But I've told you I left there 40 minutes before it happened. How could I know about it? You've talked with our doorman downstairs, with my family. They've told you what time I arrived home. I came from there directly in the cab. I want to concentrate, if you don't mind, on your relationship with the dead man, Miss Lawrence. I don't understand you. Exactly what was your relationship with him? What kind of relationship? What sort would we have? He was the father of my best friend. It was natural. Of course I admired him. How could you help but admire? Of course, on the night of Houston's death, did you talk alone with Mr. DeWoot? He was there. Bobo was there. And did you talk with him alone? There were so many people. I talked to so many people. Did you talk with any other members of the Houston family alone? I told you I don't remember. I can't remember. You're dodging, Miss Lawrence. Is this a third degree, Detective LaRue? You and Annette were intimate friends, weren't you? Well, once upon a time, I guess. A long while ago when we were in school. Now I only pity her, I think. Pity? Because she is what she is, you understand, I'm sure. Let's go back to the victim. Did you see him alone that night, Mr. Houston? I've said I can't remember. There have been stories, Miss Lawrence, stories about you and him. Did you ever meet him outside of the apartment? Secret assignations with the father of my friend? You haven't answered. They're fantastic falsehoods, these stories. All DeWoot says you and he had heated words in the foyer of that apartment just before he left. But it's a lie like the rest. He's lying. Why should he? To make trouble for me, because he knows how I feel about him. You pitied Annette. Was her attachment to this man part of the reason for your pity? I tried to help her. She was sorry for him, I suppose. She wouldn't listen to me. Now it's too late. Bobo's no good. His blood's no good. Carl knew. He tried to tell her. Oh, you say Carl knew. What did he know? She'd come to me and repeat what her father was saying about her darling Bobo. Horrible things, she called them. She despised him. She told you she despised her father, Miss Lawrence? I have to tell you the truth, don't I? Well, it is the truth. She hated him with all her heart and soul, poor Annette. Now you say you talked briefly with her father alone the night he was shot? No, I didn't tell you that. I've already said I simply don't recall. I was wearing a blue gown that night, and I think he told me it was pretty. But I can't recall every little ripple of words. When he mentioned the blue gown, was that in his study? Are you trying to be clever? DeWoot says you and he quarreled that night. You say he lies. I say I don't remember. And you don't remember running down the hall to comfort your Carl in his study? The witness is crying at this point. You seemed a little confused, Miss Lawrence. Let's go back to DeWoot. He meant only trouble to her. He doesn't love her. I've known him a long time, since I was a little girl in dancing school. Bobo always played up to me then because my father was Guy Lawrence. Once on a date with him several years ago, I recall he said, Julia, I'm going to marry for money, for cash on the line. Then I'll be able to live for love. Why did Houston hate DeWoot so much? Answer. He was a weakling. He liked to play around like a child, building model houses and railroads. He belonged to that hobby classroom Reggio set up. Miss Lawrence, were you or your father in that group? Of course not. It was mostly people from the Houston firm. They called it Reggio's Hobby Lobby. And I guess we should check who he says is in that. Where's our list of who is in that hobby? Okay, so, no, that's the guest. It would be nice to get confirmation of who is in that hobby group. Where did we see that? It was when we were talking to Reggio. All right, I'll have to come back to it. I can't find it. It was when we were talking to Reggio. He was telling us about... Oh, here we go. Here's the people in the hobby. So, DeWoot was there. Annette was there. Jennifer Lawrence dropped in once or twice with Annette. Okay, so she did drop into the hobby group once or twice. What does she say about it? She says, he was a weakling. He liked to play around like a child, building model houses and railroads. He belonged to that hobby classroom Reggio set up. Miss Lawrence, were you or your father in that group? Of course not. It was mostly people from the Houston firm. They called it Reggio's Hobby Lobby. All right, well, was she with the group? She did attend it. Your father left the party early the other night, around 9:30. He isn't young anymore. He's not so well. Miss Lawrence, DeWoot told us his father and Carl Houston had been business rivals. Do you know how Bobo's father died, Miss Lawrence? Died? Why should I know that? Didn't you know he shot himself to death, alone in his locked hotel room, Miss Lawrence? He shot himself to death. Oh, I really... You never heard anything about that? Well, of course I suppose, but none of us ever spoke about it. It does give DeWoot a motive, doesn't it? I hadn't thought about it, Detective LaRue. I wasn't trying to accuse him of any crime. Of course not, Miss Lawrence. After all, he has an airtight alibi, his landlady. Oh, what does it matter if he had a motive? He couldn't have done it. No one could have. What does it matter? Carl is dead. He was so fine, so wonderful, and now... Witness sobbing, unable to continue. So, DeWoot's father and was business rivals with Carl Houston, and DeWoot's father shot himself to death in a locked hotel room. Kind of a little bit of a coincidence. So he's saying here that maybe the motive for DeWoot is revenge for his father, who shot himself in a hotel room. We're not really told that his father killed himself out of anger at Houston. We're just told that they had a business thing and he was on the losing side of it, but not that that's why he killed himself. All right, let's take a look at this. Detective McCauley took down the statement at the lady's apartment. Voluntary statement of Mrs. Eric Silverman, 64 Central Park South, residing in suite below that of Carl Houston. My husband and I talked this all over, and it just seemed like this was the only thing to do to tell what I know. It's so hard to think that it really did happen right upstairs to people like the Houstons with all their high and mighty airs. That night we were having a few friends in. Not a large party, about 10 people, just some friends and a few of Eric's clients. He's an investment broker. Of course, not anything like Mr. Houston. Our guests started coming in about 9:30. You know how people are always late. None of them knew the Carl Houstons. We're just average people down here. And one of them said that night, after we heard what happened, we're just ordinary millionaires. Oh, as one of them said, we're just ordinary millionaires on Central Park South. They're not like the Houstons, they're just ordinary millionaires. Naturally, we knew who they were. I mean, she and I, Miss Houston, we aren't exactly friends, but we do speak in the elevator. I'm not saying she wasn't neighborly. Certainly, she's always been pleasant to me. Well, anyway, we had the windows open wide in the living room. You know how stuffy it gets. But now in the bedroom, right under where that dreadful thing happened, we had the windows closed and locked. We keep them that way because they're French windows and the wind blows in from the park. Okay, they open in, I guess. Of course, everyone knew that Mr. Houston was a fiend on fresh air. That's why he kept those windows open night and day. We even heard he slept on a mattress hard as a rock. That's supposed to be why she insisted on her own room, but that isn't my business now, is it? I don't want to say anything that might cause trouble, but about 9 or a little later, we could hear a quarrel. We know there was a party upstairs, and we could hear them, and we could hear snatches of it. I even remarked to my husband, "Good heavens, Eric, are they at it again right in the middle of a party?" It wasn't the first time I'd heard quarrels up there, but that night it sounded really vicious, only I couldn't hear enough to make out the words. Then, just like that, it stopped. You understand, we weren't paying much attention. We didn't dream anybody was going to be shot. Then, about 11:30 or so, just when we were finishing up the buffet supper, it wasn't much, just a simple salad and coffee, another fight starts up there. This time with the wife involved. That's interesting. I can always tell her voice. When she gets excited for all her airs, she sounds just like a fishwife to me. Just like a fishwife. So she's got like a mouth on her, cursing and all that. The second outburst was over before you knew it, at least as far as we could hear downstairs. But I do remember one of my guests saying, "You certainly have ritzy neighbors." Everyone knew who they were because naturally we all read about them in the society columns and about the antics of that daughter, the red-headed girl. And if you're investigating anyone, you certainly ought to watch her. I think we should write down that at 11:30, the lower neighbors hear fight with wife. That seems important. Okay. My guests started going home at about 11:30. But there were still 4 or 5 of us left sitting around gossiping. You know how people do. It was getting on toward midnight. We got to talking about the Houstons, and I remember I said how it sounded sometimes as if they were going to kill each other. Funny I said that. The next minute was when the thing happened. We all talked with the police later, and I guess the stories weren't all the same because people never do see things or hear them exactly the same, of course, but everyone agreed they heard 2 shots. It sounded, the 2 shots I mean, they sounded too close to be backfires. Everyone began talking, and then I heard footsteps pounding up the hall upstairs, and some woman, I'm sure it was Mrs. Houston, shouting, "Carl, Carl." Now, we should check with the daughter's statement about who yelled Carl, Carl, because it would help clarify, does this woman really know the wife's voice, or is she mistaking it for the daughter's voice? Okay. About midnight, this is the interview with the wife. About midnight, she hears shots. Oh no, this is Annette. This is the daughter. This is the daughter. She hears shots. She runs out. She sees Pam ahead of me. They're talking about it's locked. Okay, so no one screams out. Where's the interview with the wife? I was just trying to see how she says the shots ran out and what she did. All right. Mrs. Houston shouting, Carl, Carl. I don't want to take up your time with a lot of irrelevant details. I know how busy you police are, but there was one thing that happened I didn't say a word about to anyone, not a word, because, well, frankly, it sounds so silly. It was just before we heard those shots, I heard a funny sound. It was like a vacuum cleaner. Imagine a vacuum cleaner right outside my window on the 16th floor. But I'm sure I heard that sound. It kept on buzzing in my ears even after the shots. The others didn't notice. Maybe they were too excited with the idea of a shooting. Anyway, I opened the bedroom window and looked out. I don't know what I thought I'd find. Of course, there was nothing. So, that's odd. First of all, they're on the 16th floor. I don't know why they're in apartment 9 on the 16th floor. Or whatever they are. They're below. So that means Houstons are on the 17th floor. I don't know why they're in apartment 9 on the 17th floor. Maybe the bottom floors are commercial, so the apartments don't start till the 10th floor, so 8th floor. Okay, so she says at midnight she hears shots. 2 shots close together. But she says before shots, vacuum noise out the window. It does sound like we're going to hear of some tricky way someone got up through that window. John says you can reference the list of documents on the back of the book and to try to find items. Okay, are these in the order they come in? Yes, it looks like. Okay, that's quite useful then. All right, so she opens the window. She doesn't see anything. I heard a funny sound. It was like a vacuum cleaner right outside my window. Okay. All right. Seems like we should probably take another break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. You are watching Call for Two. We are in the middle of Murder Memo to the Commissioner. Not in the middle, maybe a third of the way through or so. And we're just talking in the chat about theories about this vacuum sound that this woman has heard outside of her apartment below the Houstons. I want to remind us of a couple things first that really point to me like him being murdered by someone at his office. What looks like a suicide note is found typed on his typewriter at his office. If we believe he if he didn't commit suicide, then someone had to type that note, would be in his office. The other piece of evidence is the wife says that he kept the gun at the office. This suggests to me that it's not related to any of these people, his wife, his daughter, Julia. It seems to me that it's more likely that it's someone at his office, either the partner Briggs or the money man in that office, etc. Jonathan asks, was this contraption that maybe someone came down on the roof or came up, could have been built at the model club? I think it is. I think it's quite possible. First, because this model club, which we don't really know exactly what it is, but seems to figure prominently here. Also, but this guy's a mechanic at a garage and works with model railroads. So that's the kind of thing like an engine, tracks. It does make sense that they might be able to build something to come down off a roof and bring you back up. But it does seem like a hard device to build, but it does seem like perhaps the members of this model club might be involved in it. Okay, so the nosy, gossipy neighbors, as usual, have given us a huge lead about the sound they hear. So hopefully we're going to investigate this model club and see who's building a vacuum climbing apparatus. All right, let's get back to this here. Okay, so here's a supplementary report, October 20th, so 2 weeks after the original report. Classification homicide ? Who's writing this? Sean. I've made several visits to Houston and Briggs, especially interested in victims' photo gallery on office wall. One photo, identified by inscription S. Chandler DeWoot, father of Bobo DeWoot. Also one identity of handsome woman with inscription I will never forget. Miss Cooney states, it was somebody he helped, that's all I know. All of these are people in trouble, people he helped. Checking past 2 days with residents in other apartments at 64 Central Park South, above Houston's, occupied by Helene Grudon, an ex-Metropolitan Opera star, sings on the radio occasionally. Like others in the apartment house, she stated she didn't know him except casually as a neighbor. Besides, the night he was killed, I was singing on the radio and went out later with friends. We were at a club. I didn't get home until nearly 1. I found all those policemen. Grudon was upset about rumors she and Houston had some sort of clandestine affair. It's a lie we were ever anything to each other. Angrily informed me several reporters have been pestering her for statements in regard to said rumors. But while she was protesting, I suddenly began to see something familiar in sagging, puffy face. Take off 20 years and change the hair from the blonde of that day to the dyed auburn of the present, and this aging creature before me was the young, lovely on Houston's wall, the girl who would never forget. So Sean is writing, so what? This is the report by our guy, I guess, and the captain is making comments. So what? Does he think she climbed down the rain pipe to bump him off. Only there isn't any rain pipe. And her alibi was checked and nobody could have been in her apartment. And there was no sign of disturbance in the dust on the window ledge. Holy cow. He's mad at us, at Michael LaRue. Okay, so here's Michael LaRue. Has complaint been informed of police action to date? No. Status of the case doubtful. Lieutenant M.R. Muldoon. Okay, Vernon Marks, public relations consultant. 1830 Avenue of the Americas. For immediate release, Miss Helena Gruden, formerly of the Metropolitan Opera Company, has issued the following statement in regards to comments which have appeared in the press in connection with the unfortunate death of the late Miss Carl Houston. I'm unable to comprehend why these stories should attempt to link me with this unhappy affair merely because I happen to live in the same apartment house. Are the papers so hungry for sensationalism? I have been made highly nervous and upset by these innuendos, as well as by the siege of reporters and photographers trying to pry into my personal life. The public will please understand that whatever my personal affairs or interests may be, they had nothing whatever to do with Mr. Carl Houston. I did know him as a neighbor. Beyond that, there was no association whatsoever. Why is she lying? I've already explained this to the police, who found no reason to doubt my veracity in this matter. I trust the press will grant me the same simple courtesy. And then our guy says, why is she so hot? One or two papers mentioned briefly that she was an upstairs neighbor. Obvious publicity gambit, I'd say. So he thinks she's just protesting to get publicity. Now, what's this kind of report? Resume of homicide case. I don't know what kind of report this is, but let's see it. And someone's written on top, Mr. Commissioner, what good was all these fine details about the murder when all your top brass did was stuff it in their files and go on jabbering about a suicide? So this is Michael LaRue writing a report, and he's pissed off that they just ignored this report. By whom reported to police? Peter Carney. Peter Carney. Body of position when found slumped in chair. Location of wound, bullet hole in temple, scar. And this is just a further report, but I'm not sure who's leaving this report. Identifying marks on the body, scar on left arm near elbow. Body photographed, finger impressions taken by Patrolman Murphy. It's just another report. Okay. Description of the weapon, an H&R hammerless, caliber 32 caliber, small, fits in a pocket, scratches on butt handle. It was his gun. Character scene, no sign of struggle, victim in pajamas, apparently reading just before death, broken glass on floor, well-furnished bedroom, gray rug, artificial fireplace, long French windows open, facing on park. Okay, so that's kind of important for us to clarify that he was facing on the park. It just means that no one shot him through the window. I mean, no one shot him from a building across the way. He's facing the park. Long French windows, I guess they're saying someone could walk through those windows. It's not like a small window you'd have to like have a hard time getting through. As soon as you got to them, you could walk to them. You could walk through them. Okay. From Walter Winchell's column. The Malt Millions, the loopy redhead at East 57th Street Bar last night kicking up all that racket was none other than Annette Houston, whose papa took the hard way out the other night. Query, hasn't lovely Annette called off her projected merger with handsome playboy Bobo DeWoot? District Attorney Stephen Collins and his charming wife Jane still lovey-dovey after all this time. A twosome at the Pelican Club. This is a little gossip column. And they're saying, has she called off the wedding? Okay, here's a report. Memorandum to Detective LaRue, and he's written a comment here. Lieutenant Muldoon has told me from the beginning I was free to push ahead on my own in this case, but he backed down when Sean began putting on the pressure, entirely unofficially, of course. So our guy's getting upset that they're being pressured to drop this case. October 28th, from Lieutenant Muldoon. Following a conference with Captain Sean on the Houston matter, in which he is naturally interested, I am herewith notifying you to cease further investigation of possible homicide in the Houston case. This death is officially considered a suicide by the Chief Medical Examiner. The department can't put itself in the position of investigating a crime its own experts say did not occur, without making itself liable to the charge of persecuting a prominent family, as Captain Sean points out. You will set on this at once. Yikes. This is the interesting part of this case, I find, that our guy is having to fight the brass to investigate this case. Okay, he's clipping more newspaper articles. He's kind of obsessed by this case. Mystery suicide of millionaire Carl Houston took a new turn yesterday when the late Wall Street tycoon's glamorous post-debutante daughter Annette hurled charges that a police homicide detective broke into her room and searched through her personal belongings. Terming the incident an outrage, the red-haired darling of New York society stated she came home yesterday afternoon to find Detective First-Grade Michael LaRue of the 18th Detective Squad searching through bureau drawers in her boudoir. Filing formal protest at the West 54th Street station, accompanied by her mother, Miss Houston told reporters that the detective had used a ruse to gain entrance to their swank apartment on Central Park South. Our maid admitted him because he said he wanted to talk with me and would wait, the thoroughly aroused society girl declared. Mary was helping to prepare dinner and had no idea this detective would break into my room. Captain James Shawn of the 18th Precinct refused to comment but did admit protests had been filed by mother and daughter. He stated, complete investigation of any accusation will, of course, be launched. Should the protests be substantiated, LaRue may face departmental charges or could be given the slow death treatment of being shifted to one of the city's outlying districts. LaRue himself insisted he knew nothing about the protest, but declared, anything I have done in this investigation was solely an effort to obtain the true facts. He refused to amplify on this remark. Houston's body was discovered several weeks ago in his locked... And now here he's writing to the commissioner his explanation. Mr. Commissioner, I'd gone there to talk with her to make one last effort to dig out the truth. I sat there waiting for Annette or maybe her mother to show up. The door to Annette's room was open and I walked in. It was one of those crazy things when you seem to act almost automatically. I didn't know what I was looking for. In the bottom drawer of the dresser, under a pile of things, I found a large white box. I was opening that box when Annette Houston walked in. She was white with anger. She said, do you happen to have a warrant to search my room? Or do you break in here like a common thief? There wasn't any use trying to smooth it over. I told her that. I said I was only trying to do my job, trying to run down the truth one way or another. She ordered me to get out and grabbed at the box. The top slipped off and fell to the floor. Query. Why should Annette hide a box of dollhouse china in her bureau drawer with every piece in place except one cup and saucer? Interesting. The cup and saucer that fell out of his hand when he was shot. Presumably. Strange, but our guy got caught breaking the rules. First attempt from my own notes to add up what we had. Okay, look at this. Logic sheet number 1. This sounds like what we've seen in these books is like they're going to summarize information for us. 1. For a guy flirting with suicide, Mr. H seemed to be working overtime trying to keep himself alive. Witness A, a revolver permit, kept this gun according to loving wife for protection. B, lock on the bedroom door. Mr. H was living in a self-imposed jail. How much protection do you need when you're planning to knock yourself off? 2, cannot exclude the possibility of murder in view of above in spite of medical examiner report on postmortem. Must consider cross-currents in Houston family and friends as part of the picture. Accepting the homicide hypothesis, essential clues are the following. A, Houston's gun and the reason he had it. B, reason for lock on door. C, broken chinaware toy cup and saucer on the floor. D, lack of fingerprints of any outsider in the death room. Positively identify prints of the wife, daughter, maid, and Houston. So those are the prints they find in there. E, position of gun and body. What causes fresh scratches on the butt of the gun? F, unfinished letter in Houston's office typewriter. If letter is genuine, i.e. written by Carl Houston, question, could this be self-murder? Could Houston have killed himself deliberately, leaving vague clues, half-finished notes, etc., to plant suspicion? Could the letter be genuine, but murder still be the answer? Or is the letter faked by the murderer? Suspects must include members of the office staff in addition to members of the immediate family. Okay. From the desk of Millard Briggs, this is the partner, and our guy writes on top, Mr. Commissioner, this was the final straw in the pressure buildup that resulted in the meeting in your office. Interesting. October 31st, 24 days after the death. From Millard Briggs to Captain Sean. It is late and my secretary has gone home, but I am writing to you in haste to express my high appreciation for the excellent way you and your department have handled the investigation into the death of my late partner, Carl Houston. I know you've already been informed of Detective LaRue's unlawful search of the Houston apartment and have started an investigation into the matter. I would like to add my personal thanks for this speedy action. I know that whatever the truth, Carl will be grateful to you for this protection of his family. Yours very sincerely. I want to make another point. I can see he's got a comma here with no spaces in between it. When occasionally in these murder mysteries, whether they're true murder mysteries or stories, you see them talk about common spellings and odd things, like when they're tracking down a serial killer, they know to use certain words that might mean he worked for military or a police officer. So I was thinking, like, where's that letter they found? We might want to not just pay attention to formatting here. Let's mark this suicide note. And I wonder if there's any... We should always be looking for telltale misspellings or oddities that we might find. I just noted the commas without spaces, but I don't know. It's not a common thing in his other writings, so in fact, it is a little odd. Any other misspellings or odd wording? We see use a double hyphen, an EM dash, I suppose you would say. I just noticed these the only thing that jumps out are the commas. I don't see any misspelled words. A little reference about false gods. That's a little glaring. And if we look at this note, I see a comma with no spaces around it. That's all, though. Do you think I'm reading too much into it with this comma with no spaces? Is that just when you see other letters written by other people, see if you notice that pattern. Like here's a letter written by someone. There's always a space after the commas. So it's not like it's everywhere. All right, let's continue. In fact, look, he does it up here too. Look at this. When he writes the date, no comma. I find that very suspicious. But I'm open to being told I'm just reading something into it. And do we have anything else of Millard Bregg's? I wonder if we might keep our eye open for any statement from him. Here's a statement of Millard Bregg's, but he didn't type it up. However, we could read his statement to see if there's any odd way he's phrasing anything. I'd love to find a misspelling in this suicide note that we could track down, but I don't see any. Okay. Let's continue. Miss something, let me have the carbon transcript. I don't have to tell you of her reputation for getting down every word, including her own. Transcript of meeting in the Commissioner's office. Miss McPhee. All right, Captain Sean and Detective LaRue, the Commissioner is ready. Commissioner, sit down, Jim, LaRue, and cool off, Jim. Sean says, I'm fed up with this goddamn business, Commissioner. This LaRue's gone slap happy. Makes like he's the only one who knows what's going on the whole damn force, he's the only one. LaRue says, Mr. Commissioner, is this what they call ex parte, or do I said this was informal, LaRue. Of course, if you'd prefer formal charges on a trial. I've got 2 women on my neck, 2 women, on account of his pipe dream about murder. Houston killed himself. It was suicide cold turkey. I knew it was. The medical examiner said it couldn't be anything else. But this guy... Aside from the autopsy findings, Jim, in your own mind, is there the slightest doubt about... Nobody could have been in that room. Nobody but him. LaRue says, so a murderer goes loose. A murderer walks the streets because Captain Sean can't figure out what the facts mean. Commissioner says, LaRue, I've got to warn you again. That kind of talk isn't going to do you any good. Sean says, these are the facts. There's a room 9 feet off the ground. And there's a window. Nobody could... Miss McPhee says, 9 feet off the ground? Sean says, all right, Maggie, 9 floors. And the door's locked on the inside. And the guy's lying dead in the chair. And the gun's lying on the floor close by. Shot himself twice. First in the gut, then in the head. LaRue says, so that was twice he managed it with no powder stains. Sean says, Any evidence, LaRue, about anybody else being there? LaRue says, what about the box of teacups, Captain, in Annette's bedroom, with just one missing? Sean says, she says she doesn't know anything about any teacups. And of course you take her story. A little larceny might have helped, LaRue, if you'd stolen those cups you say were there. Anyway, what's it prove? Even if she had them, it doesn't put her in the locked room. Commissioner says, whatever he claims he found, he'd no right searching a room. That kind of evidence in court wouldn't be worth 2 straws. Sean says, we sent him word to lay off. Official orders. So he barges into their apartment, violating rights of ordinary citizens. I don't have to tell you, Commissioner. I'm fully aware, Jim, that's a serious break of discipline. Our precinct covers a lot more than Central Park South. You know that as well as I. We're sitting right in the middle of Hell's Kitchen. I got a lot more to do than worry about a jerk like this. Commissioner, I can't stand on formality. This goddamn... Skip that one, Maggie. Jim? Mr. Commissioner, what do I write when Captain Sean uses language like that? Ah, relax, Maggie. You've been a police stenographer long enough. Commissioner says, LaRue, what's the excuse? What excuse have you for that Rover boy escapade barging into that apartment? I knew it wasn't any suicide. You knew? What the hell? Commissioner says, hold it. You read the medical examiner findings, LaRue? I did. And you know more than Dr. Joseph? Listen, Mr. Commissioner, since you put it that way, sure, I know more than he does. It was my job. I was carrying the case. I was digging into it. Sean says, Commissioner, we've got a large chunk of this city to take care of. I haven't any time to be knocking myself out trying to handle guys who won't listen. I've been on this force longer than either of you put together, begging your pardon. If guys are gonna off on their own hook, we're up the proverbial creek. Commissioner says, LaRue, if you still believed it was murder, you had proper departmental channels. LaRue says, I understand the meaning of justice more than I do protocol and orders. What the devil is protocol? What the hell is... Never mind the profanity, Maggie. Miss McPhee jumps in. If Captain Sean really wants to know, protocol means a certain order of doing things established by routine. Sean says, well, what's wrong with that? Where would this department be if we didn't have that? This is the most law-abiding town in the whole goddamn world per capita. Why? Because of this police force. Because we run it like an army. Because we've got know-how. Jim, will you cool off? Our office is stringing along with you. You know that. If I have to bring charges, then LaRue says, then why the farce of this so-called hearing, Commissioner, if it's all decided in advance? Commissioner says, you knew it wasn't murder, LaRue. You knew it couldn't be. We haven't any room for one-man hero acts. LaRue says, what's so sacred about these people, Commissioner? I'm a cop. I had reason to think there was evidence of a high crime. The high crime of murder in that room. That's why I went in there. If I saw men killed in cold blood in front of my eyes, I'd know it was murder no matter how many medical examiners turned in dim-wit reports. What you're telling him is you're above the law. LaRue says, I'm above stupid findings of stupid officials. That's right, Captain. I was on that case and I was close to the truth, only I was pulled off and dragged down here. What about that gun his widow says he usually kept in his office? What about the lock on the bedroom? Why? Why any lock if... You should have learned by now. Joes who knock themselves off get sort of erratic beforehand. Something in here, something in the head, something snaps. That's practical criminology. Yeah, thanks. You got it all ticketed, all tied up pretty. But you're letting a killer go free to do it again. Don't you understand that? Somebody else who's living now is going to be dead. Because this killer's smart. This baby's smarter than a lot of stupid... Let him go, Commissioner. Let him go. He's hanging himself. Commissioner, it couldn't be suicide. That's the point. Not with the gun fired from maybe 2.5 feet or more. Not with the way the gun lay on the floor. Not with the way he was reading in the chair. Maybe a pigeon busted in there and killed him. Or maybe you think we pulled out because somebody brought us out. Why, you goddamn... You brought it up, Captain. That's what they say, all right. They're saying you just can't put $1 million in jail. I don't have to listen to that kind of eyewash, LaRue. I'm not going to have any further... I beg your pardon, Commissioner. I'm just telling Captain Sean what's being said. He'll grab hold of anything, Commissioner. Well, LaRue, let me ask you one question. Can you figure any possible way a human being got into that room, committed that murder, and got out without even disturbing the dust on the railings at those windows? LaRue says, not at the present moment, but I could have found it. You think you're smarter than I am, LaRue? LaRue says, I'd like to ask Captain Sean a question. I'd like to ask him just what he thinks happened in that room. Did the guy take up the book and start reading and it nauseated him so he shot himself in the pit of the stomach? I don't give a goddamn what he did with the book. He was alone in a room with a gun. The gun went off twice. He was found dead. Physically, nobody else could have been in that room. That's suicide. I'm not going to lose sleep building any damn theories. And powder marks? No, we know that. We know people ordinarily commit suicide holding the gun so far away that nothing happens ordinarily. You got a lot of things to learn, LaRue. Sure, I got plenty to learn, but not from Captain Sean or his methods. Commissioner, this is all useless. You have to listen to me. Commissioner says, now you listen instead, LaRue. I've had enough of this. You're as insubordinate as any detective I've ever seen. I'm not taking one more minute of it. You're washed up. You're all washed up in this department. You're being shipped to Staten Island as quick as I can make out the blanks, and you can rot away over there for all I... You're not shipping me anywhere, Commissioner. My resignation's all drawn up already. I'm getting out and quick. I'm quitting clean this minute. Get out, LaRue. Get out of this room before... Sure, Commissioner. You're letting a clever murderer walk the streets. You're giving him a police permit to murder again. Any day he damn well feels like. Nobody can stop the bright-eyed boy from shooting off his mouth. You can't stop me getting the facts. You can't stop me. And the Commissioner says, okay, Maggie, that's all. That was a rough meeting. Yikes. He just resigned. He's a little, got some rough edges, this LaRue. He doesn't know how to play politics. All right. I think we've gotten to an interesting point. Like, we're at the halfway point. He just resigned. And now now we're on a page that says, Mr. Commissioner, the following reports, the entire last half of this folder, in fact, are largely the result of my own private detective activities carried on without the benefit of badge. Landing the night guard job out in Long Island City was a break. It left me my days free for investigation. And in the front office, fortunately, was the electric typewriter on which many of these reports were written between my rounds at the ironworks. So it's interesting. This book is divided in half. The first half was police reports. And now he resigned, but carried on investigating this case on his own time. And he's saying the second half of this folder is going to be his notes. So here we go. That's what he's doing. He's collected some newspaper clippings. New York cop hunting homicide gets the old heave-ho by Ralph Raymond. The night was warm and sluggish. Lots of towering apartment houses along Central Park South gleamed silent and fuzzy through a thin veil of Manhattan mist. For New York, it was a quiet evening in autumn. But in one of those lavish apartments high above city streets, all was not so peaceful. In his private study, silver-haired Carl Houston was giving an old-fashioned tongue-lashing to his daughter, Annette, darling of New York cafe society. I've taken too much from you already, he declared. I'm not going to let you marry a man who will take your money and wreck your happiness. Only an hour before, during the height of a cocktail party in the Houston apartment, he had learned for the first time of his daughter's plan to marry Bobo DeWoot, also well known in New York society circles. Recalling the fact that Bobo had been rumored engaged to several society fillies, all with sizable fortunes attached, Houston denounced the youth as a renegade fortune hunter, witnesses later told police. I've seen too many of these callow-checked fakers, the red-faced broker cried out. You will never get 1 cent of her money as long as I live. Miss Mary Bjornensson, maid at the Houston apartment, later told police that her employer seemed to lose his head. Them guests couldn't help but hurt him, she stated. The guests had heard, and afterwards they were able to assist police in piecing together fragments of the quarrel. One of the guests, Samuel Nissen, former track star at Yale and holder of the intercollegiate high jump record, interesting, stated that Houston declared he had never heard such rage before in Houston's voice. Nevertheless, half an hour later, after Bobo had left the apartment and Houston rejoined his guests, he appeared completely calm. The quarrel between father and daughter was renewed, however, after the guests went home. For his relentless will, Houston told her he would blot her out of his life if she married DeWoot. Is this the second quarrel that the downstairs neighbors were telling us about? As their words grew more bitter, Miss Houston broke into the room and tried to smooth things over between her husband and daughter. But Houston was in no mood for listening. He told her, I run this household and I've made up my mind. A moment later, he strode angrily out of the room and up the long hallway to his own bedroom in the front of the apartment. They heard the door slam and the lock which he had recently attached in the middle of the door click into place. Such was the prologue to death. Walk into a scene of horror. At the West 54th Street station, Detective Michael LaRue was playing gin rummy when the word came in that wealthy Wall Streeter Carl Houston had been found shot to death in his bedroom. Ranking detective on duty at that early hour in the morning, LaRue found himself with the hot potato assignment of investigating this report of homicide in high society. Racing with him to the scene were several squad cars of the department's crack homicide technicians. The scene into which they walked was one of silk and satin horror. Carl Houston sat as his wife and daughter found him, half propped up in his leather lounge chair, in his silken purple and white pajamas, his face contorted in pain, his eyes glazed, blood splattered his face and clothes and the pages of the book he had been reading, one arm extended over the arm of the chair by the reading table. On the floor lay the automatic and some bits of white broken glass. Sobs of the dead man's widow filled the apartment. He's killed himself, she cried over and over. He's killed himself. Under LaRue's barrage of questions, both mother and daughter told simple, direct stories. They had heard shots in Houston's room, had found the door locked and called the building superintendent, Peter Carney, who smashed in the door. When the building superintendent saw the lifeless body in the chair, he pushed them back. Don't touch anything, he warned. I'm calling the police. From the outset, LaRue, one of the department's bright young men, a law school graduate who served in Army counterintelligence during the war, regarded the case as a golden opportunity to prove his detective abilities. Immediately after surveying the scene, he reportedly told Carney Houston didn't shoot himself, somebody else had to fire that gun. Unfortunately for Rash LaRue, as older detectives dubbed him, the top brass at the department didn't agree, and step by step the evidence bore out the suicide theory. Experts who examined the door declared that no one could have come in or out of the room once the lock on the inside had been set into place. Detectives, in addition, questioned occupants of the apartment above and below that of the Houstons, as well as windows and easements and the roof of the building, 2 floors above, the roof of the building 2 floors above. The evidence established conclusively that no one could have gained entrance to the room through those windows from any other windows in the building or from the roof. Police ballistics, meanwhile, established beyond question that the death bullets had been fired from the gun on the floor, which had belonged to Houston himself. In addition to typewritten note was found in Houston's office, which police said clearly indicated that he had been thinking of taking his own life. What use is there in a world where one has everything one wants and nothing, the note declared. In spite of these findings, LaRue continued doggedly his investigation into the homicide angle, with Mrs. Houston and her blonde daughter as chief suspects. I thought her daughter was a redhead. Strongest points in LaRue's murder thesis lay in 2 divergent clues. One was the distance the gun was held from the victim when fired. Lack of powder marks on the victim would indicate a distance from 2 feet at a minimum. How, demanded LaRue, could Houston shoot himself at that distance? Did Houston hold the weapon at arm's length to fire? Police officialdom answered. A minor technical point which might have any of several dozen answers. Second clue was even more startling, verging on the macabre. These were the tiny fragments of white glass found on the rug. Pieced together, these fragments turned out to be a miniature china teacup. Both mother and daughter denied ever seeing such a teacup in the apartment. Interesting. Only a few days after the body had been found, Sleuth LaRue's homicide thesis revealed two final mortal blows. First, the report of medical examiner Joseph declared the death almost certainly the result of self-inflicted wounds. Second, on the advice of Captain James A. Shawn of the 18th Precinct, Lieutenant M.B. Muldoon of the 18th Detective Squad ordered LaRue to call off the dogs, to cease hounding the Houstons. The case was closed. Hunts for clue in boudoir. LaRue, however, was not ready to quit even then. He had a desperate idea. Consulting no one, he decided to pay another visit to the Houston apartment at a time when he was certain mother and daughter would be out. The maid opened the door and LaRue pushed past her into the apartment. Unable to prevent his entry, she led him into the living room. Half an hour later, when Annette Houston returned, she discovered LaRue searching through her own bureau, apparently hunting for some clue which would prove the case homicide. She let out a cry of fright and LaRue stood up. We're investigating a murder, he told her, and we intend to keep on until we find out who's responsible. LaRue claimed he had uncovered highly important evidence but refused to disclose its nature to reporters. Higher officials, however, branded his claims as slanderous, unverified nonsense. The following morning, both Miss Houston and her glamorous daughter made a vigorous protest to Captain Shawn. A day later, on November 9th, following a stormy scene in the Commissioner's office, Detective LaRue tossed in his resignation. Following his resignation, LaRue issued a blistering statement. Houston could not have shot himself. He was reading a book in a chair. It is preposterous to believe that he stopped in the midst of his reading, picked up a gun, and shot himself. I have witnessed violent death often in the war. No spasmic action would have enabled him to fire 2 bullets into his own body, one through the temple, and afterwards throw the gun several feet away. This becomes even more fantastic when one realizes that he would have had to do this while the book still remained on his lap. And what about the unanswered questions? Why, for instance, did he have the special lock on his door? When I went into Miss Houston's room that day, I was seeking evidence in a case I was convinced had to be murder. I did find important evidence, but no attention whatever was paid to it in official circles. Miss Houston, for her part, shrugged it off by saying she didn't know what it was all about. It was her word against mine. My superiors evidently believed her. Counterblast from debutante heiress. Red-headed playgirl Annette Houston is not the kind to let such comments from a policeman go unchallenged. In her counterblast, issued to the press through Samuel Neeson, one of her father's aides in the business firm, she declared, I'm afraid it was a case of a man dazzled by a chance to mingle with people above him, with people who live a kind of life he couldn't understand. I think that's why he wanted to destroy us, me in particular. I have no explanation for what happened. I don't know why my father did what he did. I don't know why he put that lock on the door. I think it was because he thought it would make him safe. My father was a man of strong mind and passions. He had many friends and many enemies. There were times when he and I disagreed violently, but in spite of everything, I loved my father deeply. Detective LaRue has since faded from his brief moment of limelight. He is now employed as a part-time night watchman in an iron foundry in Long Island City. Annette, however, has dropped into no such obscurity. There was a brief front-page flurry a few weeks ago when she announced that her marriage to Bobo DeWoot is definitely off. I've no further plans for marriage at this time, she informed newsmen at the Stork. I'm playing the field. Apparently, she means to carry out this promise with a vengeance. Nightclub columnists report her doings frequently at such meccas as the Stork, the El Morocco, the Casbah, and all the other million-dollar joints of New York's nightlife. But there are those who ask whether all the answers are in. Why, for instance, did Houston pick that particular moment to take his own life under those particular conditions, with the door locked, the windows open, the book on his lap? And what was the meaning of those fragments of a little girl's teacup scattered across the rug in a room of death? February 5th, So this is October, November, December, January, 5 months later. They damn well weren't. Whether all the answers are in, he's right. They damn well weren't. And my part-time job at the ironworks left me plenty of spare time to put into hunting them down. Okay, so he's continuing writing to the commissioner. I didn't quit, Mr. Commissioner. I kept on in every spare moment, days and nights when I wasn't on duty at the plant in Long Island City. I include at this point certain exhibits obtained through these efforts. Dates on these exhibits vary, but since all were obtained in this phase of the investigation, they belong here. Those from police records were secured through former associates whose names I must hold in confidence. Full significance of these incidents was not grasped completely until later, particularly with regard to the reports on the usual occurrence and the lamp outage. It's interesting how they're framed. He's like writing up this case after some important stuff has happened. So when he writes his commentary, he knows stuff that we don't yet know. Okay, but here's a lamp outage. Location of the lamp. Lamppost number 5. Time it went out, they don't know. Time it was relit, 5:03 a.m. There was a broken globe, a street light. Edison truck in Parched reached post number 5, northeast tip of Lower Lake in Park about dawn and made repairs. Outage discovered by me on rounds at 2:06 a.m. May have been boys tossing stones earlier. So I guess it's, note the date, September 28th. I don't get it. Why is that date important? It's not the date of the murder. It's a week before the murder. Note the date, September 28th. Maybe it's going to be clear to us later. Okay, a week before the murder, lamp outage, broken globe. Okay, fine. All right. Now we're continuing. Name of complainant Agnes Schmidt from the Bronx. She says, southwest tip, Central Park Lower Lake, near Avenue of the American Entrance. Teenage hoodlums, probable hoodlums. Arrest made no. Agnes Schmidt. Okay, so Agnes Schmidt is observing something on October 4th, day before death, at midnight. Complainant reports hearing explosion while walking west on 59th Street on a park side near 5th Avenue. States it sounded first like a big splash in the lake. Realized it was too loud, more like a blast. Complainant rushed into the park, unable to find any damage, but recalls seeing shadowy figures like a gang of boys running from the scene. Calls received at precinct house asking for information on the explosion. No actual physical evidence of explosion. Doormen at several Central Park South apartment houses say they heard it too, but think it was later between 11:42 to 12:35. Investigation continues. That's weird. So they see a little explosion, maybe a splash in the lake. They're not sure. They think it's between midnight. Is it October 4th? Is that the date when all this happened? Or is October 5th the day when the guy's killed? I see. So our death happens at midnight on the night of the 4th, as it changes from the 4th to the 5th. And this report is on the 4th, approaching midnight. So is this people hearing from outside the two shots? They don't see any damage in the park. They see some figures running. I think it was somewhere between 11:42 and 12:35. So is this them just hearing the shots from from that apartment? Or are they hearing something else fall to the ground? And what does this have to do with this? Because this is previous month. So I don't get it. Note the date. All right, maybe that'll make sense to us later. I'm going to make a mark here because we don't understand what this has to do with anything. And this sounds like just people hearing the shots. All right, here's another news clipping. Voice of the people. What price justice? Manhattan, don't you know nothing about things in this city? Don't your man look up real truth? Anyone know Carl Houston not kill himself? I say police get taken for a ride. This justice? Ha ha. A Rudolph. So someone's just writing into the paper in broken English. Is this Reggio? Reggio was the one who doesn't speak good English. What is he saying? Okay. Exhibit D from Walter Winchell's broadcast. This guy, this detective, is very interested in what the press have to say about this. Jonathan says, should we note the locations she was walking? I mean, in this report, okay, she was walking west on 59th Street on Park near 5th Avenue. I mean, it sounds like she's right outside their apartment, right below their apartment. Because 59th Street is this street here. Oops. 59th is this street here. The street that their apartment is off. Okay, so it says she's walking west on 59th on the Park side near 5th Avenue. So she's right here. So she's walking this way. So she's right basically under their apartment is how I read it. So I think she's just hearing the sounds of the shots, or she's hearing something fall. It sounded first like a big splash in the lake, but I realized it was too loud, more like a blast. She rushes in the park. She can't find any damage. She sees some figures, like a gang of boys running from the scene. They don't find any evidence of explosion. Doormans nearby say they heard it too, but they think it was later between 11:42 and 12:32. So either she's hearing some splash in the pond. There's a pond here. I wonder if someone jumped into the pond. Is that what it is? Did someone jump from his window into the pond? Interesting possibility. But yeah, she's walking right underneath their window is basically what it is. She thinks she hears it from the park. All right, Exhibit D from Walter Winchell's broadcast on February 26. Philadelphia, Lulu Foy of the mainline Foys eloped yesterday to Maryland with tennis star Vern Vernon, married in Elkton by the Justice of the Peace. Washington, President Truman is planning a brief vacation aboard presidential yacht as soon as an international headaches and labor disputes cool off. New York, J. Edgar Hoover's men are keeping a quiet watch on New York night spots, hoping to pick up a lead in Boston's $1 million robbery. No immediate break is expected. And now, To beat the hand around the clock to the New York Mirror City desk is lovely Annette Houston, only cherub of the late Wall Street broker Carl Houston, living in day and night terror for her own safety since her father was found shot to death. Cops called it suicide, but now the very hoity-toity Annette is talking about getting herself a bodyguard. Why not that detective who had to, quote, resign, unquote, because he called it murder in the first place? Okay, so Annette's getting a bodyguard. She's fear for her life. We're going to learn about that later. And then there's another little side to the Miami Herald. Didn't John Wood, Texas scion, visiting your city, drop $30,000 last Wednesday when somebody dealt him them old Mississippi hard hand in a bridge game at the oh-so exclusive... John said, could it be related to the weird noise the downstairs neighbors heard? They didn't hear explosion and splash. They heard vacuum cleaner, but yeah, what would the vacuum cleaner then be? I wonder if someone could have jumped from that window to the pond, though. But then why would you hear the vacuum cleaner is before the shot. Someone could have been hiding in his office in the fireplace, came out, but then he'd have to jump out the window. All right. I'm not sure yet. I need more evidence. Excerpts from my report on encounter with Reggio written down immediately afterwards. I began moving in, digging deeper, Mr. Commissioner, but on my own, outside the law, so to speak. Okay, so he's our guy is trying to meet with Reggio unofficially. The garage sits over at 654 East 63rd Street, right off First Avenue. Okay, let's find this. So it's all way on the east side. 63rd Street on First Avenue. So right here. That's the garage where Reggio works. Okay, not that it's important, but just to give us flavor. Big dark building, 4 stories high, with ramp curling up the center. At the side of the driveway where the cars go in, there's a small office. It was after midnight and cold. I'd come straight over from Long Island City after my shift at the plant. I stopped in the little office, a drafty, filthy room with old calendars on the walls and an old-fashioned roll-top desk piled with clutter of bills and advertisements. No one was there. I pushed through the inner door into the garage itself. It was half dark inside, just one electric light bulb throwing crazy shadows on the cars. I thought I heard some kind of banging somewhere, but I couldn't see anybody. Then I noticed a half-open doorway in one corner. It led down to the basement. There was a light gleaming up. I started down the stairs. The place was a mess, an indoor junk pile of every conceivable type of article. Battered chairs and sofas, old crates, wires, automobile batteries, and busted radio tubes. Bicycle pumps and inner spring mattresses. It was piled up every which way as if someone just dumped the stuff in there. There seemed to be a path leading through that junk, a kind of narrow trail that wound up at a closed door on the other side of the basement. I headed for that door and I went slow. Even at that, I tripped over a coil of wire and knocked down a tin pail. It made a hollow clatter as it hit the cement floor. About 5 seconds later, I heard what sounded like a footstep. Then, before I could turn full around, somebody switched out the lights. I didn't move or call out. I wasn't going to give him a target of sound to fire at in the darkness. Yikes. Then I heard a man's voice. It came from about 10 feet away, and it had a foreign accent. The voice said, "So you try it again, huh? Like the other night. Just like the night he stopped. Just like that night he died," I finished in my mind. I started edging towards the door. He said, Don't move or I shoot. You got no right here. Once is enough. You hear? You understand?" I said, "I'm Mike LaRue, Reggio, a detective, remember? The Carl Houston case. You must have read about it." Then he turned on the lights. He stood there, peering up into my face and holding a gun not 3 feet away. He was a grizzled, unshaven, swarthy Italian, with beady eyes and heavy black eyebrows. He was wearing a pair of frayed blue overalls, splotched with oil and grease. Luckily, he recognized me. He said, "Detective, sure. I see your picture in the paper. When they fire you, huh?" A short grin was on his lips. "What you want now? You got enough trouble already? You want to make more? You want to make more?" I told him to put the gun away. I said I knew Carl Houston was murdered. I said, "I think you know it too, Reggio." He was still holding the gun. "Why you come?" he asked. "What you want here?" I tell the detective everything. He asked many questions. I said, "Didn't check up too close on you, did he, Reggio?" I could see that scared him, so I figured he wouldn't be smart enough to throw me out, and I was right. I said, "I got a few questions of my own." But he dodged the answers. He was pretty shifty. Sure he knew Mr. Braggs. Sure he knew Mr. Nissen. Sure they come to his class sometimes last year. Sure he put the lock on Houston's door. Sure he didn't know why. I couldn't break through his defense of shrugs and half answers until I mentioned Annette. I saw him stiffen. "She's a sweet girl. She not murder, not like you say, huh?" He took a step toward me. "Leave her alone, you hear? Leave her alone." Why did she mean so much to him? A girl he said he knew only as part of a family he worked for occasionally, doing odd jobs. There was something here in his words, in his voice. Then it was gone. He said sharply, "You break in here. Why? Steal, maybe?" I laughed. "Steal? This junk? What kind of place is it anyway?" He said something that means somebody else was down here. "Once is enough," he said. "Who came before, and when? Was it the night?" I let it go there and waited. He shrugged. "Plenty good junk. People tried to steal, huh? Maybe once, twice before." "A workshop the place used to be," he told me finally, "where he taught people how to make things with their hands." "What kind of things?" He shrugged. "Just use tools, make small things, you know. Mr. Houston, he like it sometimes to send me friends. He send me..." He stopped. "Who?" I prompted. "Who did Mr. Houston send?" Very slowly he said, "Mr. Neeson? Mr. Sam Neeson. Big shot, huh? But I teach him right here, I teach." He smiled. "We make little things, model things. We learn to wire and the modeling." He took a step towards me. "You want to see? You come to see this place, huh? You think I got something bad, huh? Show you." He took a step forward and opened the door on the far side, the one I had been trying to reach. It was dark inside. Completely dark. A gummy smell came out at me, a smell like nail polish. I took a step forward, but he put out a hand to hold me back. "Stand there," he said. "You can see, so?" He reached out and pressed the switch, and suddenly the light came. Not from the ceiling, but from the floor. And not a single light, but 100 or more tiny lights. They seemed to grow brighter, and as they did, I realized that I was looking down at a city. An exact, detailed model of Manhattan sprawled out before me. An amazingly realistic model. All the streets laid out, all the buildings carefully modeled and pieced together. The elevated, the docks, even the ships in the harbor. The walls of this room were a deep gray, shadowy, like sky in late twilight. Off in one corner on one side was a necklace of lights, which was the George Washington Bridge. And on the other side, the Brooklyn and Williamsburg, and the other bridges which span the East River. Behind me, I could hear Reggio's voice. "It's a beautiful city, no? See Times Square, all lights, and the little lights of Central Park, and there, right there, the little cars on the Hudson Parkway." It was quite a sight, this toy city with its 1,000 lights. Reggio bent over and picked up something, held it out to me. It was one of the figures off the street, the tiny figure of a man, barely 1/8 of an inch high. "Porcelain," Reggio say. He made of porcelain. Nice, huh?" He was absorbed in the little figure, handling it gently. I said, "Reggio, why did you write that letter?" His swarthy face went livid. "What letter you talk about, huh?" I said, "The letter you signed A. Rudolfo in the news." He dropped the porcelain figure on the floor. His voice was shrill and the accent much more noticeable. "I know right. You no can prove I sign. I've got the proof in my pocket, I said quietly, right here. What I want to know is why. Why did you write it? No doubt about it, he was badly scared. Maybe danger, maybe more trouble, but I say nothing, you understand? I no write letter. Don't you say I write. Please, my wife, my bambino, He was gesticulating with the gun, and suddenly it gave him courage. He screamed at me, get out, or I shoot. I call cops, get out. The funny thing was, he could call the cops. Sean would have loved it. I got out. I wasn't pulling any bluff in my interview with Reggio. I'd spotted the coincidence that the initials of Mr. A. Radulfo, who signed that letter in the news, were the initials of Antonio Reggio. With the help of a couple of friends on the force, I dug up some interesting information. I'd have had it weeks sooner if I hadn't been pulled off the case, just as Reggio's importance was beginning to emerge. Anyway, when I talked to him, I had these two interesting documents in my pocket. Okay, so he's got a criminal person card that's saying that Antonio Rodolfo, who's got some aliases, A. Rudolph, A. Ruggio, Ricardo, who lives on 48th Street, since moved, believed to be out of the district, no record, criminal specialty stolen cars. Okay, and here's the overside of that card as a picture of him. It's from Napoli in Italy. He's a mechanic, ambidextrous, sear on the right wrist. He's got a chauffeur license. Highly skilled mechanic and radio repair person, sentenced at New York Central in 35, 6 months suspended, and 18 months for larceny, auto larceny, stealing cars. But he wrote a letter to the paper saying it's obvious that the guy was murdered, so he's not going to be the murderer. And here's his criminal record. This man twice convicted on larceny and conspiracy to commit larceny on several counts. Suspended sentence 1936, General Sessions 18 months on grand larceny of autos in New York. Rodolfo, clever at mechanical work and works with gang, removing identifying numbers from stolen autos, also suspected of stealing parts. No record of trouble or additional arrests since his release from Sing Sing in 1940, believed to be working somewhere in the city. Okay. I don't see yet why we care so much about him. There are two items detailed me to make another try at Annette Houston. Maybe she was too scared to talk. So now we're in May. There's a newspaper article. Statement that the joints are run honest seems slightly out of joint. Ouch. Heartthrob of that brawl at M. Marie's village door the other night. It's a famous bar and music place where Bob Dylan played. The other night was Annette Houston, society gadabout, who tossed a champagne bottle before manager Levinson smoothed it all over with only a couple of broken mirrors. Said Annette later at El Chico, can't a girl have a laugh? Since her father's tragic suicide some months back, Anne has really gone berserk. People are asking, when does she fall down and go boom? New show at the China Doll. Okay, so Annette is kind of going wild. Report of telephone call to Mr. LaRue. The night of May 11th, 1950, I had a phone call at my apartment downtown just before I was to leave for the plant out in Long Island. It was a man. It sounded like a drunken voice. At first, it made no sense. A lot of words tossed in with no apparent meaning. I was sure I knew the voice, but I couldn't place it. I asked who it was, but he just laughed. You can do it, see? The voice said, easy, easy, see? Anybody do it. Just gotta know how, understand? Can't kill a man, don't know how. Get what I mean? I asked him again who it was. Maybe Houston, huh? Maybe ghost of Mr. Houston. Then he said, Mike, she's in trouble. Annette in trouble. Danger, understand? Tonight, tomorrow night. Any night, Mike. She won't find out how it happened, Mike. Can't she see what they do if she... Mike... That's when it broke off. There was a click at the other end of the phone. That's weird. Note in regarding an interview with Annette Houston on May 11th. So he's tracked down Annette. He's going to talk to her. Finding her wasn't too rough. The nightclub belt isn't wide. About 11 that night I located her with a crowd of hangers-on in the South Seas Club over on West 52nd, just off 6th, drinking at the bar. I didn't want to talk with her there. Charlie Biff, who runs the place, didn't want me either. Scared of trouble. So he told me to wait in his office and said he'd try to get her in to see me there. Charlie's a guy who likes doing a cheap favor even for an ex-cop. Charlie's office upstairs is modernistic, with all the usual trimmings, gray carpet and fluorescent lighting that gives out with a weird pinkish hue. On his desk was one of those sound scribers he uses to dictate letters. I stood there in the office waiting for her ladyship to come in. If she was scared or guilty, she'd come. I recalled how she had repudiated the first statement she gave us. She lied about the little china cups. There was a chance that drunk on the phone was a plant. Maybe I was getting too close for comfort. I heard heels clicking in the halls outside. I reached out and turned the switch on the sound machine. Oh, he's going to record this. Here's his note of the transcript. Big Secretary Miss Angela Orwick transcribed the following from the recorder the morning after the interview at the South Seas Club. Okay. Hello, Miss Houston. Sherlock himself. Sit down, Miss Houston. Sorry if I go between Houston and Houston. She says, all right, Mr. Holmes. You have a light? Speeches here were jumbled. Still the sarcastic little bitch. Oh, this must be her saying. Still the sarcastic little bitch. Why don't you say it? Sarcastic little bitch who you think, I think what? Murdered her father. Or it could be covering somebody who did. And some words are lost. I've been reading about you, Annette. Cafe Society's enfant terrible. Couldn't be you're in trouble. Worried? I don't give a damn personally. You're so right, Sherlock. Friends outside. I see no reason I have to stay here and listen to... Plenty of reason, Miss Houston. I'm not working as a policeman anymore, but I haven't quit the case of your father's murder. Of course, I know. You did honor me with another of your uninvited searches through my things, didn't you? The other night, when no one was home, I mean. Where'd you rustle up the passkey, Sherlock? And he says, passkey? Someone broke in? Just for laughs. What were you hoping to find this time? Cyanide in the sachet? Let's play grown-up, Annette. I got burned once up there. Think I'd be fool enough to go back? Then there's some jumbled words. She says, wouldn't know. It seemed illogical. Did you make any report? Notify authorities? Why? Nothing was taken. We're tired of police, of questions, of badgering. Sure, what's one burglary attempt, more or less? I thought it was you, Sherlock. I really thought. Annette, someone called me last night. Your private life must be fascinating, but I don't quite... It was a warning. You should be more careful. The very thought that anything might happen to LaRue the Great. Not me, Annette. You. You're in danger. Or somebody seems to think so. And I'd like to know who and why. And you're relaying this warning? How gracious. You're a clever girl, Annette. I don't know what you're hiding. Or whom. Meaning Bobo? Bobo has an alibi. He was at his home. He has witnesses. Murder still requires that the perpetrator be at the crime scene. Oh, like me. We're all alone here, Sherlock. Why, I might even confess, and no one... That would have its amusement. You've been frightened since the first time I saw you. And you are now, but this time I think it's more than... Words are lost. You're such a gentleman, old school type, or do I mean... tie. I don't know what that means. Such a something, words lost. You persist in plaguing me. It's done with. Don't you realize? Why should you care about me and about us? Whoever called was warning me something might happen to you. That was how it sounded, like you're in danger. Now there's this story about some intruder, and there's more you know or suspect. Annette, help yourself, help me. As long as we... You're right, of course. I'm frightened all the time. Every minute of my life. Of whom? Have you any... I don't know. I don't know who it is. You won't talk to the police? I don't want to find out. Don't you see? Let things go. Nothing will happen. Not unless you stir up more of it. More death, Sherlock. Then you admit you believe your father was... You came here to warn me, all right. Thanks. Thanks for the tip. Now, if you don't object, I'll... We call this the brush-off, I presume. I hate to see even a fool get smashed up. Oh, I think this might be him saying this again. I hate to see even a fool get smashed up. These people aren't playing children's games. Do you understand? What people? Who is the man who called? I can't tell. Maybe this is him talking. What people? Who is the man who called? You talk as if you know a great deal. You sound as if you're keeping a lot of information. Keep out of it. Keep away. It was suicide. It was called suicide. Let it go that way. Something happened in the last 24 hours. You know damn well it did. You're terrified. When I mentioned that warning, I saw any girl would be scared. Not you, Annette. Not Annette Houston. For God's sake, trust me, Annette. Don't you understand? It's not a game. It's a matter of maybe your life or somebody else's. I've got no one, Sherlock. No one. Yeah, no one else, you mean. No one but me. All right, Sherlock, you win. This morning, here. Morning mail. Kind of mash note in reverse, Sherlock. A mash note in reverse. A mash note is when you have a crush on someone. I don't know what the acronym is for, but it's when you confess your love for someone or something. Oh, look what she got. A little threatening note. It says, Annette, this note must be entre nous, really. You would be a fool to stay in town. You might even die in the summer heat. Nobody will get hurt if you will just leave well enough alone. Don't go poking your pretty nose into dark corners. Let the dead stay dead. This is just a friendly hint. And don't run to the police. Don't show them this note. Interesting. Cut out from newspaper clippings so it can't be traced to anything. It's a crude but clever job. I checked for fingerprints, drew a blank. The paper is a cheap variety available at thousands of dime stores and stationers. Words of the message formed by cut-out letters from New York newspapers. No help there. As for the envelope, little Annette said she'd thrown it away. Mr. Commissioner, after she showed me that letter, Annette Houston's whole tone, her whole attitude toward me seemed to change. She didn't want to go back to the others. Would I escort her home? So he finally broke her down. She confessed she's scared. On the way, she said she wanted to engage my services to hunt this thing down. I told her I had no license as a private detective. I told her I was trying to get to the truth to clear my own record. That was my main point. But what I was doing might have vital meaning for her, too. She'd been wrong about this thing, she said. She wanted me on her side. She wanted to help me get the facts. When we got back to her place, she made me come upstairs a moment, in spite of the hour, while she wrote the attached note. I know you'll still be questioning a lot of people, I know. She said, this may make it a little easier for you. And it did. So Annette Houston is writing us a note, to whom it may be of interest. I was wrong in my original attitude towards Mr. LaRue. I realize now he has only been attempting to establish the true facts in regard to my father's death. I am convinced now that this should be done. If there is any way in which you can assist him, or any facts you can give him which may help to explain what happened, I will be most grateful. No matter who may be hurt, I know now It is our duty to obtain the truth. Signed, Annette Houston. Okay. So we've won Annette Houston over. That's pretty important. And Jonathan is saying, how will the miniature city factor in? Yeah, that was a fascinating scene where's the miniature city he was building. I don't know if that's related to our case or just a very cool thematic element of telling us what this guy is really involved with. He's not a bad guy. But it did sound like someone broke in to steal some gadget or model. All right. Now, I think we'll take another 8-minute break. We'll come back. We are well past the halfway mark. We'll take an 8-minute break and we'll be back, and I'll see you then. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are about 2/3 of the way through Memo to the Commissioner. We've entered this phase 2 of the investigation where he's just decided to go off on his own. We got a couple things we didn't quite understand, like this broken lamp that happened a week before the murder. Maybe someone practicing something, I don't know. And we talked to Reggio, the garage mechanic, who's an auto thief, has a record for it, but also wrote a letter to the paper anonymously that said, can't you see the real truth? Anyone knows he didn't kill himself. Police got taken for the ride. This is justice, haha. Seems like is he teasing them that they got away with it? I don't think so. We went into his garage and he's built a whole model of Manhattan with lit up. We confronted Annette and she eventually, we convinced her that we're just trying to figure out what happened. And the note, she gives us a note that she got sent, which basically said, no one will get hurt if you just leave well enough alone. Stop poking into this. And she wrote us a note that said, try to give us help. So that's where we're at. Jonathan and I were talking about the idea that there's some contraption that's going to let him come down from the roof or whatever, go up, and whether we're going to be happy with this or not. How implausible is going to be this device? And the answer is I don't know, but you have to remember that for as long as they're building these big buildings in Manhattan, they've got people coming down from the roofs cleaning windows. So it's not a crazy idea that someone would come down from a window. It's not like that's a science fiction device. It is these devices have to exist. What the details of the device that's going to allow this person to do it, I don't know. But I'm feeling like we've got a real dearth of clues and evidence against people. It's kind of strange. I'm kind of finding this case a little strange. But let us continue here. So he's talking, this is Arlene, only 18, seems more sensitive and more honest than their older sister Julia. Prettier too. Finally allowed me to examine her diary because she'll do anything to keep Julie out of this mess. So we go, this is typical cop detective misdirection. So we go to the Lawrence house and we convince the little sister, we suspect Julia's up to no good or whatever. We convince the little sister that doesn't she want to help the cops and help her sister stay out of trouble? Give us your diary. Probably didn't even mention that he's resigned and not a cop anymore. Okay, excerpts from the diary of Arlene Lawrence, the younger sister of Julia. And Julia is the friend of Annette who seemed uncomfortably attached to Carl Houston and was feeding the father, Carl Houston, the dead man, information that was upsetting him about the person that his daughter was going to try to marry. Oh, maybe we'll see the dates line up now. Okay. September 2nd. This is Diary of Arlene Lawrence. September 2nd. Big thrill. This morning, trying on that dress at Milligram's. The black slinky one. Believe me, it sends you. Please, oh please, make Daddy let me keep it. I never can make him understand. I'm grown up enough to wear important clothes. I'm awfully worried about Julia. The way she's acting, I'm certain she's going out with someone, maybe even a married man, but she's so mysterious, like somebody on a soap opera. Arlene is 18, by the way. September 4th, I found out a perfectly terrible thing. I don't know what I should do. Julia's been going on with all this mystery and pretending to go out alone to shows and movies, but last night I found it all a sham. Roger Wendell took me out and said we should go to this cute little tea room over on 72nd near the river. When we got there, I saw somebody coming out and getting into a taxi, and it was Julia. And I knew the man she was with, too. It was Mr. Houston. Annette Houston's father, who is worth millions of dollars. Julia didn't see me. She just kept right on into the taxi, and Mr. Houston got in after her, and they drove off. I didn't say a word about it, but this morning I asked her if she'd had a nice time last night at the movies alone, where she told me she was going, and she just said, fine. Okay, so we've caught her possibly going out with the father. Scandalous. September 8th. There has been a frightful explosion in the family. I couldn't stand all this hypocrisy anymore about Julia and her strange dates, and I went to Daddy and told him and said I thought it was Mr. Houston. Daddy looked so awful when I told him, and we had it out with Julia. And she lied at first and said I was making it up, but finally she confessed it was true, and she was seeing Mr. Houston and has been, and she said it was her business and not ours. She actually admits running around with a married man and the father of her best friend. Daddy is almost sick about it. Tonight she's out again, and it's after 1 now. I feel so terrible for poor Daddy. I've cried and cried. Wow, this is an interesting plot twist. September 11th. And another thing I just can't explain. When I peeked into Julia's room today, there on the bed was a broken doll. A pile of broken pieces of a doll, and it looked as if someone had smashed it on the floor, then picked it up, all the pieces, and carefully put them there on the bed. I'm sure it's one of the dolls from Julia's collection that she's had since she was a little girl and won't let anybody touch or throw away. October 8th. It's been the most awful thing in my life, the most awful thing that could ever happen. Mr. Houston shot himself. And none of us really knows what time Julia got in, but we've all told the police we do, so there won't be any question about it. She just won't say a thing to us about it or him or anything, and she walks around like a something or female zombie, a goon or female zombie, and looks just awful. Everybody knows she was there, and it was in the papers, and I'm just ashamed to show my face anywhere because everybody asks you questions and asks like you were a famous movie star or something just because you're involved in it. Everyone says they think he shot himself, but now they're trying to find out the reason and asking everybody questions about everything we knew about him. I've got to protect Julia. October 15th. All finished, and there won't be any more investigations or questions. But it's awful now when I look at Julia and think of how she lied to them. I mean, she didn't really lie. She just held things back, but that's just as bad. I guess if you look at it in one way, it's just as bad or even worse. It's frightful living with something you have to keep locked up. June 12th, so half a year later, Julia says that the detective is still trying to stick his face into things. I'm beginning to hope he finds out something. Daddy looks perfectly awful, and Julia just mopes all the time. So is it Julia who's sending this note to her friend saying stick out of it? Keep out of it? June 18th, that detective called, and he's coming to see me here tomorrow afternoon. I'm not going to tell Julia or Daddy one word, but it's time someone in this family did something about it. So Arlene has come through and given us good information. Okay. Next page. This news story took me down to the Houston and Bregg's office to check on that estate business. Sam Nissen's secretary kept telling me he was out of town. Finally got to Bregg's, who blustered but agreed to spare me a few minutes of his precious time. Houston will cuts off Anne. Party-loving Annette Houston, dazzling queen of New York, Cafe Society, found herself out in the cold yesterday, financially speaking, with a measly $75,000 share in her late father's fortune. Carl Houston, whose suicide last fall shocked the society world from from Bar Harbor to Hobe Sound, left the bulk of his nearly $2 million estate to his widow, it has been revealed. His daughter Annette, it was learned, already has a sizable inheritance from an aunt, Sarah Houston, who passed 2 years ago in Putnam County. Houston's will, approved finally in Surrogate's Court yesterday, also names his widow, Miss Pamela Houston, as one of the executors of his fortune. Co-executor is Samuel Nissen, treasurer in the firm of Houston and Briggs. The court also announced it had appointed Annette's mother to act as guardian pro tem of the daughter's bequest from Sarah Houston until her 21st birthday. So, Houston will cuts off Anne. This is just saying what we already were told in a pretty harmless way, that he left it all to the mother because the daughter's got money, and she's glamour girl. Annette Houston gets only $75,000. There she is. So she has reason to be angry. She might even frame the mother if she doesn't care about the mother. Okay, so then he met with Briggs, and here's his notes. June 26th. Again, this is half a year after this whole case, after the dead body. Briggs looks haggard. He was sitting behind his desk, but there weren't any papers in front of him. Said he was glad I called. Kept insisting that he wanted to see me. Had already heard from Annette that I was back on the case unofficially. I've come to agree with you, he said. I'm beginning to worry. Do you understand me, LaRue? Like that, out of a clear sky. But whatever his fears or suspicions, he was taking each step with great care. He said, You read about the will being approved? I said, That's why I'm here, and I emphasized the word here. He came around the desk and picked up a match. I could see his hand tremble. He asked softly, LaRue, how much have you added up? He stood waiting, opening and closing his hands in obvious agitation. I said, What the hell difference does it make? Until I get all the pieces, I don't know a damn thing. I'm only guessing. I think the executors of that will may be one of the pieces. He swung around with a wave of his hand. He said, You mean Sam? Or Mrs. Houston, I said. I see. We're talking to Briggs, and Sam Nissen is the guy who runs the office, and his wife. So we're saying, he says, You mean Sam, and we say, Or Mrs. Houston. No, he says, What you're suggesting is impossible. Pamela, she's just caught in this horrible situation. She might be a murderess, Mr. Briggs. No, he cried. Don't say that. Why would she want anything? Money? Position? It couldn't be a woman of that kind. Not in 1,000 years it couldn't. He came over and sat down behind the desk again, burying his face in his hands. I said softly, There are only 2 executors, Mr. Briggs. If there's anything wrong in the estate... He looked up. It might be another woman, mightn't it? Several other women could be involved with the sudden death of Mr. Houston, but not with the estate. There, it was only Mrs. Houston and her daughter. Annette? I asked him. I'm an old man, he said, getting along anyway. This has been my life, this firm, these people. The Houstons were like family to me. There was great pride in knowing them and being his partner. This doesn't seem to match with what we heard. We heard that our guy hated him, I think. If anything were to happen to bring disgrace to the firm, this family... He hesitated. I said nothing, figuring that he was pushing himself now. His dark eyes met mine. He said very slowly, I know you're working alone, LaRue. I know you want the truth. Somehow, somewhere, we've got to find the truth. I'm going to tell you something. I haven't dared. He was standing very close to me, his face contorted with emotion. LaRue, there's trouble. Trouble. Each word seemed to pain him. Annette. Carl had an inheritance which belonged to her. Coupon negotiables, securities, and cash. He kept it in the safe, in a special box. There was only one list. His list, you understand. I had known that Houston was guardian of the securities for Annette, of her inheritance from Aunt Sarah, who kept bonds and cash stuffed in bureau drawers and old trunks in her house in Putnam County. But now I knew that Houston kept them in his safe and had made the listing himself. I said, "You mean there might be something wrong with that list? Bonds that should have been on the list but somehow were omitted? So that now, if they're missing, nobody would know?" He turned from me and walked to the window. "Sarah's dead, and Houston's dead," I said. "If Houston's list was wrong, or if another list has been substituted for Houston's, who would know? Who's left who would know what's missing?" He nodded slowly. "Pamela, perhaps, or Sam, but they'd keep it quiet, either to protect Carl's memory, or it's hard to say." He whirled suddenly, facing me. Suppose there is another list. Suppose there is some way Annette can check up after she's 21 and the holdings are turned over to her. "You're telling me that Annette is in danger," I said. "There were many thousands in that little box in the safe, LaRue. Who knows what people do when they need money? Keeping up with the Joneses, LaRue, becomes a costly business. He stopped. I heard a sound behind me. Sam Nissen was in the doorway leading into the office of the late Carl Houston. He seemed hardly to notice me as he pushed into the room, over to the window where Briggs still stood. For an instant, the two glared at each other. Then Nissen said, "I thought we had agreed, Briggs, there would be no statements." Whatever further information or leads Briggs might have disclosed, it would plainly have to wait. The interview was over. Okay. And now, so he's trying to tell us, Briggs, his partner, is trying to tell us he cared about the family, and he cares about the family, and he's saying it's something to do with Annette's inheritance from her Aunt Sarah, and maybe the only list which Carl Houston has, someone stealing the money, and they're going to modify the list so that no one realizes they've stolen it. No one knows how much Sarah gave her. And he's saying the only two people that might know is Pamela or Sam Nissen, the guy who runs this office, and Sam has just come in and cut off this interview. Okay, so here's our guy LaRue, is piecing together some timeline checkups on Nissen's statement in the early phases of the case. Timetable for Samuel Nissen on the night of the murder or death. 6:45 p.m. Leaves offices of Houston and Briggs after working late over account records. Goes directly to his apartment in 91 West 58th Street, which we know is right next door, a block away basically from Houston's apartment. 7:05, 7:55, he shaves and dresses, mixed and drank cocktails before going out. 7:55, he leaves the apartment for the Hotel St. Regis on 55th Street and 5th Avenue for dinner, confirmed. Okay, so let's write this down. 55th Street, 55th Street and 5th Avenue. So 55th Street and 5th Avenue is right here. That's his dinner. Okay, right nearby his house. 8:05, he arrives, has dinner. 9:10, he leaves. Sorry, here's just to show you. There's where he had dinner, that green line. So he went to dinner right next door. He likes staying next to his house, it seems. Maybe we should change this color. Again, it's a little hard to read that. Okay. 9:10 to 9:45, window shopped along 5th Avenue. Gets to the Houston party at 9:45, which is confirmed by Annette. Somewhere so he's at the party from 9:45 to 11:05. 11:05, he leaves the party. He escorts Miss Millard Braggs to a taxi outside. Then he stops into the Oak Room for a nightcap at 11:07. Do we get confirmation about that? Doesn't say, but presumably it wouldn't be here if he didn't. Then we get this weird stuff. 11:45 to 12:05, when the shooting occurred, he walked to Columbus Circle to pick up the early morning papers, purchased a News and Mirror. 12:05, arrived back at apartment. On entering, tripped over a stand and fell, breaking cocktail glass on stand and cut his wrist. Or is that to alibi an injury? 12:15, he calls the drugstore, 58th Street and Avenue of the Americas, to order iodine to be sent over. Iodine delivered, went to bed. So just to show you, where is Columbus Circle from where he says he is? So he says he came home. Let's see. He brings her in a taxi. He stops in an Oak Room at the Hotel Plaza. I don't know where that is, but he says he walked to Columbus Circle, which is here, purchased News, and then comes back to his apartment. And then comes back to his apartment. So maybe the better way to say it is, he leaves the Houstons, he goes to Columbus Circle, and he goes back to his house. So 1, 2, 3 blocks away. That's like 5 minutes. 12:05, he's back at his apartment. And 11:07 is his nightcap. So he had an hour. If we can check his alibi. Sorry, did I show you this? So there's Columbus Circle here. So it's really, everything is right next door. So that's like a 5-minute walk and a 5-minute walk. So whether he could have had a full hour to do stuff between 11:07 and 12:05 if assuming his alibi at the Oak Room Hotel Plaza for a nightcap doesn't check out. Now, I'm not sure where the Oak Room Hotel Plaza is. We might have to look that up, but I'm assuming it's going to be nearby. So the real question is, what is his out? Do they verify that he's there? Okay, Miss Irene Cooney, Houston's secretary, was the first person who wanted to tell me everything she could. She's a frustrated, tired spinster whose only star went out when Houston died. I've never believed he killed himself, she told me, but I wanted to protect him, his memory, even his family. Now she was ready to tell all, to show me certain highly confidential documents she had never revealed to the police. Unfortunately, she had nothing to tell, and her highly confidential documents turned out to be notes dictated by Houston, revealing but not informative. I include a few characteristic excerpts. From Carl Houston, notes for an autobiography dictated to Miss Cooney at random moments over a period of many years. So we were told he was trying to write his autobiography, and these are little snippets of them. In the course of my life, I have many occasions on which to contemplate the nature of success. Success is not an accident. It cannot be willed by those who have not had it bred into them. It is the result of many generations of careful selection and breeding. My own success I attribute as much to my ancestry as to my own planned efforts, as the success of a man is the product of many generations before him. The success of generations that follow him depends upon the care exercised in selection of the mate. My daughter is proof of this natural theory. It would have been good for Pamela to have borne more children. It would have been her fulfillment as a woman. Self-discipline and self-denial are prices the leader must pay in our society. An average man may live as he pleases in the moment for his own small gratification, and little is lost. But to those chosen to lead, there is heavy responsibility. The leader recognizes debt to the past and duty to the future. It is no secret to me that my reputation is that of a ruthless man. This is the burden the leader must bear. Loyalty is a two-way street only to the weak. Loyalty is a two-way street only to the weak. Those chosen for leadership must accept the loyalty of men beneath them, but are under no compulsion to return it. Yikes, this guy is really, I can see why you wouldn't like him. The counterfeit will always make itself known, and all the false coins will eventually be detected. I go back to the matter of S. Chandler DeWoot. There were those who had marked him for success many years past, who failed to perceive, as I did from the earliest association, seeds of weakness in that man. This is the father of Bobo DeWoot. How tragic that it had to take his suicide to show the world what he really was, a failure who shot himself to death in a shabby hotel room. This does make a lot of sense that someone was trying to get revenge for this. They would recreate the scene of the death of the father. That would be the son, would be the natural person who would do that. There were times when I scrutinized my conscience, asking whether it was my strength or his own weakness which forced him under. It is clear to me today, looking back, that even though my actions in driving DeWoot out of South American enterprises may have constituted the immediate instrument of his surrender, his action in destroying himself was inevitable. So it does sound like he was the proximate cause for this guy to commit suicide. My rogues gallery on the office wall has grown year by year. A strange collection of men and women, Houston's menagerie of the defeated. A characteristic example is the opera singer. It pleased my vanity on one occasion to give her some small financial assistance. Of course, she never repaid it. Such people rarely do. But I have my own satisfaction from the picture on my office wall. The photo was obviously taken when she was still quite young. The autograph seemed to hold a barb. I have kept this incident entirely to myself, of course, but the lady is on my wall with the others. Houston's menagerie of the defeated. What's that about? These are like people he's lording over? Care for details is the mark of the giants and the pygmies. In the world of finance, the giant of business learns to use details, consistency, good habits, established routine, precision to the last tenth of an inch as the pegs on which he scales the heights. The pygmy becomes the slave of the detail, enmeshed in 1,000 trivialities. In this connection, I must consider Millard Braggs. At the beginning of our friendship in college, and even in the early days of our partnership, I actually wondered if Millie Braggs was destined to be the leader and I the follower. But in every crisis, Millie has consistently lost the stomach for action at the crucial moment, a creature whose present position is the result of the accident that he happened to have ready cash when I needed it to found the firm. He is a man of little fears. How bitter that a man must live to see the evil of weakness return to haunt him through his offspring. This is the fantastic irony in the friendship of my daughter and DeWoot's son, Stanley. I do not know how much young DeWoot has been informed of the circumstances, but it appears to me he wishes to wallow in the weakness of his parent, to return to kiss the hand of the Houstons. My daughter Annette, for her part, is merely proving her independence and strength of will. How gratifying when a man finds his best characteristics reassert themselves in his offspring, but how painful to realize that the child can use these very ideals to combat and even crush into the earth the parent's ideals. Interesting. This is interesting. Following is a typed transcript from my notes put down immediately after an evening spent with Annette Houston. Okay, so he met again with Annette. Let's see what happened, what he says. Annette Houston came to my apartment. Jonathan says, was his wrist hurt by rappelling? We could see if this writing style seems to match the supposed suicide note. That's an interesting idea. The suicide note is the one with the weird commas, right? Yes. I don't see any weird commas here. Wait, is this suicide note the commas? Yes, the suicide notes are the comments without spaces. Okay. I don't see any. But you know what? He's not typing this. The secretary is typing this. So I don't see the weird lack of spaces and commas, though, but his secretary is typing. All right, let's see what his meeting with Annette is. July. So notice July, we're going back in time a little bit from some of these other documents, which he warns us these aren't all in order. Annette Houston came to my apartment about 9:15. I hadn't expected her, and for some time she didn't get down to business. She was very flippant, and I went along with her on the boy and girl line she was pulling. Eventually, she said that she wanted me to accompany her for an evening at the night spot, saying that I was the only one she now trusted. She claimed she didn't want to talk about the case, just wanted to go out and have some fun. We did a half dozen out-of-the-way bars in the 50s. She can be charming when she wants to. He's starting to fall for Annette. Several interesting pieces of information came out during the evening, though. One, she claimed she hadn't expected me to work so much in the open when she gave me that letter of introduction. She said she was worried about my safety. More about the China Cup. Oh, good, finally. Can you please tell us, now that you're on our side, what's going on? She told me that the set was bought as a gift for Julia Lawrence, who has a hobby of dolls and dolls' clothes. She's a collector. Annette claimed she had no idea how the one cup and saucer came to be missing. Insisted the set was complete when she bought it a week earlier in the toy department at Gimbel's. Gimbel's, the famous competitor to Macy's that the movie, what's the movie about Santa Claus working for Macy's and Gimbel's? It's a classic. It's an amazing movie. And what is it called? I assume we've all seen it. It's a real classic. But there's a competition between Macy's and Gimbel's, sending Santa Claus sending people to the other store. It's very clever. But anyway, Gimbel's is long gone. My grandmother worked at Gimbel's. Okay, she bought it a week earlier at Miracle on 34th Street. That's right. Jonathan says Miracle on 34th Street. Okay. Yeah. She said she had not looked inside the box after she brought it home. Since Julia Lawrence connection throws a new light on that cup in Houston's room, I must say for the record that Annette did not introduce the subject of the cup. She told me that her engagement to DeWitt was over and that he was working for Martin Aircraft. She guessed that he got the job through family connections, denied that Bobo carried any malice towards her father because of his own father's suicide. Very inconclusive here, he notes. Most important, she discussed the securities inherited from Aunt Sarah. She knew that her father had a list and said that he had given her a carbon. She had it well hidden at home. Important conversation here which went along these lines. Annette, Pamela and Sam have the original list downtown. Let them worry over it until I'm 21. Then our guy says, then the inheritance is yours, isn't it? You'll have your list you can check up. Annette says, amused, check up on Pam or poor Sam Nyson? Oh, I suppose as a matter for my will. Daddy always said you have to be businesslike, but it's silly when it's your own mother. I went on to ask her if anyone knew she had a carbon. She said Bobo, of course, and her mother, and probably Sam Nyson. They all know she's got the carbon. I didn't want to frighten her with any possibilities or theories for which I had no facts, but I told her, for the time being at least, to keep quiet about the carbon. Which could be a total red herring, this whole inheritance from Sarah. At about 2 a.m., we left a bar on Lower Fifth Avenue and decided to walk part of the way home. I was seeing a new aspect of Annette Houston, and I was trying to fit it in with the picture I had before of a sophisticated, completely selfish and spoiled girl. Throughout this evening, I had to keep reminding myself that beauty and charm are frequently part of the equipment of murderers. So he's starting to fall for Annette, and he's trying to remind himself beauty and charm are frequently part of the equipment of murderers. That's a good saying. It was during this walk that we first heard the news of the new break in the case. We passed an all-night newsstand and saw the headline, "Rich Playboy Leaps to Death." Beneath that, the banner line read, "Bobo DeWoot drowns in the East River suicide plunge." Plot twist. Wow, okay. And here we have a report. July 20th, 9:25 p.m., East 56th Street in the river. He fell or jumped, body carried by tide. He was found floating in the water after a report from barge captain received Harbor Pier A, identified by papers, been in water 1/2 an hour to an hour. No indications of violence from surface examination of body. Identified by his aunt, Miss Agnes DeWoot, 75 East 61st Street, Manhattan. Names and addresses of witnesses checking, none at present time. Okay, so fell or jumped, but where did he live? His address is 75 East 61st Street. Let's see if we can't get a lockdown on that. "75 East 61st. Where the aunt lives and where he lives. Okay, so it's not, okay, it's next between, it's 61st Street between Madison and Park. Okay, 61st between Madison and Park. So 61st between Madison and Park puts it right here. And this is where DeWoot lives, pretty close to them. But how does he get in the water? I guess he's found in this water over here. What water was he found in? Harbor Pier A. I'm not sure, but it would make most sense if he's down here somewhere. They all live right near each other, all right around the park. All right, let's continue here. Okay, there's a little photograph from the East River. Yeah, so that's the East River over here on the east side to the right. It was found. There's the East River, you can see. Okay. DeWoot left his apartment in the East 60s around 8 that evening. Harbor Patrol said he must have jumped or fallen into the river around 90th Street. A lock of docks up there where accidents can happen with nobody seeing or hearing. So they're saying it happened all the way up here on 90th. So let's undo that. So here, somewhere here, they're saying he fell. Sorry. There's where he must have gone in. Why he was up there, we don't know. Maybe just taking a walk to clear his mind. He took a walk. All right, around 8 p.m. DeWoot's aunt says he couldn't swim. Day after the body was found, Captain Sean was quoted in the newspaper as stating that DeWoot's death was in no way connected with the suicide of Carl Houston. That same day, Annette received and turned over to the authorities DeWoot's so-called suicide note, mailed a few hours before his death. That's interesting. All right, so it's on his letterhead. She would know his handwriting because she was going to marry him. And it's very obviously signed and twice, so like it would be hard to forge this. My dear Annette, we both must realize that the music you and I once made together has long since died away. I've missed our romance, chérie, yet I suppose it was inevitable. So he's using a French term, which might be interesting because we've seen in some of these notes a reference to some French terms, like here in this thing here, he says entre nous. This note must be entre nous. I don't know what entre nous means. E-N-T-R-E, nous, N-O-U-S, but I know it's French. So it's interesting that it could be French. Yet I suppose it was inevitable. We must face our realities, Annette. There can be no more between us. Violence has ripped us apart. Yikes. Now I am going away from everything I have known. I'm going away from everything I've known. I write this to put fini to its most charming chapter. I don't really understand the phrasing of that. To put fini to its most charming chapter, although that's another French word he's using. The song is over, and then there are no encores. Something my own plans will include, I trust, even more beautiful music, although regretfully without you, always Bobo. Okay, that's not a suicide note. That is not a suicide note. That's just him leaving town. Following DeWoot's quote-unquote suicide, I checked alibis of key figures. Curiously, none had any confirmable alibi covering DeWoot's death. This makes earlier checks on first suicide of Houston worth reinvestigating. Oh, he's checking alibis over it. Okay, alibi check for Sam Nissen. Didn't he know H had a list of A's securities? Strength of developing motivation in office of Houston and Braggs, i.e. possibility of missing securities, indicates recheck of firm treasurer and close associate of Houston. Subject gave detailed account of activities. See the time chart of Sam Nissen. Exact times given in statement may indicate extremely methodical mind of a typical accountant, but there's also the possibility of a carefully built alibi in advance. Important weaknesses in alibi in the following. Between the hours of 11:45 and 12:07, by Nissen's own admission, he was walking the streets of the city close to 64 Central Park South, but with no witnesses to this activity. Statement that he walked to Columbus Circle to get morning papers questionable, as morning papers obtainable at several stands on 6th Avenue far closer to his own residence. Nissen is a cautious, conservative, somewhat old-fashioned individual in outlook and pattern of living. He is not the sort who waits up for the morning papers. He's not a regular reader of tabloids. Why did he walk all the way to Columbus Circle for the morning papers on this particular night? Since Nissen lives alone in an apartment house employing no elevator man, he has no witnesses to verify his time of departure or arrival. No dealer in Columbus Circle at the time of the original investigation recalled him, although in view of the constant flow of newspaper purchasers at the Circle, even in late hours, this may not have bearing. Okay, that all makes sense to me. Although I thought he had a bigger time frame that he could be missing, this seems like it's suggesting that his alibi at the bar checked out. There's his alibi. Stopped in the Oak Room for a nightcap. And then from 11:45 to 12:05, he went to Columbus Circle to pick up papers. So when this guy is summarizing it, he's saying, well, between 11:45 to 12:05, maybe he didn't do this. And I was thinking, well, maybe this is the one you can't trust. That would give him much longer time. But maybe he's suggesting to us that he checked that alibi. All right, here's the alibi for Julia Lawrence, the hussy that was having an affair with the married Houston. Subject states she left Houston apartment at approximately... We should say, we don't know for sure she was having an affair, but she was seen with them going out to dinners and stuff, so probably. Subject states she left Houston apartment at approximately 11:10 p.m. Shortly thereafter, returned to her own apartment, 85 West 73rd Street, Manhattan, at 11:40. Did we map out where this is? Yes, we did. She's on the west side. 73rd Street. My best friend in high school, Robert Burton, lived at 201 West 70th Street, right off Broadway, right here. Rob Burton. I used to go to his house. I used to walk up from downtown on the weekends. We used to hang out, have parties at Rob Burton's house. Those were good times. All right. Oh, that's a good neighborhood too. Not a fancy, rich neighborhood, but I liked it there. Okay. Jonathan in the chat says good catch, but I'm not sure what the good catch was that I made. Whatever it is, I'll take credit for it though. So Julia, he's revisiting their activities. He says maybe it makes sense to go back and look at the first suicide alibi. So he's revisiting these. So he says she said she leaves the Houston apartment at 11:10, returned to her own apartment at 11:40. Father and sister confirmed this, but records in sister's diary indicate uncertainty. Statement of elevator man at number 85, tending to confirm her story, also open to error. He says to himself, recheck with the CAD companies. I'm unable to locate the driver who reportedly, according to subject story, brought her from Houston's to 85 West 73rd Street at the time of investigation. The doorman stated he put the subject into a cab, but did not hear the address of her destination. So we know she got put into a cab, but we don't know where she went. Cab companies have a number of records for evening of the crime of passengers picked up at 64 Central Park South, also passengers dropped off at 85 West 73rd, but none of any passengers picked up at the former and dropped at the latter. Interesting. So maybe she didn't take a cab home as she said. Facts revealed by this recheck comprise original alibi. Possibility subject could have left a cab a block from 64 Central Park South and returned to that address. Unable to state by what means subject may have gained access to the crime scene, but opportunity exists for subject to have been at the apartment house where the crime occurred at the time of occurrence, and still to have reached her own apartment house within 45 minutes of the time she states in the alibi. So she could have gotten in a cab, gone a block, gotten out, and then somehow gotten to the apartment, did the murder, and left. We don't know why she would kill him, though. She was having an affair with him. Okay, here's the alibi check of Reggio. In original investigation of Houston death, subject claimed he was at a garage on the east side where he worked the entire night of October 4th to the 5th, starting at 6 p.m. and finishing at 4 a.m. the next morning. Since he was alone in the garage, the main support of his alibi lies in the cars checked in during the night. Partial list of car check-in times during period from 11 to 1 a.m. A Buick sedan, regular patron, verified time. Ford, California license, not located. Chrysler 48, regular patron, verified time. Ford, regular patron, verified time. A Chevy, regular patron, verified time. In spite of his statements, this record shows there is a gap of almost an hour during the actual time of the Houston shooting, where no car comes in. So that's between 11:33 and 12:20. Almost an hour, no car coming in, so no one to vouch for whether he's there or not. Called the garage where Reggio works, subject not there last night. Talked with the assistant. He hasn't seen subject for 2 days as they work different hours, but on the night of the quote-unquote suicide, 3 nights ago, he and Reggio worked together because of the rush. State's subject was there entire night except for a period from 8:25 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. The subject was out to supper during that hour. In both cases of violent death, the subject apparently has no alibi for the actual time of the occurrence. So 8:25 to 9:30 p.m., Reggio was out for dinner, and we know that this body was found in the water for a half an hour to an hour at 9:25. So the body was killed and drowned somewhere between 8:30 and 9. So that would give Reggio time to do that. So we don't know how. We should remind ourselves that Jonathan reminded me that this book doesn't have a sealed section for the answer. So we have to be careful that we're going to get to a point where we have to stop reading and try to think. Jonathan says, we do know that Carl did not value loyalty, so it seems he could have used Julia and then been willing to dump her. It's true, Carl absolutely did not value loyalty. He seemed to take some pleasure out of lording over people, too. Okay, a copy of a letter, original in my files, handwritten in neat, even script. This is a letter from Julia Lawrence. Let's see what she has to say. This is the one we caught having the affair. Dear Mr. LaRue, I know you have talked with my sister Arlene and have read her highly emotional and, I'm afraid, still adolescent diaries where, unfortunately, she sometimes gives her vivid imagination full sway. I believe she has intimated to you that I was having some sort of secret romance or love affair, or what you will, with the late and tragically lost Mr. Carl Houston. Mr. Houston was a good and great man whom I admired and revered since I was a very young girl. My meetings with him, those meetings my sister records, which were the result of many family storms in our own household, were solely for the benefit of Annette Houston, who was at one time my closest friend and confidant. I cannot say how or even why we drifted apart since our graduation. When Mr. Houston came to me, it was to plead with me to rebuild our friendship, not for my sake, but to turn Annette from the irresponsible road she seemed bent on following. I met Mr. Houston only a few times alone, and only to speak of Annette and how we could help her. The very night he died, just before I left the apartment, I rushed back to tell him in his study how sorry I was about the quarrel, about her determination to marry that boy. He gave me a tired smile and planted a fatherly kiss on my cheek. That was the last time I saw him. Just to pause for a second, there's a letter between Julia and Annette. Who writes that letter? Is it Julia to Annette or Annette to Julia, where she says we need to get our friendship back? Do you remember that letter I'm thinking of? When was that? Jonathan, do you remember that letter I'm talking about? I just don't remember if it was Annette to Jennifer, not Jennifer, Julia, or from Julia to Annette. I think it was a letter. Jonathan says, I think it was Annette to Julia. I didn't find it. Let's see if it's on the back here. Letter from Annette Houston to Julia Lawrence. Excerpt from the will. So it's Annette trying to make friends with Julia again, is what it was. All right, so we'll go back to that. But and Jonathan says it might be why Annette bought the doll gift. Oh, that's interesting. Remember, the doll was smashed up. That's interesting. Okay, so she says she's just meeting to help get Annette back on track. I met him only a few times, but only where we could help. The last time I saw him, he planted a fatherly kiss on my cheek. That was the last time I saw him. If I told any of this differently when we first talked, it was because I was distraught, too numb with horror, with foolish fears of becoming involved to know what I was saying. As for the china dishes, it is true Annette purchased them for me, a gift for my birthday in November. We've always exchanged birthday gifts, even when we drifted apart. And I do have a collection of dolls and their costumes and furniture, which I hope someday to exhibit. It is perhaps not important. Neither of us has the slightest idea how the broken cup and saucer came to be in Mr. Houston's room, whether before or after the tragedy. Annette did tell me, however, that so far as she can rack her mind to remember, she had that box on top of the bureau and not in one of the drawers, as you claim. So Annette buys this present for Julia. She claims it's on the top of her bureau. Then it's found one saucer is in the room with the guy. And then it's found at the bottom of one of her dressers. Never got given to Julia, I guess. That's a real mystery, that saucer. She had that box on top of the bureau, not in one of the drawers, as you claim. I am not able to explain this discrepancy, of course, but merely wish to put all the facts down as I know them. Let me put down here, therefore, one other amendment to my story of that night, which I know you have been investigating. When I said that I went directly home from that party, it was the truth. I did take a taxi to Columbus Circle, but then left it and walked the rest of the way along Central Park West. She went also to Columbus Circle, the same place that the other guy said he walked to for the papers. That's weird. And why would she take a cab to Columbus Circle and then walk? That's a bit of a walk. It's actually quite a distant walk. There's Columbus Circle in the center of her screen, right? And she would have had to walk all the way up here. I mean, it's a beautiful walk on Central Park West, but that's pretty far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 3/4 of a mile. It's a long walk. It's a beautiful walk, but why would she take that walk? And look where she left. She left the Houstons. So, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Why take a cab? Why take a cab here and then walk? If you're going to walk the whole way. That makes no sense that you would take a cab 2 blocks. Take a cab 2 blocks and then walk 15. Makes no sense. She doesn't explain it at all. She just says, you have fought for what you believed right. I admire you for that, Mr. LaRue. I mean it very sincerely. However remote our paths may be, however divergent, you and I may be said to be individuals searching for truth. So she's at Columbus Circle after she leaves, and so is Nissen. Samuel Nissen's alibi brings him to Columbus Circle at 11:45. There's nothing special about Columbus Circle. It's just at the corner of the park. It's where the park starts. Okay. I don't know. I don't really trust Julia Lawrence, I gotta admit. I picture her as Jennifer Lawrence, though. Jonathan says, we're talking about the teacup clue. Maybe Carl would show it off while dumping Julia, like, look how childish you are. But he also could have been just thinking about her. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to make sense of it. I feel like we should be able to at the end, but I don't know now. 5 days after Bobo DeWitt's suicide, Mr. Commissioner, I had a call from a friend in missing persons. He had a tip he thought I might be interested. A man named Reggio, alias Rodolfo, had just been reported missing by his wife. Oh my God, someone's killing off everyone. Reggio had left his flat the night before, heading for the garage. He was supposed to be on duty all night and, according to the wife's story, had an appointment with some man at 10 that night. The man was going to buy Reggio's second-hand car for $18.50 spot cash. Cash on the spot. Reggio walked out on the job and the buyer. He never showed up at the garage. The wife, of course, was in hysterics, sobbing that something must have happened, that somebody must have killed him. My informant stated it was just a routine disappearance, no indication of foul play. Reggio wasn't wanted for any crime. No one connected him with DeWoot's death, which was listed as a suicide anyway. He got tired of the wife and kids and lit out for greener fields. We get him like that every day. According to standard practice at missing persons, they'd wait 48 hours, and if he hadn't shown up by then, they'd send out a missing from his home report over the teletypes. He just thought I might like to know because Reggio did have a vague connection with that Houston business. But that car Reggio was going to sell is still sitting in the garage, according to the wife's report. If it was such a routine vanishing act, wouldn't he have waited just an hour or so longer to pick up $1,850? Here's the missing persons report. Okay. Last seen leaving his home, July 24th, July 25th. He's 5'8", 183, stocky. Black hair, brown eyes, no mustache. He's got a blue and red striped tie. Shoes. He's got 4 missing interiors. He's got a large knife wound scar on the right forehead. Jewelry worn, a large gold ring with the letter R worn on his right forefinger, a few dollars in his pant pockets, talks broken English, highly excitable, good knowledge of mechanics, clever with his hands, smokes cheap Italian cigars. He's got tattoo, a heart with an arrow, and on his chest the name Maria. That's the name of the wife, right? Let's just make sure he married the wife that he's got the tattoo of. Yes, the wife is Maria, so he's got a tattoo of her. He's a good guy. Has early police record, but has stayed out of trouble for some years. Was remotely involved in a sensational Carl Houston suicide case. Last year, wife states this case preyed upon his mind. Interesting. Yeah, because someone used his equipment to do this. Can I just point out, we're told that I have an idea now. Jonathan, we're told that Carl Houston is a man of meticulous habit. Like he does everything on time. I don't think there was a person that shot him. I think someone like brought that gun down through the window and remotely shot him like a drone. Is this an early drone? The creation of drones? And just knew exactly where he'd be sitting. Like, I don't know if there's a person in that room. Of course, the gun would have had to have fallen in the room, though. I don't know. Maybe there was a person. But I was starting to think that vacuum was the sound of a drone, and there was no person in there. Because of the Reggio development, I called Annette Houston. No noticeable reaction when I mentioned his name. At my request, she arranged an informal party at which I could drop in. Is this going to be the ending party? Report on Annette Houston party, Friday night, July 28th. The party was in full swing. There were several young men and a girl I didn't know, characters out of Annette's Cafe Society crowd, who apparently dropped in uninvited. Over near the window, talking to Millie Briggs, was a tall, silver-haired man I recognized as Guy Lawrence. On the sofa, the stoutish Mrs. Briggs was talking with Pamela Houston and Sam Neeson. They're all here. This is going to be the final scene. Julia Lawrence was talking with a couple of the young men I didn't know. The chatter in the room, he doesn't like that. The chatter in the room died a sudden death when I came in. Annette came over and introduced me to some of the people I hadn't met. I had asked her not to mention I was coming, and she put on a good act, pretending to be surprised, hostess, carrying off an awkward moment very well. Miss Houston looked frightened and puzzled. She said, "I hope this isn't anything to do with official business, Mr. LaRue." I told her no, it's purely social. Across the room, Guy Lawrence took a step in my direction. He seemed very nervous. He said, Is there anything new in the case?" This is the father of the Lawrences, the girl. I said, "New? I'm still playing with the case, if that's what you mean, Mr. Lawrence. On my own, of course. Things turn up all the time. You don't always know what they mean, where they might lead, like..." I shrugged. Miss Houston said, "Like what, Mr. LaRue?" I smiled. Like Reggio, for instance." There was a hush in the room. Then Sam Neeson asked softly, "What about Reggio?" "Nothing," I said. "Nothing except he's slipped out. Walked out on his loving wife and children, taking off for parts unknown." I don't think so. I think someone got him. I glanced around, watching their faces. Oh, this is his setup. He wants to see how people react. Julia Lawrence was staring at me intently. She had a curious, puzzled look in her eye. I focused my attention on her. She said, "But it's so funny. You see, I saw that mechanic Reggio only a few days ago myself." "You saw him, Miss Lawrence?" "Where?" "In Pennsylvania Station. You see, I was coming back from a long weekend. Monday night it was. I was in the station, heading toward the 7th Avenue entrance to get a cab. Then I saw him." Pennsylvania Station is 34th Street. I think 8th Avenue. So quite a bit downtown. Annette Houston broke in with, "Julia, you never mentioned that." "And how did I know it was important? Anyway, I don't see how it is. After all..." "It isn't important," I said. "Just interesting. Coincidence, you might say." "It had been at night," she said, "the night of July 24th, about 8:30. We almost ran headlong into each other. I said, 'Oh, hello. You're Tony. I used to see you up at the Houstons.' She said the man seemed to quiver. He pulled away from her. He was muttering something about being in a hurry, a terrible hurry. Then he said something about having to find a train in the basement. Something like that. I remember the words struck me as odd, but..." "What words?" I asked her. "What words did he say exactly?" She puckered her lips like a kid trying to remember a recitation. "He said... what he meant to say, I'm sure, was that he had to catch a train in the basement. Now that's silly, but of course that wasn't the exact way he said it. I remember thinking it was funny. It sounded funny. She was obviously trying to call back his words. They'd made an impression on her at the moment, and they'd been forgotten. She said, "He didn't wait, you see. He just sort of threw it at me and hurried out." "Try to get the words," I said. "Keep on searching your mind. There must be some reason, something in what he said that struck you." "Oh, I will remember," she said. "Sooner or later it'll come to me. Sam Nissen, he was probably just going to, like, he's modeling the train, so maybe he meant he was trying to go look at the trains. Or he's, something like that. Something about a model train. Sam Nissen looked from her to me with an air of annoyance. "But does it matter?" he asked. "Train in the basement? Possibly he meant the Long Island level. Yes, he must have meant that." Oh, he's saying a train in the basement, and she thinks that's weird, but he's talking about a train in his basement. Mr. Lawrence said, "Julia will remember. She's always been like that. When some little thing bothers her, she can't let it go. She worries it until she gets the answer." Miss Houston then changed the subject and reminded Annette to refill on drinks. There were no further discussion about Mr. Reggio's vanishing act. I finished my own drink pretty much in silence, and 20 minutes later made my exit, to their very obvious relief. Whoa, look at this. Saturday, July 29th. Society girl, figure in Houston suicide case, attacked and beaten. Jennifer Lawrence in serious condition. New York, July 28th. Miss Julia Lawrence, 22, of 85 West 73rd Street, who a year ago was questioned by police in the mysterious suicide of Wall Street Baron Carl Houston, last night was brutally attacked and beaten by an unknown assailant lying in wait outside her apartment house. The attack occurred, according to the facts police have pieced together, as Miss Lawrence was returning with her father, Guy Lawrence, from a gay party they had attended at the Houston apartment on Central Park South. Is this the day after this party? July 29th? Oh my God, it's this night of this party she was attacked. The attack occurred, according to the facts police have pieced together, as Miss Lawrence was returning with her father from this party. The father stated that they had walked home together, but that he had left her about a block from their apartment house to pick up a couple of magazines at a stationer's on West 72nd Street. From incoherent statements of the victim, police say the attacker sprang from the shadows as Miss Lawrence was about to enter the building and began to rain down on blows on her head with some heavy object, possibly a stone. Only the fact that she was wearing one of those crazy hats saved her life, one official stated. It was a hat with a bunch of artificial lilacs on it. The lilacs blunted the full force of the blows, just like a football helmet. As she fell to the sidewalk, blood streaming from a gash on her forehead, police said, an elevator man came out of the apartment house to give an airing to a small Pomeranian belonging to one of the tenants. The dog apparently heard the sounds of commotion and emitted a series of shrill barks. The attacker fled in the direction of the park across the street. The hysterical, half-conscious girl was rushed in an ambulance to the emergency ward at Roosevelt Hospital, where her condition was described as fair. Police said she apparently did not get a good look at the man. They believe the attack the work of a mugger and not connected with the celebrated last year's mystery death of Carl Houston. Only a few weeks ago, the body of Stanley Bobo DeWoot was found floating in the East River. Listed as suicide by the police, the death added mystery to the riddle. Okay, so that sounded like they were trying to kill her. That did not sound like a fake attack meant to get attention, to take attention off her. Okay, so Jonathan says, maybe someone goes to Columbus Circle and manages to use binoculars or something to see if Houston is in room, then send a signal involving a light in the park, someone on the roof of Carl. No, that's not going to work. I'll tell you why. The Houstons live on Central Park South in an apartment building, and I believe we're told it's facing out at the park. You couldn't see in that window from Columbus Circle. You'd have to walk all the way in the park over to here to be able to see in that window. And even so, they're on the 16th floor. You're not going to be able to see into someone sitting on the 16th floor from the ground. It's just not going to work. You could see in the window, but you wouldn't be able to see whether someone's sitting down. The best you could do is see, if you walked in the park, see that the windows were open. That might give you a clue that the person's in the room, but he keeps his windows open day and night. So I don't see how that helps you. Okay, now we've got some reports here. I don't even know what this document is. XXYYYY SPCI. What is all this? Squad car 482 at Harlem River and 138th Street. July 29th, general alarm. All precincts be on the lookout for a man about 50 years, 175 pounds, wearing gray coat, gray slouch hat, attacked and beat up Julia. Oh, we've got a description of the man. 50 years old, 5'9", 175 pounds. Well, that sounds a little bit like Reggio. Where's our description of Reggio? Reggio is 5'8.5". This suspect's 5'9". He's born when? What's his date of birth? It's a missing person. It's got to have his age. Right? Got to have his age. It's got when he was fingerprinted, so we could track back his age. But how do you not have an age physical description? How do you not have his age on a missing persons report? What am I missing? Where? It's got to be here, right? Age 44. Okay, sorry. Age 44. So age 44, 183 pounds, 5'9". That's not that far off from this. 175 pounds. Yeah, I mean, gray coat, gray slough hat, attacked and beat up Julia Warren. So this is the telegram that went out to find for people to be on the lookout. Attacker may be armed and dangerous, may have accomplice, no description of man. Number 2 attacker. Number 1 may have scratches on his face. Victim states she clawed at him. Repeat, notify Precinct 19 if any lead on this. Check all drunken disorderlies for scratches on face. Interesting. And it says there might be 2 attackers. In this report it says 2 attackers, but this newspaper doesn't seem to say 2. Attacker sprang from the shadows, hit her with a stone. Interesting, okay. So look for someone with scratches on their face. Okay, here's a report about this. An unknown male. Felonious assault on Miss Julia Lawrence, 22, in front of her apartment house on West 73rd Street. Man about 5'9", darkish coat and hat. Confidential, this may be one of the figures in the so-called mystery death of Carl Houston case. Final report to the commissioner. So I think we're at the end here, but now, is this the end? I'm not sure if this is reading the solution to us. Final report to the commissioner. We're near the very end. If this isn't it, it's the follow-up. So if we look at the documents from Walter Winchell's column 9-7, I guess Uh, I'm a little, I mean, I guess we keep going. Jonathan, what's your take on this? I mean, I guess we start reading this and then we stop if we see it telling us an answer. It's interesting that this game doesn't seem to be... Okay, I see more photographs and stuff, so I don't know, but you know what? We'll take a break here. We'll take a break because we've been playing for an hour and 20 minutes. We'll take a break. Jonathan will look at this, glance at it. I'll look at it, glance at it, and we'll see if we're supposed to read this yet. If the game is not telling us when to stop reading and start guessing, it should. But we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll see. But we are very close to being done. So we're definitely going to finish this tonight. It's 4:45 a.m. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Caught for Two, and we're at the finale of Murder Memo to the Commissioner after about 6 hours in, a little less. And it's not quite clear whether this game is just going to walk us, keep reading to the very end and give us all the answers. I can't tell. I've taken a little quick look at the next couple pages. I can't tell. We've got maybe 10 pages left. But it's weird because there's nothing on the outside of this book saying you try to solve it. So this may not even be framed like a mystery for us to figure out. So it may just tell us the whole story now. So this might be a good time to sit and chat for a little bit about our theories of the case and who we think did it. I don't have any good theories. I was very suspicious of Julia. And I'm very suspicious of this model society. Where is the model list of people in the model club? The hobby club is Mr. Briggs, Sam Nissen, Stan DeWoot, Annette Houston, Julia Lawrence, so I don't have a great feeling. I mean, the part that feels right is that something in this model club that this tinkerer garage mechanic guy made was used to set up the murder. And someone stole it from there to commit the murder. And who are they killing off? They're killing off Carl Houston. Then they killed off the boyfriend of Annette. Then they beat up Julia. Jonathan says, what's the deal with the broken street light? Was it tampered with to be used as a signal, broken as a side effect? It's really weird because it was broken a week before, and our guy says, hey, pay attention to the date, as if we should make sense of that. He says, note the date. Why? Why should we note the date? That's a week before. Let's take a look at it again. He says he's got lots of exhibits. Full significance of these incidents was not grasped completely until later. Full significance of these incidents was not grasped completely until later, particularly with regard to the reports on the unusual occurrence and the lamp outage. So he's explicitly saying, like, this date didn't make sense until later. I think it hasn't told us yet why that's supposed to be significant. But you might imagine if someone's practicing something, maybe they knocked out this light so they wouldn't be seen, or they accidentally broke it while they were flying their drone up there or something a week before they were practicing. That's the only thing I can think of. And that we're going to hear about later. Outage discovered at 2:06 a.m. May have been boys tossing stones earlier. I think we haven't been told about this yet. I think maybe someone breaks the lamp so they're not seen. And I think the fact that there's no dust disturbed on the windowsill is a hint to us that no one came in through the window. But I don't know how the gun gets in the window. If a drone flew it up, and this is drones in the 50s, so I don't know what kind of drone would be able to carry a gun in the 50s. How would the gun get in the room? Unless the drone flew in the room, it doesn't make any sense. How do you fly a drone in the room, shoot him with the gun, and then drop the gun? There's no drop gun button on the drone. So I don't understand that. But leave aside whether it was a drone or someone lowered into the, I guess, yeah, even if you think someone was lowered in through the window, or whether you think someone was flying a drone, in both cases, someone's alibi has to not work out. Someone has to be there, either in the room doing the shooting, dropped into the room, or escaped through the window, jumped in the lake, or flying the drone. So either way, it's almost irrelevant for us. In either case, someone has to be outside that room doing it. And we've got a couple of people. We've got Samuel Nissen and Julia Lawrence are both unaccounted for. Could they be working together, but for what ends? And then there's the train. Jonathan says, do you think the train was used as part of a contraption, or do we need to think of a word that sounds like train? It's because of this last conversation she had. She can't remember the details. She says, he was muttering about being in a hurry, a terrible hurry. Then he said something about having to find a train in his basement. Something like that. So he's got a model of the city. I mean, it makes sense if he has a model of the city that maybe he's got some drones and he's taking photos. I just don't know if these could do that in the 50s, that he's using to take photos of the city. There's no discussion of photos. And what would a train have to do with it? The way I'm reading this weird thing, and this could very well be wrong, but the way I'm reading this is this. They're like saying, hey, did this guy escape and run away? And she's trying to tell us something that's suggesting that he did. He was trying to catch a train out of Penn Station, out of the city. But what he was really doing is working on his modeling, and he wasn't trying to escape the city. What's the physical description of, like, Antonio Rodolfo does match the description of the attacker. What's the description of the other people? Like that one guy that I'm suspicious of. who's the guy who runs the office. What's his name? And what do we think the scratches are on the gun? How do you get a bullet hole in the temple without a person? It can't be a drone firing and shooting him in the temple. Only a person could do that. But maybe a person can get lifted up there with a small helicopter. I don't see how. What's our big picture theory? Dunn says, here's an idea. Bobo was going to leave the city after receiving blackmail about altered inheritance, but then was murdered instead. I do think he was planning on leaving and then was murdered. Now, why? John says, I'm wondering if when the gun fell, it didn't go off again and hit him in the gut. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So Bobo gets blackmailed. All right, who murders Bobo? And who beats up Julia? And they beat up Julia after she leaves this last party they're at. They're trying to kill her. Why would that be? Do we believe he's having an affair with Julia, or is Julia telling the truth that they're just going to talk about how to get the daughter back? Jonathan says, Bobo going to blackmail Nivens or Miss Houston. You're saying Bobo DeWoot knows what happened and he tries to blackmail? John says, I think he did have an affair with Julia. Her father seems legitimately upset. Well, don't forget, Julia says that her sister jumped to all these conclusions and that upset the father. But you're right about Julia saying, oh, my little sister just misunderstood. But when we talk to the sister, not only does she say what she thinks, but she says that her sister eventually confessed, right? Yeah, she says, let's see. She guesses that she's having an affair. All right, when I peeked into Julie's room today, there on the bed was a broken doll, a pile of broken pieces of a doll, and it looked as if someone had smashed it on the floor and then picked up all the pieces, carefully put them back together. I'm sure it's one of the dolls from Julia's collection. So why did Julia smash up the doll? Yeah, here, look. Okay, look. So look, Julia tells us, "Oh, my sister just jumped to conclusions." But in the sister's diary, she says she told the father, they confronted her, and then she finally admits that she was running around with a married man, and the father's sick, and she confessed it was true. She was seeing Mr. Houston and had been, and she said it was her business and not ours. So, okay, so Julia's lying. But someone's trying to kill Julia. Is that totally unrelated? Is that like, is the wife getting, is someone just trying to get revenge and kill Julia now that they learned about it? John says, Bobo had seen a copy of the original list, I think Annette said, so maybe he found out it had been altered. Yes, Annette does say, here are the people who know about the list. So if we think this is about the inheritance from Aunt Sarah, she tells us, we're like, does anyone know about the carbon copy list? And she says, yep, a whole bunch of people. Here's the thing, Jonathan. Like, who's the one person who's not being attacked? Annette. That doesn't make sense. If Annette has this carbon that you're afraid is going to reveal you've been stealing stuff, why do you kill all these people but not Annette? No one's even made an attempt on Annette. They've just written this letter. And I have to go with the one piece of evidence that I noticed, which was that the weird commas without spaces were written by Nissen. Sam Nissen, the office runner. He's the guy who takes this weird walk to Columbus Circle. But actually, he meets up with Julia Lawrence. So is Sam Nissen working with Julia Lawrence? I have to guess that Sam Nissen is behind this because the suicide note is formatted like Sam Nissen's letter, with the weird commas that have no spaces on the other side. Wait, no. Wilfred Briggs has those commas too. Maybe that's just this writer being lazy. Was it Briggs Was it Briggs' letter that has the commas? I gotta find the note from this thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's Millard Briggs's letter that has the commas. Letter from Millard Briggs to Captain Sean after logic sheet on. Be nice if there was page numbers. Okay, so here's one letter from Briggs with a comma without a space. And then there's another letter from Briggs. Statement of Millard Briggs after before Julia Lawrence. Interrogation by Julia Lawrence. Excerpt from Statement of Millard Briggs. But he didn't write this, right? I thought it was Nissen that wrote with the commas, but I don't see anything written by Nissen now. Jonathan says, "What if Annette's mother is involved? She probably would not want to murder Annette. Someone did tell her to quit poking around." Now, see, that has an appealing idea to me. Like, Annette's been threatened but not attacked, so that would make sense if it was the mother. Why would Reggio attack Julia if it was him and not someone similar? But the mother would have a reason to attack that hussy that was sleeping with her husband. I don't know why I didn't mark the other page with commas. And it's Nissen that says he cut his hand on the cocktail glass in his house. John says, if Carl's murder is related to inheritance, did it have to happen when it did? Could it have had to have happened before Annette married Bobo? I think Carl said she would not get a penny from him if she married Bobo. This is an interesting way of looking at it. Why was the murder happen on that night? I like this thinking. Like, why did the murder happen on that night? Unfortunately, we don't know here's the case against that happening on that night. I mean, we think that they're using some device from the model shop, and that would have had to take a long time to create. That's not like a spur of the moment thing. And so if it's not a spur of the moment, it's long planned. And this confrontation where Bobo wants to say, let's get married, seems to be a last minute thing or a forced thing. Like, why? This is a very confusing case. It almost feels like everyone in the hobby place who was involved is getting whacked off. Reggio himself. All right, let's think about the people who have motive. One motive is that they've stolen money from Annette's fund, and they have to kill the people that might know about it. So Carl Houston's being killed off, and then Bobo knows about it, but Julia doesn't know about it, that she's attacked, and Reggio doesn't know about it, and he's attacked. Although you could say that Reggio is being attacked because he knows how they killed it, but that's awfully convoluted. But that's one set of motives. The other set of motive is the revenge for the father. So in that scenario, the real person organizing it all is Bobo DeWoot, yet he's killed off. And then the other possibility is that it's Julia's father, or Julia, but Julia doesn't seem to have a good motive to want to kill him. She loved him unless he tried to break things off. But Julia's father didn't go to the hobby club. And it has to be hobby club people. I think it's Mr. Briggs. Now let me try to make sense of that. I think it's Mr. Briggs because weird discrepancies in how they say they think of each other. Like one guy's like he's pitied him, he hated him, and then Mr. Briggs is lying about it, and then Mr. Briggs tries to throw he throws up the red herring of the aunt stolen list. Like he's the one that suggests that to us. He does go to the model shop. And then, so he's killing off the guy so he can run the company. And then what is he doing? He's killing off people who might have seen him. Where do we get a description of Briggs? Here's Briggs saying like, hey, I just want to thank you guys for your great work catching that bad detective who tried to plant evidence. He's like, I just want to say thanks to the great work you're doing. I already been informed how you handled Detective LaRue's unlawful search. I'm glad to know. And that's where we see his comma is weird. And I guess I was just wrong about thinking he was working with the other guy, that the other guy's commas were weird. Is there any other evidence on Briggs? What are we told about Briggs's background? Where's the, we know he went to school with Carl, right? Do we know anything more about him? We know someone, let's not forget, someone broke into Annette's house looking for something. But we're not told what. Here's his second meeting with Briggs. Let's read this. Briggs looks haggard. He was sitting behind his desk. Kept insisting he wanted to see me. He had already heard from Annette that I was back on the case. I've come to agree with you, he said. I'm beginning to worry. Do you understand me, LaRue? Like that out of a clear sky, but whatever his fears or suspicions, he was taking each step with great care. You read about the will being approved. How much have you added up? What difference does it make? He swung around with a wave of his hand. He said, you mean Sam? He says, what the hell difference does it make? Until I get all the pieces, I don't know a damn thing. I think the executors of that will may be one of the pieces. He swings around. He says, you mean Sam? Or Mrs. Houston? No, he said, what you're suggesting is impossible. Pamela, she's just caught in this horrible situation. She might be the murderess. No, don't say that. Why would she want anything? Money, position? It couldn't be a woman of that kind in 1,000 years. It might be another woman, mightn't it? I'm an old man getting along anyway. This has been my life, the firm, these people. The Houstons were family to me. There's great pride in knowing them and being his partner. This sounds all like bullshit to me. I want you to know the truth. We've got to find the truth. I'm going to tell you something I haven't dared. There's trouble. Carl had an inheritance which belonged to her. A couple negotiables. Something wrong with that list. Sarah's dead and Houston's dead. Houston's list was wrong. Who's left who would know that it's missing? Pamela, perhaps, or Sam, but they'd keep it quiet, either to protect Carl's memory, or, it's hard to say. Suppose there is another list. Suppose there's some way Annette can check up after she's 21 the holdings you turned over to her. You're telling me that Annette is in danger. There were many thousands in that little box in the safe. Who knows what people do when they need money? Then Sam Nissen comes in. Sam says, I thought we'd agreed, Briggs, that there would be no statements. And then that's it. I asked her if anyone else had a carbon. She said Bobo, of course, and her mother, and probably Sam Nissen. I didn't want to frighten her. Told her not to tell anyone else. Briggs or Nissen seem the most likely. Carl would not believe Briggs had the leadership to commit murder. Yeah, that's true. Do we know for sure Annette is not playing us somehow? We absolutely don't. I think we're mainly going off Reggio, who is worried about her. How would Reggio know to be worried? Well, I'm not really going off the Reggio being worried about her. I'm going off the fact that number one, she doesn't have a motive to kill her father. Someone does tell us she hates him, but I don't know if I believe that. And she was already getting her inheritance. You think he could stop that inheritance? It was directly given to her. He can't control that. He could steal from it. And yeah, what if it is Annette? But what's the idea then? That she kills the father. Does she have an alibi? Like, does she even leave the house? So, okay, they're talking about Briggs. Carl liked him or pitied him. Doesn't Houston's death make him the new boss? Yes, and he hasn't even bothered to show up. Briggs is a do-gooder. He's all tied up in causes. The thing is that the fact that he seems not like, if someone killed him in a spur of the moment, I would believe that John says Carl was the only person who knew exactly what the inheritance was because it's all just loose documents at the ends. Yes. Well, Carl and also Annette and the mother and Bobo, like they all saw the carbons showing the list of what was there. So why do you have to kill if you're Annette, why would you kill the father if you have a carbon copy of all the things you've inherited? When we're talking to her about the inheritance, we say, do you have the list? And she says, yeah, she hid it well at home. She had it well hidden at home. Annette says, Pamela and Sam have the original list downtown. Let them worry over it until I'm 21. Then we say, then the inheritance is yours, isn't it? You'll have your list. You can check up. She says, amused, check up on Pam or poor Sam Nyson? I suppose as a matter of form I will. Daddy always said you have to be businesslike, but it's silly when it's your own mother. The home break-in seems to be to get the carbon. That's a good point. That does seem to mean that it is about that carbon and that theft. It also suggests that it's not Annette unless Annette is faking it. What do we make of the cup? So Julia buys the cups to give, Annette buys the cups to give to Julia. They never find their way to Julia. Instead, the father has them. Is it possible that the father, Julia sees the cups and she knows the father has discovered the list? But what would be the point of that? And why does the father have the toys? Duke says, do you feel more like you may have missed out on connecting certain clues, or the book is deliberately not giving you enough? It feels like the latter to me. So I think maybe we should continue reading and see if we're given more clues. But I feel like we should make some guesses here in case the game tells us. I'm going to go with the one and only theory I can have, which is that it's Bregg's, just because of that comma, because I want my comma theory to be correct. But I don't understand. None of it makes sense to me, to be honest. But my best theory is that Briggs wants to show off his old partner that he feels belittled by for taking all the credit. So he's concocted this thing. He's also set up, he's stolen the money. He's stolen the money from Annette. So he's killing the father, and now he's trying to cover up people from figuring out that he did it by understanding the model railroad club is where the thing was built that he stole. And he must have been trying to kill Julia because Julia made this connection. Is Briggs at this party? Houston party. Millie Briggs is there. Talking to Guy Lawrence. Unless they all got together to kill him. Is that possible? They all got together to kill him? Is that my new theory? That they've all gotten together to kill him? Jonathan, you're going for Nissen, but you're agreeing though that it's not Nissen with the commas, right? It's Briggs with the comma writing. Just to be clear. I'm thinking they're all in on it. They all have reason to kill him. Except for Julia, maybe. All right, I'm guessing they all tried to kill him except for Julia. Oh, Nissen also had a cut on his wrist and bad alibi. Yes, it's true. Okay, so maybe Annette and Julia are not in on it. I don't know. But I'm going with Briggs working in conjunction with the rest of them. They're all in on it. That's the best I can do. All right. Are you ready for us to read more? Because maybe it's going to give us more before we're expected to figure anything out. Jonathan, are you ready to read more? And this is a bizarre case. If you had to guess about the teacup, you would guess that somehow he's drinking his teacup, thinking about Julia, who he's in love with. All right. So Julia Lawrence is attacked. I think Annette's in on it, and Julia is not. All right, so they're searching for the man that looks like Reggio. Final report. Here we are reading this. We don't know if this is the end. There's actually quite a bit more, so this is probably not the end. This is probably more for us to think about. Final report to the Commissioner on August 9th. Annette called at about 3:15 this afternoon, asked me to come over immediately, said she had made a discovery of the century about the case. Sounded excited, exuberant, said Sam Nissen and her mother were there with her. I arrived at the Houston apartment at precisely 3:45. Miss Houston was alone, told me Annette had left with Sam Nissen. Wouldn't say where, insisted she was all right. I told her that I was going to search the apartment. She didn't try to stop me. She could have. Nobody else was there. I told Miss Houston it was time everybody stopped playing games. There had been 2 murders, a disappearance, and a brutal attack. She said, yes, I believe now that my husband was murdered. I must believe it, but who and why? I said, money, Miss Houston. It has to be someone who has access to the Houston and Briggs office, the safe, the books. Someone unknown, Mr. Blank, she said, but you can't steal stocks in a firm without somebody finding out. Unless it's cash and bonds unlisted by name, I said. Bearer bonds, for instance. The only money of that kind down there was your daughter Annette's inheritance from her aunt, which your late husband kept in his safe. I kept watching her. She sat motionless. I said, of course, your husband was too methodical to leave those securities unlisted. He typed out a list for himself and a carbon for Annette and told her to put it away and forget it until that wealth was turned over to her when she became 21. Well then, Miss Houston said. But suppose friend Blank makes a change, I said, substitutes his own list for the one your husband typed and put it in the safe. This new list looks like the old one, but a number of items are missing. She was listening intently, her body taut. This is, so far, the theory that Briggs fed us on a silver platter. She was listening intently, her body taut. Maybe friend Blank lives high, I said, needs money, ready cash, and gets it with these stolen securities. I paused an instant to let it sink in to watch her face. Sounds like he suspects her a bit. Blank thinks, you see, that Houston put the securities and original list in the safe and won't check them for months. But your husband is a careful man. Miss Houston said, yes, he would check that list regularly. Carl was very efficient. Yes, the great C.H. does check the list, I said. He knows this is a substitution and that some securities are missing. And since Annette has a carbon of the original list, he knows he can trace them down, whatever obscure banking firm handled them, innocently for the thief. Carl can figure out who the thief is without alerting anyone. Just by finding what was missing, then he's going to follow up and find who cashed in those securities. She stood up. For the first time, there was a terror in her face. I said, only he doesn't mention it to Annette. He has a pretty solid idea who the thief is. And Houston, the kind of man who crushes his enemies, Houston now has a weapon to destroy his friend blank. He will expose this person to the world as a common thief. It's the wife. She turned away. Carl, she whispered. Carl would do that, of course. He would even tell him there was no carbon of the list, thinking he might be a thief, putting temptation in his way, hoping and hoping the enemy would try. That was the way Carl acted. What a perfect motive, I said, this Mr. or Mrs. Blank had for murder. She took a step toward me. And Bobo? Well, he must have found out something, must have known or guessed or figured it out. Maybe tried to use that knowledge for his own profit. This is Jonathan's theory that it was blackmail, that Bobo was trying to blackmail, and found himself instead shoved into the river in the dark. She began pacing the room, slowly, nervously, as if in her mind she were asking questions herself and searching for answers. Then she stopped and faced me. I thought so much about it, she said. There were certain things I didn't want to believe, couldn't believe. I kept saying it wasn't so. You see, there's the one unanswerable question. How did any murderer get into that room? Tell me that, Mr. LaRue. And I said, I don't know, not yet, but we'll find out. We'll find out, Miss Houston, if there's time. She came toward me slowly. Sam, she said softly. Sam, you mean she's with him now. There was a phone call and he took it. The Breggs were giving an impromptu cocktail party. Annette seemed to think it was important. The two of them went. I was too tired. Annette said she'd be back and you were to wait. She seemed nervous. I said, only you didn't deliver her message when I came in, Mrs. Houston. I didn't think there was any danger. I was afraid you'd go bursting in there. I said, that's exactly what we're doing, and you're going to help me. You're coming along right now. Miss Carl Houston and I arrived at the Breggs' Fifth Avenue apartment at about 5 p.m. Sam Nissen was standing in a group with several others. When he saw Miss Houston and me in the doorway, the tall accountant strode over towards us, pushing through the noisy crowd. I said, where's Annette, Mr. Nissen? Annette, he echoed. She's around. She's out on the terrace, I think, with Millie and his wife and some of the others watching the sunset. On the terrace? That sounds a little scary. The terrace has a spectacular view. The park sprawls out before it. On the far side of the uneven pattern of towering apartment houses on Central Park West formed a purple silhouette against the brilliant sunset sky beyond. Do we know where Breggs lives? Yes, we do. He lives, let's go look at it. The Breggs lives catty corner the Houstons. So theoretically, he could get a view of the Houston apartment. Interesting. Pretty far away, half a mile. All right, let's continue. The terrace has a spectacular view. The park sprawls out before it. On the far side, the uneven pattern of towering apartment houses on Central Park West formed a purple silhouette against the brilliant sunset sky beyond. Annette was near the low rail, talking with Mr. Breggs. She saw us, and her eyes seemed to flash relief. She lifted a hand and waved almost casually. It seemed perfectly normal, just a typical cocktail party with people standing around holding glasses and chattering. Annette Houston and I moved a little away from the others. I'm glad you came, Mike, she said, even though I figured I could do it all myself. I suppose it was foolish. Millie thought so too when I told him a few minutes ago. Why do amateurs have to try playing detective? I said, you finally figured out it was Nissen? She says, of course, that's why I wanted to come here with him. A few drinks always loosens a man's tongue. Okay, so she's figured out it's Nissen, and LaRue says, yep, you're right. That was Jonathan's guess. Nissen. Okay, let's see if it's true, though. I wanted to grab her and shake her. I glanced over and saw Nissen standing in the doorway alone, gazing around the terrace, a cocktail in his hand. Millie Breggs came over and joined us. Glad you got here to look out for her, LaRue, he said. I caught a note of relief in his voice. It's a terrible shock when Annette told me. I can hardly believe it. Don't, I said shortly. The lady might be wrong. Well, what shall we do? He said nervously. Perhaps I should call the police if we need protection. Might not be a bad idea. Anyway, I've got my service revolver. Bragg seemed relieved, and a moment later he went inside. The others drifted in too. We were alone out there, Annette and I. Looking at the sweeping view from his terrace, I felt as if some memory were trying to break through in my thoughts, some special significance to this case, to be drawn from the bustle and movement of the city spread out here before me. Annette, I said, it was those securities, the securities and cash in your father's safe. That was the start of it. She nodded. Yesterday, she said, she had gone over all the figures and facts with Braggs. I think it's going to be Braggs. It had to be someone in the office, Mike, someone who knew where the securities were kept and hoped they would stay untouched and unnoticed. Only whoever took those bonds, after destroying Houston's list and substituting his own, hadn't figured on there being a carbon. That was the mistake, I said. Your father must have counted on it. He literally lured him into thinking it was safe to make the thefts. Yes, she admitted. That was the kind of game he enjoyed, matching his wits and trapping people. I said whoever it was didn't have wits enough to understand Houston's nature. That's how he fell into the trap. I glanced at her closely. But you've got the carbon, Annette. All you had to do was go down there and check. She turned away. I know. For some time, I've been sure this had to be the heart of it, the money in that safe, but I didn't want to check, Mike. I didn't care. Why? I demanded. Why, when it would have been so simple, so sure a way? Mike, all this time I've lived with one terrible fear. It was worse than anything I've ever known. Waking or sleeping, it was there. She paused and then said slowly, I was afraid that it was my own mother, that she was a murderess. Annette, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you trust me? I wanted to, Mike, but I couldn't. Then yesterday, Mr. Braggs told me how what you'd said had made him realize one vital fact. It had to be someone who wasn't really close to Daddy, who didn't understand how clever the great C.H. could be. And that could never be Pam. Pam knew him, you see, really knew him. She said it with a kind of glorious triumph. You poor kid. I said, you poor kid. The sky was starting to turn red with a deepening sunset. I was close to her, talking, thinking out loud. It was someone who needed money desperately, someone living beyond his means, someone who had always been beaten by your father, always the inferior. Now he'd been trapped into these thefts. Any minute he could be exposed, as your father undoubtedly told him, letting him squirm on the hook. And then your father made his big mistake. He didn't mention the fact that you have a carbon. The victim must know he was trapped by the great C.H.'s magnificent memory for details. No one else even remotely involved. This was the moment of triumph. Annette said, and my carbon it was like having a hidden ace in the card game. Sure, and if the great C.H. hadn't kept it hidden, if he hadn't insisted on that moment of gloating, he might still be alive today. Yes, Annette said, the thief must have thought no one else knew or could even check. He had a right to feel perfectly safe. Even if someone grew suspicious, there'd be no way of tracing the securities unless they knew what securities they were hunting. Only Houston knew. Houston had the bond numbers engraved in his mind. But he overplayed his hand. He enjoyed the power over his victim, the cat and mouse game. But all the time, the mouse is developing its own plan. Writes that phony suicide note in the office. Steals Houston's gun from his desk. That should have we knew that ahead of time. That should have reminded us it had to be someone at the office. I guess Braggs, Jonathan guessed Nissen, but could have gone either way. And that night, her voice was dry and harsh. He murdered my father. He made it look like suicide. Yes, it looked perfect, but then he begins to pick up rumors. People talk, even you perhaps. He learns there's a carbon of the original list. Maybe even vague hints that the carbon doesn't match the original. In an office, things leak out. Mother knew I had a carbon. I showed it to her, and she and Sam Nissen saw the list in the office safe. Neither of them ever mentioned anything was wrong, that the two lists didn't match. Of course not. She would have told you when she turned the securities over to you on your 21st birthday. Then there'd be no surrogates court in the picture, possibly asking questions. Don't you see, that's her fear, that your father stole the securities, that even if he didn't, the world would say he did. They'd say he stole from his own daughter and killed himself when about to be exposed. How could she prove otherwise? Poor mother, how awful for her living like that in such fear of disgrace. I put my hand on hers, and then you became the threat because you had that list, and more people knew you had it. Maybe I still am, Mike, she tried to smile. I nodded. That's why I was in such sweat when I heard you'd traipsed over here with Sam Nissen. She stood close to me, gazing out across the city. That letter, Mike, that letter threatening me, did he send it? I don't think so, I said slowly. That's interesting. I think that one was from the late Bobo DeWoot. I see. He knew about the carbon. You told him. He knew a lot more, too, from you, from others in that group. I think he pieced a lot of it together and figured the answers. Oh, no, she said. Bobo wouldn't. Bobo was a young man with expensive tastes and no visible means of support. I think blackmail would have looked highly inviting. I think he made a date to get money from the killer for silence and got killed himself instead. This makes some sense, and this was Jonathan's theory that Bobo was killed because he was trying to blackmail people. It makes sense, especially if he knows about the carbon. So she says, killed? She echoed, but he wasn't killed. He jumped himself or fell. Bobo was playing a dangerous game, I insisted quietly. His antagonist was desperate. They're down by the river. Bobo's cornered in the shadows. Simple. One shove in the dark, one cry nobody hears. But that suicide note, it was in his writing, Mike. I know it was his writing. I couldn't mistake it. Suicide note, read it again. All it really says is that he's got some plans cooking, and tough luck, you're not in them. You see, he sent that warning note first trying to keep you from prying. He didn't understand you very well, or he'd have known it would have just the opposite effect. As for the next one, well, it was sort of a flourish he couldn't resist. Such a graceful kiss-off. We got that, too. That he wasn't suicide, he was just leaving. She had a misty look in her eyes. I didn't love him, but I always felt sorry for him. I always thought he loved me. I thought it was he who called you that night when someone warned you I was in danger. I thought about that voice. I said, it was garbled and indistinct, but it seems to me it could have been our pal Reggio. Reggio, she cried. Mike, that's one of the things I wanted to tell you. Reggio's back. He called me just today. He said he'd run out because he got panic-stricken after Bobo's death. Then he said he realized how foolish it was. Reggio back in town. That might be important. I turned and looked over the city. Lights were just starting to come on, lights in the park and some of the windows. And I remembered something, the thing I'd been trying to recall earlier. Something quite incongruous. The model city in Reggio's garage basement. A model city. A person who thought in terms of tiny things. A person who understood how realistic a model might be. What would such a person do if he or she wanted to kill? It was then, at that precise moment of hushed twilight, we heard a noise close by. A whirling, terrifying sound. I remembered Mrs. Silverman's words, a vacuum cleaner, she had said, roaring outside of my window. Flashing across my thoughts were also the words Reggio had gasped to Julia in the railroad station, something about hunting a train in the basement. But had he been talking about a train at all? Or was it something that fitted into the pattern of Miss Silverman's vacuum cleaner in the sky? And this weird sound we heard now. They're on the balcony, that's dangerous. A second later, off in the distance, I saw a plane. It was silhouetted in the gathering dusk. It looked a long way off, but the noise of its engine was strangely loud and growing louder. It was coming towards us. It was coming towards us out of the deepening sky, a vague outline of an oddly shaped plane. It was a drone. Annette saw it at the same moment. We stood frozen there. It was like watching an enemy plane bearing down on you and not having any place to run. We were here on an open roof. Then I realized it wasn't any real plane. It seemed to be far off, yet I realized it wasn't. It was a model airplane, not more than a couple feet wide, and it was close. A model plane flying directly towards us at high speed. I didn't stop to think. There wasn't any time to think. I flung my arm around Annette, half pushing, half shoving her down to the cold tiled surface of the terrace. The plane was close. Another 3 or 4 seconds. I rolled over, pressing against the brick railing of the roof. My body acted as a shield for Annette. "Keep your head down," I shouted above the sound of that engine. "Keep your head down." The explosion came, a jarring report of a pistol firing from the fantastic plane as it swooped down. It was like a living thing that seemed to know where we were. The bullet splattered in the roof not 4 feet away. The plane was still in the air. It was making a loop. It was coming back at us. I reached into my pocket, pulled out the service revolver. I had the sensation of being in combat with something out of Mars, some inhuman monster. It was coming in again. This time it had spotted us. It was swinging around. I lifted the gun. The thing was only 100 feet distant, closing fast. In that moment, I got the final answer. It was flown and controlled entirely by radio, held in the hands of a murderer, someone close by, someone who could actually watch us. I opened fire. The third bullet struck home. Crazily, like some mortally wounded bird of evil, the thing spluttered, careened, slipped out of control, and crashed down onto the roof 10 feet away. I could see the gun attached in front, a small automatic fired by radio control. I heard a sound behind me. I whirled. The man's hand was raised. He was bringing down some object against my head. The blow struck, and I staggered back against the rail of the terrace. Automatically, my hand lifted and fired that gun. I saw the man stumble forward and slump to the tiles of the terrace, only a few feet from the grotesque wreckage of his model-sized bird of prey. And now we're going to see the photo and know who it is. No photos. Okay, so you still got a chance to change opinions of who did it. Extractive statement from R.H. Wheatley, president of National Association of Model Aviation. And we are shocked that anyone could turn this magnificent hobby into an instrument of murder, especially a man we all admired and respected. Let's just pause for a second here. Okay, so now we know that it was a radio-controlled plane, quite far-fetched, but regardless. And now we think it's flown by someone in the apartment who now just tried to kill the detective. So now my question is, who do you think it is now? Are they trying to say, it's not Reggio, right? Reggio's looking for his plane, like who took his plane? Is it Briggs or is it Neeson? Jonathan, any thoughts now? Like, I'm not quite understanding. It wasn't a drone. It was a model airplane. It's not that crazy to think that you're running a model airplane in the 50s, but that you've mounted a gun on it. I mean, it's certainly doable. It's just a pretty far-fetched way to commit murder. But we're not thinking it's Reggio now, right? We're thinking it's still our same suspects of Briggs or Nissen. But I think it's Briggs. Briggs is the one who didn't. I mean, yeah, I'm still sticking with Briggs, but John says I'll stick with Nissen. I don't really have a reason to pick Briggs over Nissen, except that there's very weird inconsistencies with how Briggs and CH talk about each other. And But we don't have any reason to think any of them need money. Briggs is happy that the detective has a weapon. I mean, he's just saying, I don't believe we can take anything that he says. He's acting suspicious, Briggs is to me. But, yeah. Okay. Here we go, continuing here. Remote radio-controlled flying was, of course, started on the model plane scale. Today, model radio flying has developed into a high art in which a plane can be taken off, maneuvered, and landed back on a dime, all by remote radio control. To the lay public, I know it may appear to be almost a kind of witchcraft, but to those of us who have worked long years in model aviation, it is not, technically speaking, extraordinary. The man knew the apartment. He knew the fact that the chair in which Houston sat was always in the same exact spot by the artificial fireplace. All the measurements required, height of windows, altitude, etc., could be easily obtained or computed. Undoubtedly, he worked it out automatically after days of practice flights so that he had the timing down to the last second. When the final death flight was made, it could be done on automatic radio control. He had only to press a button on the control box in his hand, and murder was on its way. They're not saying that he didn't have to fly it, right? The operation could have been launched only from some secluded spot just inside the park, possibly in a clump of bushes by the lower lake, not more than a few hundred feet from the building. Okay, fine. The radio control box fits into the palm of one's hand. One man easily can handle both the plane and the control box. As a radio amateur, he had a license to operate a radio-guided model aircraft, and the plane had an easily purchased altitude control so that it would climb to the exact level of the room and no higher. He would not switch the plane to automatic control until it was close to the window. The firing device would be operated on a second radio circuit controlled by the first. Thus, the entire operation was synchronized. Necessarily, he made 2 runs over his target, probably in 2 sweeping circles, the plane entering each time the window at the left at a steep bank and exiting, still in its steep bank, at the window on the far right. Come on, guys, really? He's saying he flew this plane in the left window and out the right window. Okay. No. All right, anyway. It entered a steep bank at the window on the far right. Noise could be muffled, very possibly sounding like a vacuum cleaner. The gun itself could easily be ejected a split second after the second shot by use of a release device similar to those demonstrated in trial bombing runs of model military planes at some of our national aircraft meets. The ejection device would leave scratches such as were found on the butt of the gun. No. Split-second timing was a vital requirement. This meant practice, familiarity with the scene, the flight pattern of this remote-controlled operation. But all of this he had. It was not, in fact, his first try at this method of murder. Detective LaRue informs me that the man actually made an earlier attempt on Houston's life by this method exactly 1 week before. That was the broken light. Somehow it missed or something. On the night of the previous try, a street light across from the Houston apartment house smashed. LaRue discovered this in police records. It fitted the pattern of unusual sounds, explosions, vacuum cleaners in the air, reported on the night of Mr. Houston's death. LaRue tells me that the murderer has admitted to this earlier attempt, insisting that failure then was not his fault. The mechanism of the radio-guided plane went wrong as it started to climb. It hit the light and crashed to earth just within the park. He recovered the damaged aircraft in the darkness. We do not know, of course, how many other previous tries he may have made. The man knew well the undeviating habits of his victim, that he had always read until late, sitting in the same chair, sometimes half the night if keyed up, as he would be after a party. Full knowledge and even a practiced hand were the ingredients of this Operation Murder. Even the quarrel, overheard by all, was an excellent detail in this bizarre murder, fashioned by perversion of our magnificent hobby. I'm not sure what that means. Even so, there was a miscue. From what LaRue tells me, it is apparent the automatic control was a fraction off, so that the plane on its final exit nicked against the French window, twisting one of the wings out of shape. The murderer obviously wished to bring the craft back to its starting point, but with its wing twisted, the plane dived steeply. Before he could regain full control, it had plowed through the top branches of a parked tree, hurtled ahead another 50 feet over the lower lake, and plunged down. The crash as the plane hit the lake must have been the explosion. LaRue states several individuals reported hearing that night, including one woman who said she first thought it sounded like a big splash, which in fact it was. That was the reports about other explosions and shots. And remember, they said that the shots were later. So she did hear a splash. We thought about that. Maybe someone even jumped in the lake, we thought. But okay, makes some sense. NB. What does NB stand for in a letter? It's LaRue is adding this notes, and I don't know what this NB is meaning. He's something like adding to the file. Today, dragging in the lake brought to the surface a strip of wing and a fragment of miniature two-cylinder model aircraft engine. NB must be some abbreviation for like postscript. NB, I'd like to know. All right, look at, there it is. They found it in the water. Part of the airplane wing. Mr. Commissioner, this backs up my theories on how and why Bobo died. I guess our own murderer, playmate, saved it to feed his damaged ego, recalling the moment Bobo spilled over the rail. From the letter found in the killer's strongbox in handwriting of DeWoot. So what they're telling, the way this is being framed is that they found the killer. They're not telling us, but they're saying they've solved it, and now they found the killer's lockbox, and in the lockbox, now they're going to find the blackmail letter from DeWoot. I agree that it was rather clever of me to solve this little problem. Of course, I heard some things from Anne and a few from our friend R, who, by the way, is worrying more than is good for him or you. Just a friendly tip. And now to business. I have the carbon of the list. I was sure that you wouldn't go to Anne or try to steal it from her. Much too dangerous a move. So Bobo broke in. I think, Jonathan, this was your theory. And then our guy is circling this and saying, of course, he never had any list. It never left Anne's possession. He was pulling a typical blackmail trick, promising what he didn't have. Okay. The meeting, as discussed on the phone yesterday, is satisfactory. About 8:30 this coming Thursday evening. By the way, we'd better not talk further on the phone. Someone could be listening. That's why I write. You see how sure I am of my facts. You could not show this to anyone, could you? Your situation is too, shall we say, vulnerable. Of course, I want money. Who doesn't? And as a man of business, you can see the value of my merchandise. I'm sure you'll agree the security of having Anne's little list is worth a few paltry thousands. Okay. Police Department, put in LaRue folder. Maggie, please draw up for my signature letter to Civil Service attaching LaRue's formal application for reinstatement at his old rank and telling them we strongly recommend affirmative action on this heroic detective who was such a credit to the force until his unfortunate resignation last year. He deserves it too, Maggie. Nobody I know ever worked so hard and so long or at greater risk to prove what a prize ass I and some of the other top brass in the department can be on occasion. Signed, the Commissioner. Okay, and so now I believe we're going to see the answer soon. So it didn't give us the answer. It's not going to give us the answer until the end. It's sort of giving us the answer without telling us who. But here we go. From the New York Times, August 10th. Accused of the macabre slaying of Wall Street baron Carl Houston. A second charge of murder in connection with the death of Stanley Bobo DeWoot, society playboy, is being readied. Police said the confession bears out entirely the pattern of crime and the motivation as reconstructed by Detective Michael LaRue of the 18th Precinct, recently reinstated to the force. Police said the confession... Oh, we read that. Okay. The alleged slayer, with a bandage over the shoulder wound he received in yesterday's penthouse shooting fray, talked freely to reporters through cell bars at the New Tombs. Seemed to enjoy his hour of triumph. He told the newsmen he had built his model murder plane at his place on Fire Island. Most of his knowledge of model buildings... Fire Island, that's Bragg's, I believe, who had the place on Fire Island where he helped kids. Most of his knowledge of model building, he said, had come from Antonio Reggio, although he had always been interested in model flying as a youth hobby. Reggio was questioned briefly by police at the time of Houston's death. Reached at his home last night, Reggio told reporters that he was sure from the first a model plane had been used and that only one student from that Houston bunch was clever enough to pull the stunt. He had tried to do something about it without getting involved with the police. That makes sense. He's a criminal. He doesn't want to get caught. First, I write letter to paper, then I call LaRue, then I tell that Bobo what I think. He die in river I run. Reggio also declared in regard to the lock he placed on Carl's house bedroom door, Mr. Houston, he told me, deal with queer people in business and have to take protection. The slayer himself denied none of the charges. He had started down the criminal path, he said, solely because he needed money, more than he made, so we, my wife and I, could keep up with our friends. Although admitting a previous unsuccessful attempt 1 week before the actual crime, the killer asserted that he would eventually succeed in his grim objective. He had planned his crime for some days and had made a number of practice runs in his isolated cottage on Fire Island. With the automatic control, my timing couldn't fail. The killer boasted that Houston... I might need my glasses for this. The killer boasted that Houston had been afraid of me for weeks, but had been too proud to speak of it. It was a struggle to the death. I was the victor. I don't mind paying the price. Detective LaRue stated that the killer had duplicate keys made to Houston's desk from wax impressions and knew the combination of the safe. He took the gun from the office the night of Houston's death. The killer had also borrowed the same weapon for the previous unsuccessful attempt, the detective stated, but when the try failed, had replaced the gun in the desk. Continued. Without discovery, early the following morning, LaRue said he had cleared up the mystery teacup in the case. Okay, good. Let's hear this. At the height of the party, the killer himself had taken it from Annette Houston's room where he had seen the doll dishes earlier in the evening. Then he planted it in Houston's room on a table near the chair where he was killed. LaRue reported him as saying, if anything went wrong and murder was suspected, it was a clue pointing at her. I wiped off prints, of course. LaRue told reporters the cup must have broken when Houston's body slumped in the chair and knocked it to the floor. As for the death of Stanley DeWoot, the killer blandly insisted the youth got what he deserved. He was a blackmailer and a liar. He never had that list I needed, showed up empty-handed, told me I'd have to pay plenty just for silence. I'd be buying that list from him as long as I lived. I edged him out on the pier and gave him a shove. I remembered reading he was one of the few boatsmen who never learned to swim. He got what he deserved. Weeks before the murder, the killer admitted he'd been so desperate for the carbon list he'd invaded the Houston apartment and searched vainly for it. Through Annette Houston's belongings, Annette Houston revealed yesterday that the document is still perfectly safe with my other papers in her strongbox at the National City Bank. The alleged slayer did use Reggio's place in his crime, Detective LaRue disclosed. After he committed his crime, he drove in his car to Reggio's and got rid of the radio-controlled apparatus by dumping it in a pile of junk in the basement. He thought nobody... Maggie, put this in the roof box. He thought nobody heard him. He got into his car and drove to his own garage on the west side. His near-fatal attack months later on Julia Lawrence, he explained, was forced upon him by the story she told of running into Reggio in Pennsylvania Station. Of course, he hadn't said anything to her about catching a train in the basement the way she thought. He wasn't talking about trains at all. I knew that. In his terrified way, he was trying to jab her out that he made planes, learned to make model planes in his garage basement. That's what I realized, sure, and she'd remember. Sooner or later, she'd remember. Plane in the basement, model plane, like they build in Reggio's basement. His voice grew noticeably excited as he talked. Tip off to the weapon, to the whole thing. I couldn't have that. I had to stop her. I had to stop her before she remembered. Miss Lawrence is recovering at Roosevelt Hospital. Completely self-possessed, a moment later, he calmly stated he had also planned to destroy the threat of Annette Houston before her 21st birthday. He admitted he wouldn't have been next on the list in any event. He admitted she would have been next on the list in any event, and that fool LaRue had that fool LaRue not succeeded in smashing the case yesterday. Curiously, the accused financier had not expected trouble until, at the purely social cocktail party, he talked to Annette and then, from the workshop on the side of the building, had listened to her and LaRue hash out their ideas on the crime. I knew he had the answer, the blue-blood Wall Streeter said, or would have it soon. I had to do something. It was improvisation, that was all. That was my mistake. Late yesterday, however, LaRue revealed that the first big break in the case came with his discovery in re-examining certain documents in the case that a letter written by the killer to the police captain James Shawn and the spurious suicide note were written by the same person. Typing, especially typing by hunt and peck amateurs, the detective explained, is often as individual as handwriting. So I have to express some satisfaction that the final little piece of the clue was that note, was the suicide note matching Briggs's note, and maybe there were additional things to notice. It was just the commas I noticed. Maybe there's something else to notice there. I'm not sure what. Okay, so here, this is the official answer here. The people of the state of New York against Willard Briggs, defendant. Millard Briggs. The grand jury of the county of New York, by this indictment, accused the defendant of the crime murder in the first degree committed as follows: willfully, feloniously, and of malice aforethought, shot and killed Carl Houston with a pistol. And then we've got just two extra things, and then a note by the author that will be interesting. Okay, well, Jonathan says, you just chuck it in the river or the lake or the park. You were right about it. I mean, I was definitely sort of right about the killer, but I thought my final decision was that they were all in on it together, and that was wrong. Okay, but let's take a look at these final things. Police Department, City of New York, to the Commissioner from Maggie, personal. Captain Shawn called yesterday, says LaRue case has disrupted the whole damn force. As proof, he quoted the following verbatim from yesterday's official log. 11:35 a.m., Miss Annette Houston, 64 Central Park South, telephone. Wanted to talk with Detective LaRue, 18th Detectives. Informed her he was out on a holdup case. She stated, will you ask him Does somebody have to be murdered for him to come calling? If so, please have him advise me and I'll take care of it. Advised her we would deliver the message. Maggie, put with the LaRue pages and get Sean out of my what? Hair. Get Sean out of my hair. Okay. Maggie, put in the LaRue folder. Winds it up fine in more ways than one. Walter Winchell. Glamorous screen star. She's having it renovated next month. Add vignettes. Lovely Annette Houston holding hands across the table with Lieutenant Mike LaRue of New York's finest. All that unpleasantness forgotten, but they're dodging the limelight and sticking to side street bistros. Intimates hint they'll announce plans to wed. Ah, murder, ah, love. All right. So let's read this postscript, then we'll take a little break and discuss our thoughts on the case. Okay, postscripts from the author, Will Oursler. So now you know it was only a story, of course. Mike and the red-haired Annette and the others are creatures out of a mystery writer's mind. Their creation, this whole feat of literary and lithographic legerdemain, involved us in a series of amusing, unconventional, and sometimes embarrassing complications. Take the teacup, for instance. The one in the photograph was part of a set of doll's house china I purchased in a New York department store. A couple of pieces were missing from the set I selected. Oh, don't bother looking for them, I said to the salesgirl. I'm only buying it to break one of the cups. The young lady backed away from me with a peculiar, frightened smile. He's talking about buying them for photographs for this book. Later, by taxi, I checked the addresses to make sure none of those used in the book actually existed. As we drove from fictitious address to fictitious address, the driver grew impatient. Mister, he'd said, there ain't no 64 Central Park South, to which I'd answer, great, now try the one on 58th Street. We have to be sure that one doesn't exist either, don't we? He stood it as long as he could. Finally, he turned around and said, Mister, I got one address I think would suit you just fine. And there was no doubt that Bellevue's psychopathic ward was in his mind. To pose for the part of Reggio, see resident known criminal form, I had to let my beard grow for almost a week, to the horror of neighbors, maiden aunts, and old ladies I passed along the street. The photograph on the inside front cover was loaned by a friend and shows the author en naturel. Meanwhile, our editor was trying to explain to a model aviation shop why we wanted not a nice, sleek working model, but one that was all bashed up. The bashier, the better. We drove telephone operators crazy dialing numbers to make sure they were wrong numbers, non-existent, in fact. We badgered newspapers into letting us use their good names and types for news stories that never happened. We got a famous real-life private eye to let us use his fingerprints on our pistol permit, and an editor from another publishing house to pose for the part of our victim. We owe thanks to the many who helped in this peculiar madness, particularly Frank Zake of Junior Aeronautical Supply Company, who provided the model plane, to Brenner Paper Products Incorporated and Allied Arts, who printed our handsome letterheads, to George Zimble, who took the pictures, except the one of Annette Houston, to the New York Post, the New York News, and the New York Times, and Walter Winchell for kind permission to use their names, types, and techniques, and to my personal friends and boon companions who scrawled signatures, filled out police forms, and posed as corpses, killers, cops, etc., and when required, photographically. Finally, my heartfelt thanks to the entire staff of Simon & Schuster, who, among them, typed the various exhibits, and to the editor of Inner Sanctum Mysteries, whose handwriting serves to represent one of the chief characters of our story. Which one? I'll leave that to the reader to guess. No credit to Dennis Wheatley, or Helen Riley for that matter. All right, let's take a 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll discuss our final thoughts. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We have finished playing Murder Memo to the Commissioner by Will Oursler. And we've finished reading his little summary of little anecdotes about when he was making this case. So we've played for about 7.5 hours. I can hear the cat meowing for her breakfast. All right, let's talk about our thoughts on this game. I'm very curious to hear what Jonathan Warner says, I suppose we should talk first about getting it right or wrong. Did we get it right? First of all, it doesn't really matter if we get these things right or wrong. We pinpointed it was someone in the office. It was sort of a toss-up between Neeson and Briggs. I stuck with the one clue that I found early on that I was most excited to be right. I had no idea whether it was really going to be true, but it's the first time. There are certain things that I do when we play these games. I tend to always blame the woman. I always think it's one of the femme fatale women. I give them lots of credit for being able to mastermind this thing. And then I always hope for some evidence in the typewriter or written signature or style of writing. And I was very happy to see in this one, in the suicide note, this odd fact that most of the commas didn't have spaces before and after them. This one did. But if you see here, no comma. In fact, maybe we can zoom up. Zoom in. So daughter my, comma with no space. And then there's another place where he does it. Here, still determined. It was a weird pattern. It came up early. And here it is again. So 3 different times in this letter was this weird pattern that we didn't see anywhere else, except we finally saw it one other place, and only once though. Only once. It was the, well, I can't even find it now, but in the letter here, from the desk of Millard Briggs, his partner, was the only other case we found of it, which was here, partner, comma, Carl. So this was the thing that locked me into Briggs. I was going to die on that hill. It turned out to be correct. In fact, it's mentioned as the last clue. And maybe it was saying there are other things we might have noticed about the typewriting. But that was the only, from the entirety of the game, that was the highlight for me, that turned out to be an interesting clue. But I want to talk about our general thoughts on it, the quality of the mystery, the nature of the way the game gave us the ending without warning us and telling us to guess. Let's go to the chat and see. Jonathan says, I appreciate Oursler talking about the experience at the end. Yes, I think there was enough evidence for Bragg. I think it was fair. I think I would have preferred that there not be the part where Carl said he did not think he could do it. It seemed like Carl was good at reading people, but I guess he did get murdered. Well, let me give a first impression of this that I find a little surprising. No credit to Dennis Wheatley. And having played Helen Riley's 1937 game where Dennis Wheatley gets credit and Dennis Wheatley's, it feels to me like this could be excused, this book, if this came first. If this was a 1925 book that came before Dennis Wheatley's, it would make sense. You'd say, okay, look, this was what happened first. It's all printed on the same stock, no actual evidence, no actual reports, but facsimile reports photographed. And then the ending just told like a story. No pause here, can you guess? No warning, you're about to read the solution. No framing this as can you solve it? But it's quite bizarre that this has come out 12 years after the Dennis Wheatley books and feels like a step backwards in production, in quality of mystery, in the way it's framed. Like, it's clearly something that you should be able to figure out, but there's no pause. There's no saying, okay, now it's your job to figure it out. So that's weird. I find that weird. Do you think it's conceivable they didn't know of Dennis Wheatley's books when this came out? No, right? I mean, 12 years later, that those Dennis Wheatley books must have been foremost in people's minds. That must have been a fresh memory. It's very odd not to credit them and odd not to learn some of the lessons. I'm drinking a fresh made espresso from my Caught for Two espresso cup, which you could order if you want, if you find on the YouTube page, with Papua New Guinea beans from Mad Goat, a local brewery. Pretty great beans. Okay, now, with that said, which feels wrong that they didn't credit and everything like that. I mean, Jonathan, I do want to hear your thoughts. In general, my thoughts are pretty negative about this. As Jonathan says it was Jonathan calls it a fair mystery, but I think this sort of misfired on a whole bunch of different ways for me. And we should talk about the good parts of it, but it did misfire. And let's talk about some of the ways it misfired. So it misfired in the way, in that the structure didn't say, okay, now it's your time to solve it. The fact that we had no idea when we were reading it. And it was sort of like a fuzzy, slow reveal. Like as you read these final pages, it's revealing more and more who the murderer is. And it's only revealed on this last page, but it was leaking the information on those last pages. There was never a point where it said, stop, try to solve it. So that was weird. It's funny, this has sort of anticipated some of the things we talked about when we played Dennis Wheatley and Helen Riley books. We said, like, one of the things we focused on was this idea that our proxy, our protagonist, the cop, be a person with sort of flaws, but a life, and be involved in the story. And this probably comes the closest to that of the detective ones. It was kind of fun that this detective was kicked off the force and had to resign, and then how the book at the second half shifted over to him being a private citizen. That was cool. That was clever. And it even wrapped up in the end with him actually getting together with Annette and playing a role. It's not just that, but that final scene had him shooting the bad guy. So it was another of these movie-like cinematic endings, like Helen Riley, and had him reinstated. So that was a very cool idea. That, for me, is the most interesting part about this. The only slight nagging thought I had about that, though, was that I wasn't too fond of him. Did you feel differently, Jonathan? I just wasn't that fond of this guy, Michael LaRue. And I think, in general, I would chalk that up to the writing. Like, when we see Dennis Wheatley and Helen Riley's, the writing of that felt very compelling in terms of giving us personalities and emotions and characters, painting the pictures of these characters with their own humanity. And I don't feel like Will Oursler did that. Like, it didn't work. All of the characters I didn't really care for. The people that we're supposed to have some sympathy for, whether it was our detective or Annette, I didn't really feel any real connections to any of them. And Jonathan says I was neutral to LaRue. I mean, it's great that we played the Helen Rileys and then this in such close succession, because when we were reading that Helen Riley book, like, I felt attached to our detective. Like, he stood up for himself when he was supposed to, and he seemed very matter of fact. And he got a little loud when he had to, but I just felt more attached to him. This guy started off right off the bat, a little, out of control. I did like that he broke in and broke the rules, and I liked that he got called in and fired for that. Like, that was all great, but for some reason I just didn't connect with him emotionally, which was a shame because that would have made it more interesting, more exciting when he got his job back. But it was a cool idea. It worked okay, just not great. I never had a real strong sense of any of the other characters, though. Annette may be the closest, but not that much. Probably too many characters, too many suspects in this one. And so that's talking about the emotional thing of it. Jonathan says, I think the first act should have been shorter. I found the second act more interesting. That's interesting. Jonathan, before that, is talking about the nature of the mystery, and I do think that's worth talking about. Jonathan says, I was disappointed that was yet another locked room. We've done a lot of locked rooms. Well, I would go further than that. I think the core mystery of this case, murdered in a room, no one could have gotten in and out, teacup, I thought, and it ended up being a model airplane that flew in the window and out of the window. No. That unbelievable, silly, disappointing, the explanation of the teacup being planted just as a backup alibi motive for the person who did the crime. I think that was all a big miss. I don't think it was plausible. I thought it wasn't emotionally satisfying. It was very weird in terms of, it was unbelievable, but it was also completely convoluted how the person who did it had to learn and build a model airplane, build a thing that held the gun, the idea that the scratches on the butt of the gun were from the release mechanism, the idea that this guy who planned this murder, shooting him through a window, would create this complicated mechanism to drop the gun in the room, that would require flying the plane in the room. Just silly. Silly, stupid, and pointlessly convoluted. Maybe in 2022 you could get away with saying a drone did it, but the complications that would have involved flying this plane, just silly. And a little more interesting, when these people started getting killed off, Jonathan, you did guess properly that that Bobo guy was trying to blackmail someone, and that's what got him killed. That was smart. That was smart that you figured that out, and it made some sense. But I'll tell you, I was really missing having any evidence pointed to Millard Braggs. Like, we're told he did it because he needed money. That didn't really make sense. We weren't told he needed money. He seemed to be now the boss of this very profitable operation. It didn't seem like he needed money. We weren't really motivated by him wanting to kill this guy. Nothing was provided to us about why he would know that certain people had to be killed because they knew information. It just was summed up as like he must have heard it through the grapevine. It was weird. So I really didn't feel like it gave us evidence that Braggs did it, except for the small piece of evidence that we found. But I mean, like, nothing clicks into place now that we know that it's Braggs. Nothing now makes sense. And you could have put those motives on the other guy at the office. That other guy at the office had just all the opportunities, all the motives. The idea that they were all part of this model club, that was bizarre. So, yeah, and then we're to believe that this Wall Street guy physically tried to kill off Julia. There were some disappointing things. The things that were more, it was the least interesting motive. Whereas the thing with Julia having an affair with this older married person, that was interesting. The fact that the teacup didn't resolve to be anything interesting was very disappointing. So yeah, there was that. I'll also say this. When we played the Helen Riley case, I felt like we were in New York City. It was sort of traveling all around the different areas of New York City, and it just sort of felt like it was New York City. We saw the insides of clubs. Um, there was something about it felt like it captured more New York City, and all of the different detectives and reports we saw and the conversations just felt more like fleshed out real characters in New York City. This one really didn't feel that way to me. I don't know how it came across to you. They're all centered around Central Park. They're all of the same sort of rich upper class. It just felt, it didn't feel like we were in New York City. There was no sense of traveling around. The timeline stuff was very weird. It had them going to Columbus Circle on the corner of the park for no reason. It just didn't feel like we were in a living, breathing place. Jonathan says, I don't know if I agree about there not being enough evidence on Bregg, but I agree there could have been more set up for the motive. Yeah. What else? I didn't think the dialogue was written. It was reasonable. It was reasonable, but didn't rise to the level of Helen Riley or Dennis Wheatley. It didn't feel as real. It didn't feel, there wasn't as much humor. There were occasional little pieces, but very little. And I do like that our detective was like, he saw malfeasance in everything. Every person he described as their worst characteristics and suspicious. So I did appreciate that, but it didn't feel like we were dealing with very interesting characters to me. I did like when we saw the diary of the sister, and I did like that some of the people were lying to our face and we could see that they were lying. Like we knew Julia was lying. That seemed fairly certain. But it was an inconsequential lie we caught her on. And there were things that rubbed us a little wrong about Bregg's. Like he said one thing about his relationship and the other guys and the other people at the office said the other thing. So that was good, but it was hard to see his motive. And because the whole murder of death was ridiculous, it could have been anyone. Jonathan says, I enjoyed the scene with the model city. That was a cool moment where we walked into this basement and we saw this amazing, bizarre, crazy sight of this model lit up city. And it did paint. That was, I have to say, that was one scene that painted an image that was sort of like akin to the Paris World's Fair in Sherlock Holmes' Adventures by Gaslight. It was a very cool scene. And captures this kind of thing that you might see in a movie or a book where you walk into this very unexpected, beautiful, stunning scene. That was pretty cool. John says, I also enjoyed that there was a bit more paranoia with the detective. Yes, and I did like that people started getting killed off. I would like to see more of that. I would like to see more of that idea of a story where events are unfolding and people are getting killed off. And I did appreciate that we were given a couple of clues that really made us think early on, like the woman who heard the vacuum cleaner sound. That was cool because that was early on and it was like lingering on the back of our heads. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? But then there were parts about the broken lamppost that seemed like it didn't make that much sense to put together. I guess at the end it makes a little bit of sense, except that the whole ending thing is so ridiculous that it's hard to forgive it for that. So even though some of these other pieces led up to that, where would you rank this? Oh, that's what Jonathan is asking. Would you rank Malinsay Massacre above this? No, I would rank Malinsay Massacre above this. I would, absolutely, for me. Malinsay Massacre was the family story. I'm not, I don't know if I could defend my ranking of that above this. And part of that may be um, my expectations coming in, wanting to play a game in New York City and not having that satisfied. But to me, I don't know. That's tough. I think I would rank Malincey Massacre above this. I'm not sure this brought anything new to that world. If this came first, I'd be much more generous towards it. I don't know. You could argue that it was tied, I guess. It did have a more solvable mystery. It did have a more solvable, but the answer is so silly. Maybe that's the best way to think about it. Like, maybe objectively you could say that this is better of a mystery, a fair play mystery for you to solve than Malincey. But that the silliness of the solution is enough of a hit that I would bring it below Malincey. Malincey is sort of like, well, we don't want to give any spoilers to people watching, but sort of like you couldn't solve Malincey, whereas you could solve this. But the story is more compelling with the Malincey. Jonathan Morris says, I do think it repeated some parts of the story in too many documents, this one. Yes, it felt like there were big chunks in the middle of this one where nothing new was we weren't getting anything new. I really did feel that way. Like, the opening scene is pretty compelling. And then there's big chunks in the middle that seem like they're not doing anything. And they're not compelling enough to be interesting reading. But there were some cool elements, like when we got to read his autobiography, we got to read the diary. Maybe I'm being too hard on it. There were some cool parts of it. I didn't mind not having physical evidence. I'm happy with this. But I would have liked to see maybe more facsimile documents. I think if the mystery was better, I'd rank this much higher. It's odd because in the Dennis Wheatley's games, I don't put the quality of the mystery normally. I don't give it the primacy of the score, like, okay, the mystery wasn't that good, but everything else was great. And but this one just felt like a missed opportunity. Like, I wanted to suspect those people in the house. I wanted to have a mystery about the teacup that made sense. And the fact that this was just this plane that got driven in from below meant, and it could have been anyone, and it just seemed so silly that it felt like it negated a bunch of it. And I also thought that the killing off of the other people was one of the most interesting things. But then Reggio didn't get killed. He was just hiding. And the other people, we weren't given enough evidence to know why those people were being hunted down. It was just weird. It was like, although Jonathan, you did figure out that he was trying to blackmail. Jonathan says, I did appreciate the realistic looking police forms and documents. It does seem like, Jonathan, you had a slightly better reaction to this than I did, and I'm not sure exactly why. I did like it. It is good. I just don't think it holds a candle to Helen Riley's book. So maybe that's biased me a little against it, because it seems like it's such a clear comparison to Helen Riley's book set in New York City, the police detectives and murder, whereas that game was so much more satisfying. So, Jonathan, you would put this, rank it about with Malincey, which is our second to last place book of the Dennis Wheatley's books. That's completely justifiable. And we put that above Murder Off Miami, Jonathan. Malincey is above Murder Off Miami, right? So it's sort of like Helen Riley, File on Rufus Ray, followed by File on Murder of Who Killed Robert Prentice, followed by Malincey and Murder Memo to the Commissioner, and then after that, Here with the Clues. Is that our ranking? Something like that? I think that's reasonable. Yeah, you could go either way. I keep hoping on one of these things that we're going to discover corruption up higher in the police force. Both we've had a couple games that felt like they were going in that direction, but they aren't. They're just attributed to like incompetence of the top brass. And I keep wanting to discover a deep conspiracy in the police department. There are great classic movies about corruption in police force. Duke of says, I believe you ranked Malincey as better than Miami, and Jonathan thought Miami was better than Malincey. That makes sense. Jonathan likes things to be solvable. Yes. We have almost burned through these crime dossier books. We've got 2 more that we haven't played, and that's about it. Unless you count the more modern ones, which we might want to look at. But File on Fenton and Farr I don't have. That's the rarest, most expensive one. There's 1 copy on eBay. It's too expensive, but eventually it'll come up. File on Claudia Cragg, which has a pretty good reputation, and which we'll have to play eventually. But we're going to have to start moving on to a different genre soon. Notice in this one, we didn't even bother making cards for our suspects. Why is that? Why did we not even get to that? Because there didn't seem to be information that we needed to record. That's kind of like the feel I got with this. Like, there were big mysteries about the teacups and stuff and how they killed him, but there weren't really the information about the characters that were worth writing down. It was interesting how he occasionally summed up stuff. Like he summed up, here's the timetable for this person that he summed up. But then everyone had an opportunity during the time he was killed. And then he summed up a couple other places. Duke of Sill says you could do the Sherlock ones. Yes, there are. Yes, we may end up doing, or we should at least try one of the crime dossiers based on Sherlock Holmes cases, because those are interesting. It will be interesting to see what those look like. Yes, you're right. We should do those. Or at least do one of those. Any other thoughts, Jonathan or Duke of Zill, on this case, Murder Memo to the Commissioner? The thing is that this is riffing off what Jonathan's saying here. Like, even if you didn't spot the oddity in the suicide note, as soon as you accept that he didn't commit suicide, you know it's one of the people in the office. That basically left you with the two people, Briggs and Nissen. It really couldn't have been anyone else. So that's a weird situation that as soon as logic told us, as soon as we knew that that suicide note couldn't have been suicide, it had to be those two. Although he does say when he summarizes, maybe he was going to kill himself, but that is unrelated to the murder. Duke of Zil says, I was surprised you finished it so quickly at the start when you noticed every page was double-sided. I thought it would be a 2-session game. I wonder why it went so quickly. It's a good question. I think mostly because most of it wasn't information that was useful to us. It didn't feel like they were hiding lots of clues in this game. Like, all of the clues that were hidden were way out there and obvious. There were no little small details to pick up on, except for the typewriting pattern. But other than that, it didn't feel like there were small clues to find. They were all big, and as Jonathan said, a lot of repetition. It felt like there was a lot of slow pacing repetition that wasn't that interesting. There were a lot of pages that were like small pages like this too. A little clipping, short half-page thing, little thing here. So there were a lot of pages like that. And looks like everything's, well, not everything's double-sided, but lots of sort of blank pages. That helped. And there weren't moments where we stopped and paused, like, other than at the beginning. Some of these other games we play and we go, whoa, that just happened. And then we have to sit and really think about it for a while. But other than forcing ourselves at the end to really think through who could be the mastermind, we didn't really have to pause. We didn't ever really read anything that made us pause and reconsider our theories. And because we had such a hard time locking in on someone, like some of these other cases were like, okay, it's this person. So then when you get something that contradicts that, you just have to stop and slow down and say, whoa, we thought it was this person, was this person. In this game, we never really had that. We never really locked on to someone. We never really saw some evidence that clearly pointed to one person. That's a real missed opportunity in this kind of game. And part of the fun in these games is like, it's this person. It's got to be this person. They've got that clear motive. I've got them trapped. They don't have the alibi. We didn't really have that in this game, did we? It felt like we didn't know anything. We didn't lock on to anything until the very end. Duke of Zil says, did it feel like it was written by someone who had experience as a professional writer? Yes, but not of the caliber of Helen Riley or Dennis Wheatley. That was my feeling. Like, you could tell the difference. But yeah, this is a real writer. The newspaper articles felt like newspaper articles. The reports felt like they were spoken by the different detectives or police commissioners, all that. The dialogue was reasonable. It just didn't pop. It wasn't as catchy. It wasn't as interesting as Helen Riley and Dennis Wheatley. But yeah, you could tell this is a real writer. Doesn't give me any, I will say this. When we finished Helen Riley's book, I was like, I'm intrigued to read more of Helen Riley's books because the mystery was good, the characters were good. This doesn't make me want to read more by Will Oursler. It felt like a pretty bad core mystery and characters not very compelling. There were a couple nice moments, like when he's starting to get charmed by Annette and he's going out on bodyguarding her a bit, and he has to remind himself that charm and beauty are the tools of a murderer sometimes. So that was kind of nice. There were couple of little details like that, but I didn't really feel very attached to Annette. I don't know if you did. And I didn't feel very attached to our main detective either, although you would think we would. He's sort of persecuted, kicked off the force. There was something about how he went into the case so sure of himself that it didn't quite feel earned. I think Duke of Zill is asking about when we return to the current modern cold case games. I feel like those current games are not going to feel nearly as satisfying as they did prior to playing these crime dossiers. I think I didn't even realize what was missing in the psychological story elements. But maybe we'll play them and have greater appreciation for the puzzling nature of the documents in those, having seen examples of games that aren't that great at having a puzzly document nature. But I can't help but feel we're going to miss the emotional connection and story that we found in these crime dossiers. Jonathan, final thoughts on this particular game, Murder Memo? Any other observations of what was new, interesting, good, bad? I do think if you were considering making these games again in the future, I absolutely would say go this route rather than the physical evidence route. Like it's not worth charging an extra $20 to have real physical envelopes and have these be physical pieces of paper. This is fine to me. This idea that they're photographed onto the exhibit, and I like the idea that he can make notes on things. And the fact that this would cost you a fraction of what it would cost you to make a Dennis Wheatley style book seems like this is the win to me. This still captures the very cool experience of feeling like you're looking at real documents. There's Annette Houston, by the way, the woman that our detective is going to marry. Like seeing these real looking documents and different formatted and photos, that makes the difference. But having it really be a photo versus being just photocopied in the book doesn't make a difference to me. And I like the idea that he can now annotate stuff, circle a part of a newspaper and say, pay attention to this. That I like. Jonathan Warner says, it wasn't the best, but I'm glad we looked at it. I think there are some interesting ideas in the second half, but I don't think they were taken far enough. More strange scenes like Model City. Yes. More danger of people being murdered and detective not knowing who to trust. Yes, that would have been good. I agree. Maybe had the best faux forms. Yeah, you think so? Maybe. Duke of Zill says, does that mean you might recommend the 1980s reprints? I think the 1980 reprints of the Dennis Wheatleys would absolutely be playable, and you wouldn't be missing that much. It's just but since they already exist with the physical evidence in the 1970s versions, you should get those for the novelty of that. But if you were a publisher, I wouldn't go to the trouble and expense of making them. But since they already exist, I would recommend you get the full experience and buy those 1970s Dennis Wheatleys. I do think, Jonathan, that's the part about that strange scene, like the model city. That's the kind of thing we tend to get from the Sherlock Holmes games, like the very cool description of this place. Duke of Zill says, any ideas what you might play next on the stream? Is it yet to? Well, it's not yet to be decided, but it's good. I can give a plug now. There's a link to a BGG thread, a guild for Co-op for Two. You can go and there's a thread where we discuss what games to play next. You can get your vote in. I was thinking we might play. In fact, I printed out and was ready to play if we finished this one fast enough, the demo case from Bureau of Investigation. But I see that another channel has done it, so it's not nearly as important that we do it. But we could still do it just for the fun of it. This probably would take us an hour or two. If you want to do this as an interim, since it would only be an hour or so, we can do this next week. Jonathan says, it made no sense that Braggs would break into Reggio's to hide the controller. I didn't really understand that part either. Is it that he was trying to return it so he wouldn't see that it's missing? I'm not sure. But I will, just to get back to Duke's question a bit about what to play next, one of the things we've been meaning to try playing is the two new Hidden Games series of documents that look a bit like the adventure. And so at some point, I think it will be useful to shift to those ultra-modern cold case games and just, while these are fresh in our mind, compare them. So I think maybe that's what we may do. We may play one of those hidden games, more modern games. Those require the internet, so it'll be a real shift. But it might be nice to do that while these are still fresh in our mind and compare the experience. All right, that might be the place to go. Duke of Zill says the supposed replay value of the new Bureau of Investigation is a hot topic of conversation. So maybe an alternate playthrough of the demo could have some value to the community. Yeah, I mean, there's two interesting parts about Bureau of Investigation as it's been described. One is this idea that when you visit a lead, you can either go in interview mode or investigation mode. And the other idea is that you only have a small number of leads before you have to read the answer. And someone was saying that they played a case and they're going to replay it because they didn't get enough of the leads. So they want to see what the experience is going back and trying different leads. It sounds like an interesting idea, but it also sounds sort of contrary to the way that I tend to enjoy playing these Sherlock Holmes games, which is as a completionist going everywhere. And this is a little bit what Mythos Tales did, had a time limit and forced you to do it. So you can consider me kind of skeptical. And as I've said, I don't expect the demo game to be very satisfying. So I don't want to pass any. If we played the demo and it wasn't super satisfying, I wouldn't hold that against the game. I still think the game is checking enough boxes that I'll buy it and play it, and we'll play it on the channel. So whether the demo experience is good or not is not going to throw me off the game, but consider me skeptical of the idea of having a limited number of clues and replaying it. But we'll see. All right, well, Jonathan, an honor to have you as co-detective again on this one. Stop by the BGG thread to help us discuss what to play next. You can find a link to that on the YouTube channel's community tab. Somewhere in there is a link to that BGG thread, or if you search for guilds on BGG for Co-op for Two, you'll find it. And we'll discuss what to play. I would be happy to play sometime in the next few days before next week or early next week, this demo case. If someone is interested in playing this live on the channel, let me know. I'm happy to do it. It'll only take an hour or two. And we can give our thoughts and see how they compare to the other channels playthrough. But if you do want to play it, don't watch the other playthrough on the Gaming Rules channel yet, so that we go into it blind. And I guess we'll wrap it up there. Until next time, we're done with this little corner of the gaming genre, but we've got some crime dossiers to get back to. We still have a couple of New York ones from the 1930s. Maybe not New York, but old style. We've got a lot of options going forward. Let me know what you'd like to play next. Jonathan, thanks again. Duke of Zell, thanks for being here. And I'll see you next time.